responsibility to leave them a thriving planet. A very good morning to everyone present here. I, Komal Gilda, on behalf of School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, extend a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, respected heads of department, faculty members, and distinguished guests. We are also pleased to welcome those joining us virtually, our dedicated students, and the enthusiastic delegates gathered for this meaningful occasion, HARIT, centered on the theme Environment Conducive Design and Planning for Sustainable Living. This is a theme that is not only timely but urgent. Through 6 engaging sessions, which to revive sustainable practices and empower each of you to lead real grassroots level change within your communities. To begin this auspicious occasion, let us invoke the blessings of knowledge and wisdom with the invocation song by Prachi and Suhani.
नभ से निकला सूर्य सुनहरा, उदय हुआ नवचार। कला योजना में देश हमारा, अब रचे नया संसार। नभ से निकला सूर्य सुनहरा, उदय हुआ नवचार। कला योजना में देश हमारा, अब रचे नया संसार। सुलभ संस्कृति शान हमारी, सर्वधर्म है पहचान। कला योजना में ज्ञान हमारा, देश का बढ़ाए सम्मान। धन्य हो जाए धरा हमारी, चलो इसे पुलकित बनाए। कायम रहे प्रकृति हमारी, हम ऊंचाई को पाए। नभ से निकला सूर्य सुनहरा, उदय हुआ नवचार। वास्तुकला योजना में विद्यालय हमारा, अब रचे नया संसार। अब रचे नया संसार। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Prachi and Suhani. Now, to grace this august occasion, I have the honor of inviting our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us on stage, and with this, I also request them to join for the lamp lighting ceremony. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Adinarayanane, Professor and Head Department of Planning, for his guidance and leadership in shaping this conference. Sir, we welcome you. I extend a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Amitava Sarkar, Professor and Head Department of Architecture, for his valuable support and vision in bringing this initiative together. A visionary leader guiding academic excellence and institutional growth. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, Director, SPA Vijayawada. A driving force whose commitment to advancing architectural dialogue has been a cornerstone of our progress. I extend a warm welcome to Architect Dr. Amogh Kumar Gupta, BoG Chairperson, SPA Vijayawada. a key catalyst whose contributions to architectural education continue to inspire many. We welcome Professor H.D. Charan, BoG Chairperson, SPA Bhopal. A distinguished voice in architecture and design practice. Though joining us virtually, we are honored to have architect Habeeb Khan, BoG Chairperson, SPA Delhi. Next, a person whose dedicated efforts towards environmental awareness and action inspires a lot of people. It is a privilege to invite Shri Gopal Aryaji, National Convenor, Paryvaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi. A guiding light for his leadership in governance and public welfare initiatives. With great honor, I now invite our chief guest, Sri Dinkar Garu, Chairman, 20-point Program Implementation, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Yes. As tradition guides us, let us invoke the light of wisdom and knowledge. I kindly request our dignitaries to come forward for the lighting of the lamp. Accompanying this, we have a soulful prayer song presented from Prachi and Suhani.
या कुन्देन्तु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा. Thank you.
Thank you, respect dignitaries, and thank you, Prachi and Suhani, for the prayer that reminds us of life's guiding principles. As we begin, let us first hear from the guiding force behind this institution. I now invite our director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, to extend the welcome address and set the tone for this gathering.
Thank you, madam. Good morning to one and all here. Respected chief guest, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, staff, and my dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this national conference on environmental conducive design and planning for sustainable living. HARIT 2. Today we gathered here at SPA Vijayawada with a shared vision of shaping a better future. Respected chief guest, Sri Dinkar Garu, your presence here today is a matter of a great honor for us. Your contributions towards the public service and governance are truly inspired and aligned with the goals of sustainable and inclusive development. Respected Sri Gopal Aryaji, National Convenor, Paryvaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi, who inspired the guidance and continuous support, have played a pivotal role in the successfully organizing in this event. I extend my sincere gratitude to our Chief Patron, Architect Dr. Amogh Kumar Gupta ji, BoG Chairperson SPA Vijayawada. Architect Habeeb Khan ji, BoG Chairperson SPA Delhi, he may be in online. Architect HD Charan ji, BoG Chairperson SPA Bhopal, for their visionary leadership and constant encouragement, and to our patrons for these particular programs and SPAV especially, Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Pal ji, Director SPA Delhi, Professor Dr. Kailasa Rao ji, Bhopal, Director SPAV, SPA, not SPAV, sorry for it, for their valuable guidance and support in organizing this event. I extend my sincere gratitude to our valuable invitees. A few of invitees are online, especially we can say like Kompalli Subbarai Shastri ji, Shri Aditya ji, Shri Purna Pragna ji, Shri Venu Naidu ji, Shri Janardhan ji, and also with encouragement whatever we are getting it from Shri Balakrishna ji. And I also extend my sincere gratitude to all those who are not be present here today even, they are online, for their valuable contribution and support towards making this event successful. It is a proud moment to SPA Vijayawada to host this national platform focusing on environmental conducive design and planning for sustainable living. This initiative specially reflects our unwavering commitment towards sustainability and academic excellence and nation building. The theme of this conference is highly relevant today, where urban expansion, climate change, and environmental concerns are shaping the future of our cities. It calls for a holistic and responsible approach towards planning and design. Over the years, you can see that we have been deliberating on critical themes such as climate responsive design, traditional wisdom, environmental psychology, healthy built environment, and emerging technologies. These discussions aims to create a synergy between knowledge and the practice. India's traditional knowledge system have always emphasized harmony with nature. By integrating this wisdom with modern innovations, we can create a built environment that are both sustainable and resilient. The vision of Vikasit Bharat inspires us to adopt development pathways that are not only rapid but also inclusive, sustainable, and future oriented. As professionals and academicians, we must contribute actively to this transformative industry and the journey what we are making it. I firmly believe that this conference will serve as a platform for collaborations and exchange of ideas among experts, practitioners, and researchers and our students. These interactions are crucial in shaping innovative and actionable solutions. We eagerly look forward to your insightful address, all eminent speakers, which will guide and motivate us in strengthening our commitment towards environmental stewardship and societal programs. I also congratulate and appreciate the efforts of all the organizers, speakers, and participants who have come together to make this conference a meaningful and impactful event. Let us all utilize this opportunity to learn, shape, and collaborate and work collectively towards creating a future that is sustainable, resilient, and aligned with the aspirations of a stronger Vikasit Bharat. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Next, it's my privilege to call upon architect Dr. Amogh Kumar Gupta, who is a practicing architect and valuer based in Bhopal with over 37 years of experience across government and private sector projects. A graduate and postgraduate of Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, he also holds a PhD on validation of traditional Indian knowledge of home building. He currently serves as Chairman, Board of Governors, SPA Vijayawada, and has held several key leadership roles, including Chairperson, BoG SPA Delhi, and Council Member for Council of Architecture. Sir, we welcome you.
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद आज मंच पर उपस्थित कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि लक्ष्मण दिनकर गारू जी, श्री गोपाल जी आर्य, राष्ट्रीय पर्यावरण संरक्षण गतिविधि के संयोजक, एसपीए विजयवाड़ा के निदेशक डॉक्टर रमेश श्रीकोंडा जी, अन्य दो एसपीए, एसपीए भोपाल के अध्यक्ष श्री चारण जी और एसपीए दिल्ली के अध्यक्ष श्री हबीब खान जी जो ऑनलाइन जुड़े हैं, एसपीए भोपाल के डायरेक्टर कैलाश राव जी और एसपीए दिल्ली के डायरेक्टर वीरेंद्र जी जो ऑनलाइन जुड़े हैं, और हमारे एसपीए विजयवाड़ा के प्रोफेसर्स, प्रेक्षागृह में उपस्थित अन्य विद्वान वक्तागण, अतिथि और प्यारे विद्यार्थियों, इस विषय पर मुझे आपसे बात करने का अवसर अगले सत्र में मिलेगा। मैं अपने उद्बोधन को बहुत ही संक्षिप्त रखते हुए इस अवसर का लाभ दो प्रकार से लेना चाहूंगा। पहला, ये जैसा कि हरित से होलिस्टिक अप्रोच, एंड होलिस्टिक अप्रोच कैन बी स्टार्टेड बाय इंडिविजुअल बट इट इज टू बी अ होलिस्टिक। ये हमको एक वाक्य अपने दिमाग में, दिल में आत्मसात करना होगा। प्रत्येक को प्रयास करना है और सबको मिलकर प्रयास करना है। दूसरा, मुख्य अतिथि महोदय कि मैं स्मरण में लाना चाहूंगा कि इसी प्रेक्षागृह में इसके उद्घाटन के अवसर पर मैंने आपसे निवेदन किया था, एसपी विजयवाड़ा अपने जितने उसके लक्ष्य दिए गए हैं, अगर कोई भविष्य का अन्य एक्सपेंशन प्रोग्राम न भी ले तो उनको संतुलित शेप देने में कई बार असमर्थ हो रहा है, क्योंकि हमें भूमि बहुत कम पड़ रही है। हमारे कैंपस में जितने बच्चे हैं उनके रहने की, आवास की व्यवस्था भी नहीं हो पा रही है। फैकल्टीज के आवास की तो बात ही छोड़ दें। इसके लिए हम लोग का एक आवेदन राज्य शासन के समक्ष पड़ा हुआ है कि बगल का लगभग 1 एकड़ का लैंड आईटीआई का जो एसपीए के अंदर घुसा हुआ है, अगर सीधा करके दे दिया जाए तो एसपीए विजयवाड़ा अपने लक्ष्यों की पूर्ति में निष्ठापूर्वक एक प्रयास कर पाएगा। मुझे आपसे प्रार्थना है कि आप 20 सूत्री प्रोग्राम जिसके आप कोऑर्डिनेटर हो, में शहरी नियोजन से संबंधित और भू राजस्व से संबंधित विभागों में संपर्क करके इस कार्य को जितनी शीघ्र रूप से संपादित कराने में सहयोग देंगे, हम अपने लक्ष्य को उतनी ही शीघ्रता से प्राप्त करने का निष्ठापूर्वक प्रयास करेंगे। आगे अगले सत्रों में हमें विशेषज्ञों को सुनने का अवसर मिलेगा। मैं इस सेमिनार की सफलता के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. We now turn our attention to Professor H.D. Charan, who is an accomplished academician and expert who holds a PhD from the University of Roorkee, where he received the prestigious Khosla Research Award. He has held various key leadership roles and has been the founder Vice Chancellor of Bikaner Technical University. Currently, he serves as chairman of the National Committee on Universal Human Values (AICTE), playing a pivotal role in integrating ethics and values into technical education across India. A recipient of the Visionary Leader 2020 Award, he is also a core member of national academic initiatives and many infrastructure projects. Sir, we welcome you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं कुछ परिचय करवा देता हूं जो हमारे साथ में है, कुछ प्रमुख परिचय करा देता हूं। आज हमारे साथ में है प्रांत प्रचारक जी आदित्य जी। आप सभी तालियों से आपका धन्यवाद करें, स्वागत करें। साथ में सह प्रांत प्रचारक जी भी है आंध्र से जी। इसके अलावा हमारे साथ में डब्ल्यू जी प्रसन्ना कुमार है, डॉक्टर डब्ल्यू जी प्रसन्ना कुमार। आप एनवायरमेंट साइंटिस्ट है और यहाँ पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड में अधिकारी है। इससे पहले दिल्ली में नेशनल महात्मा गांधी रूरल एजुकेशन के चेयरपर्सन रहे। इसी तरह से हमारे साथ में है श्री शशिकांत जी। शशिकांत जी मूल रूप से आर्किटेक्ट है, प्रैक्टिस आर्किटेक्ट रहे, फिर आजकल एजुकेशनिस्ट है। इनका अपना संस्थान है, संस्थान से अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी है। सिर्फ आर्किटेक्ट में नहीं, सभी फील्ड में काम कर रहे हैं, मेडिकल में भी करते हैं और जोधपुर और जयपुर में इनकी अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी है आज हमारे साथ में। इसी तरह से एचपी दिल्ली से प्रोफेसर चित्ररेखा जी है, इनका मार्गदर्शन भी हम सभी को मिलेगा। बेंगलोर से विश्वनाथ जी आए हैं, इनका मार्गदर्शन भी हमारे को सबको मिलेगा। धन्यवाद। आज के इस हरित कॉन्फ्रेंस में मंच पर उपस्थित आदरणीय लंका दिनाकर जी, ऑनरेबल चेयरपर्सन 20 पॉइंट प्रोग्राम, आदरणीय गोपाल आर्य जी, नेशनल कन्वीनर पर्यावरण संरक्षण गतिविधि, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अमोघ गुप्ता जी, चेयरपर्सन एसपी विजयवाड़ा, और एसपीए दिल्ली के चेयरपर्सन हबीब खान जी जो ऑनलाइन हमसे जुड़े हैं, एसपीए भोपाल के चेयरपर्सन कैलाश राव जी जो ऑनलाइन जुड़ेंगे। इसी तरह से हमारे साथ में प्रोफेसर अमितावा जी है, एचओडी आर्किटेक्ट, और इस तरह से आदित्यनारायण जी है, एचओडी प्लानिंग, सभी फैकल्टी मेंबर और प्रिय विद्यार्थियों। मैं कल विस्तार से मुझे बात करने का मौका मिलेगा, इसलिए मैं अपनी बात को संक्षिप्त में रखूंगा ताकि बाकी और जो उद्बोधन है संपन्न हो सके। पर छोटी सी बात मैं आपके सामने थोड़े समय में रखना चाहूंगा कि विज्ञान ने बहुत तरक्की की, बड़ी चीजों से अणु परमाणु और अणु परमाणु से नीचे भी परमाणु में क्या क्या होता है वहां तक पहुंचा है। जो प्रकृति का जो कौतूहल है, जो अमेजिंग पार्ट है, उसकी जो मूल में क्या है, इसको जानने के लिए विज्ञान ने बहुत कुछ किया है जो हमको नजर आता है। लेकिन इससे भी बहुत पहले, सदियों पहले, हमारे अपने वैज्ञानिकों ने, जिसको हम ऋषि कहते थे, वो परम वैज्ञानिक थे, उन्होंने भी प्रकृति के कौतूहल को जाना। लेकिन उन्होंने जब जाना तो सिर्फ कौतूहल को जानने के लिए नहीं किया, उसका मनुष्य के साथ क्या संबंध है और मनुष्य के लिए वो कैसे उपयोगी बन सकता है, या दूसरे शब्दों में कहें तो मनुष्य उसके साथ सहअस्तित्व से कैसे रह सकता है, इस तरह की रिसर्च की और रिसर्च करके हमारे सामने रखा। इस तरह की जो रिसर्च बनी तो उनका जो भी रिसर्च का अल्टीमेट एक्शन रहा होगा, क्या करना है और कैसे करना है, उसके मूल में एक बात थी कि हम सबका एक सहअस्तित्व है, चाहे जड़ हो चाहे चेतन हो, चाहे कॉन्शियस आइडेंटिटी हो, पेड़ पौधे हो, पशु पक्षी हो, चाहे मानव हो, उसका आपस में एक सहअस्तित्व है। तो मानव का एक्शन भी वैसा बने कि उस अस्तित्व को बनाए रख सके। इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में जब हम देखते हैं तो उन्होंने सबसे पहला देखा कि मनुष्य दूसरे मनुष्य के साथ कैसे रह सकता है, उसको कैसे रहना चाहिए। जब मनुष्य मनुष्य के साथ रहेगा तो उसको सहअस्तित्व में ये देखना होगा कि उसका आपस में संबंध है और संबंध के भाव से रहेगा। और संबंध के भाव से आगे देखा तो एक व्यवस्था है जो प्रकृति ने बनाई है, उस प्रकृति की व्यवस्था के अनुरूप जिएगा तो वो सुख शांति संपन्नता से जी सकता है, अन्यथा वो अपने लिए समस्या पैदा करेगा और अपने साथ रहने वालों के लिए भी समस्या पैदा करेगा। आज के विज्ञान को जब हम देखते हैं, जो प्रकृति में जिन समस्याओं की हम चर्चा करते हैं, आप सभी पर्यावरण की क्या स्थिति है आप सब जानते हैं। आए दिन हमको नई नई सूचनाएं भी मिलती रहती है कि आने वाले समय में हो सकता है हमारा जीना भी मुश्किल हो जाए। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ से देखते हैं इन समस्याओं को पैदा कौन कर रहा है, तो लगता है हम ही पैदा कर रहे हैं, हम ही अपना जीवन मुश्किल कर रहे हैं, मुश्किल में डाल रहे हैं, उसके समाधान ढूंढ रहे हैं और फिर दुखी भी हो रहे हैं। लेकिन ये जिम्मेवारी महसूस नहीं करते कि मैं इसके लिए जिम्मेवार हूं। अगर मैं महसूस करता हूं कि मैं जिम्मेवार हूं तो मैं अपने आप को ठीक करने की कोशिश कर सकता। लेकिन हमारी अपनी भारतीय परंपरा में था कि सबसे पहले व्यक्ति जिम्मेवार है अपने आप के लिए, फिर परिवार के लिए, फिर समाज के लिए और फिर प्रकृति के लिए। अगर चारों स्तर पे अपनी जिम्मेवारी को महसूस करता है, सह-अस्तित्व से जीता है, संबंध पूर्वक जीता है और इस प्रकृति की बनाई हुई व्यवस्था में जीता है, तो स्वयं भी तृप्त होकर जीता है, दूसरों को तृप्त होकर जीने का अवसर प्रदान करता है। तो इसलिए प्रकृति ने कुछ नियम बनाए, उसको होता है लॉ ऑफ नेचर, और लॉ ऑफ नेचर को ही धर्म कहा गया। हमारा धर्म क्या है? मानव को दूसरे मानव के साथ रहने का धर्म क्या है? ये मानव धर्म हो गया। मानव को प्रकृति के साथ कैसे रहना है? वो प्रकृति के साथ धर्म। तो ये नियम है, वो नेचुरल लॉज है, वो हम पे अभी भी लागू होंगे, बाद में भी लागू होंगे, दूसरे व्यक्ति पे लागू होंगे, हर देश पे लागू होंगे, हर प्राणी पे लागू होंगे, हर जीव पे लागू होंगे, हर निर्जीव पे लागू होंगे। अगर इस बात को हम समझते हैं तो यही हमारी भारतीय परंपरा है, यही हमारा हरित है। मुझे लगता है कि इन 3 दिनों में 2 दिनों में हम इस बात को समझे कि इस अस्तित्व में हम कैसे जी सकते हैं। हमको पढ़ाया गया है कि देयर इज स्ट्रगल फॉर सर्वाइवल एंड सर्वाइवल ऑफ द फिटेस्ट। मुझे लगता है ये कतई ठीक नहीं है। जब हम स्ट्रगल की बात कर रहे लगता है तो हमारा पड़ोसी भी मेरा दुश्मन है, मेरे साथ पढ़ने वाला विद्यार्थी भी मेरा दुश्मन है, यहां तक कि मुझे लगता है मेरा भाई भी दुश्मन है, मेरे कंपटीशन में खड़ा होगा। और जब सर्वाइवल ऑफ फिटेस्ट की बात है तो ये बिल्कुल ही ठीक नहीं रहा, जानवरों में भी ठीक नहीं लगता। जानवरों ने, प्रकृति ने ऐसा नियम दिया है कि जिसकी उम्र ज्यादा होती है उसकी जन्म दर कम होती है। हाथी है, शेर है, आपको कम संख्या में पाई जाएंगी, मछलियां आपको ज्यादा संख्या में पाई जाएगी। जिसकी बर्थ रेट ज्यादा है उसकी उम्र भी कम है। ये प्रकृति ने अपना नियम बनाया हुआ है कि इस अस्तित्व में जीना है। लेकिन हमको पढ़ाया जा रहा है कि देयर इज अ सर्वाइवल फॉर द स्ट्रगल एंड सर्वाइवल द फिटेस्ट। आप कल्पना करें कि 2 लोग बहुत भूखे हैं, लंबे समय से भूखे हैं, एक कमरे में बंद है और उनको भोजन दिया जाए तो कौन खाएगा? बलवान या कमजोर? लगता है बलवान खाएगा। अगर वही व्यक्ति एक माँ है और बेटा है तो कौन खाएगा? तो माँ अपने बच्चे को खिलाएगी। अगर उनमें से माँ बुजुर्ग है, वृद्ध है और बेटा जवान है तो कौन खाएगा? माँ को खिलाएगा, क्योंकि वहां अपने संबंध को देखता है। ये हमारी परंपरा है। मुझे लगता है कि आज ये बात को अगर समझ लेते हैं, अपनी जिम्मेवारी को समझ लेते हैं, तो पर्यावरण के लिए जितनी भी समस्या और समाधान की बात करते तो लगता है यही समाधान है। सह-अस्तित्व और संबंध और प्रकृति की बनाई हुई व्यवस्था, ये तीनों मूल सूत्र है। इस मूल सूत्र को हम समझ लें तो सब कुछ व्यवस्था ठीक हो सकती है। इतनी सी बात करके मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Deeply rooted in the philosophy of harmonious living with nature, Shri Gopal Aryaji's work reflects a meaningful blend of tradition and sustainability. He is a prominent environmental advocate dedicated to social and ecological initiatives since 1980. He currently serves as the national convener of Paryvaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi, leading nationwide efforts in environmental conservation, including water preservation, tree plantation, and sustainable lifestyle practices. Known for promoting a geocultural approach rooted in traditional Indian knowledge systems and the concept of Pancha Mahabhut, he actively engages in national and international forums to inspire collective environmental responsibility. With that, I now invite him to address the gathering.
मंच पर उपस्थित आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि और सभी सम्मानित विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, या सभागार में उपस्थित फैकल्टी और इस संस्थान के सभी युवा विद्यार्थी भाई और बहनों, पहले तो मैं ये बता देता हूं कि ये जो प्रोग्राम हो रहा है, इस प्रोग्राम की इम्पोर्टेंस क्या है। शायद अभी तक की हिस्ट्री में सस्टेनेबल आर्किटेक्ट तो समझ में आता है, लेकिन हरित के कॉन्सेप्ट पर तीनों एसपीएस, इंडिया में 3 ही एसपीए है, तो तीनों एसपीए के डायरेक्टर्स और क्या बोलते हैं, चेयरमैन, तीनों के कोलैबोरेशन में इस प्रकार का एक ये जो अपना हरित कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। तीनों ने मिलकर क्यों किया? लास्ट ईयर ये भोपाल में था, अभी इस बार यहां हो रहा है, और नेक्स्ट ईयर इसका फाइनल राउंड जो होना है वो दिल्ली में होगा। इस प्रकार से तीनों एसपीएस का जो इन्वॉल्वमेंट है ये किसी भी एक विषय के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है, और इसलिए ये जो हरित कॉन्फ्रेंस है इसका महत्व हमको समझना पड़ेगा। दूसरी बात है कि इस प्रकार की कॉन्फ्रेंस करने की क्या आवश्यकता पड़ गई? बहुत सारी कॉन्फ्रेंस होती हैं, व्हाई दिस, ये क्यों है? अगर इसका हमको ध्यान में आएगा तो शायद हमको अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस की 2 दिन की टोन समझ में आ जाएगा कि हमको किस प्रकार से इसको लेना चाहिए। और तीसरी बात है कि मैं एसपीए विजयवाड़ा को इस बात के लिए आभार और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि इस प्रकार के कार्यक्रमों को यहाँ पर करके आप जैसे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन और यहाँ की फैकल्टी को इसके बारे में अवेयर करना कि विकसित भारत की कल्पना क्या है। व्हाट इज विकसित भारत? क्या विकसित भारत वो है कि जहां पर बड़ी बड़ी अट्टालिकाएं हो, या विकसित भारत वो है कि जहां पर मैक्सिमम इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हो, या विकसित भारत ये है कि जहां विश्व के सबसे ज्यादा हॉस्पिटल्स हों? ये विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। और इसलिए जब हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं, यहीं से अपनी बात शुरू होती है कि हम कहते हैं कि आज विकास की तरफ, हम डेवलपमेंट की तरफ जा रहे हैं। वो कौन सा डेवलपमेंट है जिसकी तरफ हम जा रहे हैं? आप सोचिए कि ऐसा डेवलपमेंट कि जहां पर हेल्थ के लिए मैक्सिमम हॉस्पिटल्स खुल रहे हैं और पेशेंट बढ़ रहे हैं। तो क्या पेशेंट बढ़ना डेवलपमेंट है? क्या यहां पर बड़ी बड़ी अट्टालिकाएं हो रही हैं, अच्छे अच्छे टेक्नोलॉजी से यहां पर एयर कंडीशन हाउसेज आ रहे हैं, लेकिन सोने के लिए नींद गायब हो गई है और इसलिए नींद की गोलियां ज्यादा हो गई हैं, स्लीपिंग पिल्स बढ़ गई हैं? ये कौन सी वो है? और दूसरी तरफ, एक तरफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ रहा है, तो जहां एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स खराब हो रहा है, ये कौन सा डेवलपमेंट है? यानी जिस देश के अंदर श्वास लेने के लिए एयर, हवा नहीं हो शुद्ध, पीने के लिए पानी शुद्ध ना हो, और खाने के लिए अन्न जिसको धरती बोलते हैं ये भूमि शुद्ध ना हो, वो कौन सा डेवलपमेंट है? हर घर में आरओ है, क्यों पीने का पानी साफ नहीं है क्या? तो हम डेवलपमेंट और विकसित भारत की बात करना चाहते हैं, तो क्या ये बड़े बड़े कंक्रीट जंगल को खड़ा करना विकसित भारत की कल्पना है क्या? ये विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। और जब हम विकास की असली कल्पना पे जाते हैं तो हमको पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी, जो एक बहुत बड़े थिंकर पिछले सदी के हुए हैं, उन्होंने एकात्म मानववाद का वो दिया था। व्हाट इज एकात्म मानववाद? जो शायद हमारे दर्शन, हमारे भारतीय आइडियोलॉजी जिसको कह सकते हैं, जिसको सनातन आइडियोलॉजी कह सकते हैं, और जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की कल्पना कर सकते हैं, उसका मुख्य आधार है। व्हाट इज सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट? जो मैं से हम की ओर अपनी यात्रा को करता है, जो जर्नी फ्रॉम आई टू वी शुरू करता है, दिस इज सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट। कि हम यदि मैं को हमसे नहीं मिलाएंगे तो हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ नहीं जाकर और स्वकेंद्रित, खुद हम क्या ज्यादा से ज्यादा उपभोग कर सकते हैं, जिसको कहते हैं मैक्सिमम कंजम्पशन। तो थ्योरी ऑफ कंजम्पशन जो शुरू हुआ वो इसी मानसिकता से हुआ कि जितना ये नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज हैं, ये सब रिसोर्सेज मेरे लिए हैं, हमारे लिए नहीं है। और इसके कारण ये इम्बैलेंस चालू हो गया। और इसे पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी ने कहा कि यदि मैं से हम की यात्रा प्रारंभ करनी होगी, इसी को एकात्म मानववाद बोलते हैं, यानी आत्मवत सर्वभूतेषु। यानी जिसको ये पंच महाभूत बोलते हैं, जिसको एनवायरमेंट बोलते हैं, वो कोई हवा पानी नहीं है, तो उसको हमने बोला ये पंच महाभूत यानी हमारे जीव, इसलिए यहां पर बोला वाटर इज लाइफ। पानी को लाइफ बोलने की क्या आवश्यकता है? और हम जैसे आज के जो यहाँ युवा पीढ़ी बैठी है पानी को H2O बोलता है, और H2O का मतलब 20 रुपए की एक बोतल होती है, इसलिए पानी की कीमत हो गई। क्या कोई पानी की कीमत कर सकता है? अगर कीमत है तो कोई एक बूंद पानी यदि बनाकर बता दे, यानी अगर हम कैसी भी लेबोरेटरी के अंदर एक ड्रॉप पानी नहीं बना सकते, वो नेचर ही देती है हमको। एयर भी नेचर से ही मिलेगी, कोई फैक्ट्री नहीं बना सकती, कोई लेबोरेटरी नहीं बना सकती। इसलिए नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस जिसको कहते हैं, जो नेचर, उसको हमने गॉड माना, भगवान माना। और इसलिए इस पंच महाभूत की कल्पना को लेकर हम चले हैं। वो पंच महाभूति यहाँ की बेसिक वो है आत्मवत् सर्वभूतेषु। और जब हम सब भूतों में, भूत का मतलब सब चीजों में आत्मा देखते हैं, तो वहीं से शुरू हो जाता है थ्योरी ऑफ को एग्जिस्टेंस, कि जब सब में आत्मा है और मेरे अंदर भी आत्मा है, इस फूल में भी आत्मा है, तो इस देश की सनातन संस्कृति यह कहती है कि अगर हमने किसी पेड़ का अगर एक पत्ता, एक लीफ को भी तोड़ते हैं, तो उससे पहले माफी मांगते हैं कि हम आपका, और आपको अभी भी परंपरा है कि रात को हम पेड़ों को तोड़ते नहीं है। तुलसी को रविवार के दिन या रात्रि को तोड़ते नहीं, क्यों? पेड़ भी सोते हैं। व्हाट इज दिस? पेड़ भी सोते हैं। ये जो हमारा एक एग्जिस्टेंस है कि हम प्रकृति की हर चीज को मानते हैं, इसलिए हमने वाटर को भगवान मान लिया। इसलिए पांचों महाभूत हमारे लिए भगवान हैं, का मतलब वो हमारे लिए नहीं। तो मेरा ये कहना है, इस पूरी सृष्टि के लिए, चाहे हमको अगर एग्रीकल्चर करना है तो हमको नेचर चाहिए, कोई फैक्ट्री चलानी है तो नेचर के रिसोर्सेज चाहिए। ऐसी क्या चीज है विदाउट नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज हो सकती है? शायद नहीं। और इसलिए मैं एक प्रश्न खड़ा कर रहा हूं, यहां से अपनी विषय को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। यदि हमारे सामने 3 टेप लगे हुए नल, और 3 टेप में एक में पेट्रोल, एक में मिल्क और एक में पानी यदि लीक हो रहा है, ड्रॉप ड्रॉप गिर रहा है, तो हम सबसे पहले कौन सा टेप बंद करेंगे? तो नेचुरली पेट्रोल का करेंगे, क्योंकि वो सबसे महंगा है। उसके बाद मिल्क का करेंगे, दूध का, और अंत में पानी का करेंगे। जब हमको पता है कि बिना पेट्रोल और दूध के हम जिंदे रह सकते हैं, लेकिन बिना पानी के नहीं रह सकते, तो लास्ट में क्यों करते हैं? ये हमारा देखने का एटीट्यूड। जो हमारा लाइफ है उसको तो हमने लास्ट में रखा, जो कि मनी यानी पैसे का है महत्व, इसलिए हमने पेट्रोल और मिल्क को बंद कर दिया। इसका मतलब इस समय जब हम 21वीं सदी और विकास की तरफ जा रहे हैं, तो हमारे लिए पैसा महत्वपूर्ण हो गया, अपनी लाइफ नहीं। और इसलिए ये इकोलॉजिकल इम्बैलेंस जो शुरू हो गया, यहां से अपनी बात शुरू होती है। और इसलिए जिस पंच महाभूत पर इस हरित कॉन्फ्रेंस का बेसिक रखा हुआ है, उसके पीछे का उद्देश्य हम समझ लें कि हरित मीन्स व्हाट? केवल शब्द नहीं है हरित, ये हमारी आइडियोलॉजी है, और जिसके बेस पर हमारी कल तक ये कॉन्फ्रेंस चलने वाली है, वो है HARIT। यहां लिखा हुआ है, उसमें लिखा हुआ है होलिस्टिक एक्शंस, पहला बिंदु है। तो जो होलिस्टिक एक्शंस के द्वारा हमको रिजुवेनेटिंग, रिवाइटलाइजिंग और रिस्टोरिंग क्या करना है? अपनी इंडिजिनस ट्रेडिशंस को रिवाइटलाइज करना है। किसके द्वारा? होलिस्टिक एक्शंस के द्वारा। और इसलिए यही है सस्टेनेबिलिटी का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु, कि यदि आपके होलिस्टिक एक्शंस नहीं होंगे, तो हमारा जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट का मॉडल है वो शायद एक तरफ चला जाएगा। और अब मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि ये हरित और ग्रीन क्या है, इसलिए हमको हरित कॉन्सेप्ट पर आना पड़ेगा। हरित का मतलब है कि हमको सस्टेनेबल कंजम्पशन करना पड़ेगा, और ग्रीन में क्या है कि मैक्सिमम कंजम्पशन। इसलिए यहां पर बचत की बात होती है, सेविंग की, वहां पर खपत की बात होती है कि मैक्सिमम किस प्रकार से खपत करते हैं, वही डेवलपमेंट का मॉडल है। यहां पर सबके बारे में विचार किया जाता है, इसलिए यहां पर कहा जाता है कि मैं कम से कम उपभोग करूं, मैं कम से कम कंजम्पशन करूं, और वहां पर क्या है, मैक्सिमम मैं क्या उपभोग कर सकता हूं। जहां उपयोग है वहां उपभोग है, यहां पर मेरे लिए है, यहां पर अब सबके लिए है। जैसे ही जब ये माइंडसेट हमारा परसेप्शन बदलने लगता है, वैसे ही हमारे एक्शंस, यही होलिस्टिक एक्शंस हैं। और इसलिए इसके आधार पर जब हम हरित की तरफ जाते हैं तो हम 5 महाभूत की तरफ जाते हैं कि जो पंच महाभूत इस प्रकृति में है वो मेरे अंदर भी है। इसलिए हम दोनों में कोई न कोई एक रिलेशन हो जाता है। और वहां एसडीजी गोल्स, कि हमको कैसे भी ये 17 एसडीजी गोल लाना है, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, गोल प्राप्त करना है, यहां पर एक्शंस होने चाहिए। इसलिए दोनों में अंतर है। इस माइंडसेट से हमको यदि इस आर्किटेक्चर उसको जाना है, इसलिए आप सब लोगों का बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु है। और अब मैं आता हूं कि ये आर्किटेक्चर जो हम ये जिसको हिंदी में क्या बोलेंगे, वास्तु कला, तो ये वास्तु कला के हम सब विद्यार्थी हैं। आर्किटेक्चर, तो आर्किटेक्चर क्या होता है? क्या केवल भवन निर्माण करना आर्किटेक्चर होता है क्या? और अगर मैं कल सोच रहा था कि सबसे पुराना आर्किटेक्चर कौन होगा, आर्किटेक्ट क्या नाम है उसका, आप पढ़ते भी होंगे शायद, लेकिन वो एक आर्किटेक्ट यदि कुछ गलत काम कर देता है उससे महाभारत हो जाता है। पता है कौन था उनका महाभारत का, जिसके कारण महाभारत हुई? वो किसी आर्किटेक्ट की गड़बड़ के गलती के कारण हुई थी। अब आप सोच लो, अगर आपने कुछ गड़बड़ कर दिया उसका क्या मतलब होता है? मतलब समझे, आपने समझा होगा कि एक विश्वकर्मा ने इंद्रप्रस्थ में एक महल बनाया था, और वो महल कितना जबरदस्त था आपको ध्यान में होगा। आप तो आर्किटेक्ट में पढ़ते होंगे, मुझे नहीं पता। एक रात में बना दिया, और इतना 5 स्टार, क्या वो तो 7 स्टार से भी ज्यादा था, कि जहां पानी नहीं वहां पर पानी दिखाई देता था, ऐसा था ना। और क्या हुआ बाई चांस, द्रौपदी ऊपर खड़ी थी, दुर्योधन नीचे था, उसने देखा यहाँ पानी है तो वो पानी की तरफ जाने लगा, लेकिन जहां पानी नहीं है वहां पर गया और वो उसके अंदर गिर गया। तो द्रौपदी हंसती है और बाई चांस बोल देती है कि अंधों की संतान तो अंधी होती है। एक आर्किटेक्चर की गड़बड़ के कारण इसका बदला लेने के लिए महाभारत हुआ था। ताली बजा दो अपने लिए तो कम से कम। यानी एक आर्किटेक्ट ऐसा हो सकता है कि जिसने ये सब कुछ किया, उसका सकारात्मक परिणाम भी हो सकता है ना। और सकारात्मक कैसा हो सकता है? तो रामायण काल का उदाहरण ले लीजिए कि लंका से रामेश्वरम से लंका का जो ब्रिज बनाया वो किसने बनाया? तो नल और नील ने बनाया। नल नील कौन थे? आर्किटेक्ट थे। और उसने विचार किया कि ये अगर यहां से वहां तक का बनाना है तो कैसे बनाना। तो उन्होंने वहां पर सस्टेनेबल आर्किटेक्ट का किया कि जो लोकल इंडिजिनस वहां पर क्या प्रोडक्ट्स का ये जो उसमें लगने वाले क्या थे, वो पत्थर थे, स्टोन्स थे। कौन से स्टोन थे? कि जिनको पानी में डालते थे पानी में तैरते थे। उसने कहीं श्रीलंका से पत्थर नहीं मंगवाए, या मेड इन चाइना और मेड इन जापान पत्थर नहीं मंगवाए। उसने वहीं पर कि ये यहाँ के लिए यही स्टोन्स जरूरत है, इसलिए उन्होंने आर्किटेक्चर ने सोचा हम क्या लिखते हैं कि सीमेंट लाना है तो अंबुजा का लाना है। कहां से? तो इस विजयवाड़ा में लाने के लिए वो कलकत्ता से मंगवाता है। यहाँ वाई, यहाँ का इंडिजिनस कोई चीज नहीं है क्या? इसलिए हम सब की ये जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि क्या हम लोकल टेक्निक्स को, लोकल परंपराओं को, लोकल इंडिजिनस जो हमारी टेक्निक्स हैं उसके माध्यम से हम क्या आर्किटेक्ट को वो जो वर्तमान में है उसको आगे तक ले जा सकते हैं क्या? ये विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। कल तक हमको बहुत सारे टेक्निकल सेशंस मिलेंगे, और जब टेक्निकल सेशंस में हमको क्या बात करनी पड़ेगी, तो 4 बातें हैं। पहले तो हमको विचार करना पड़ेगा कि वर्तमान जो एनवायरमेंटल हमारे थ्रेट्स हैं उसके लिए हम आर्किटेक्ट क्या कोई सॉल्यूशंस खोज सकते हैं क्या? और सॉल्यूशंस के आधार पर होलिस्टिक एक्शंस फिर ध्यान में रखना है। सॉल्यूशन तो मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन एक सॉल्यूशन लाने के लिए दूसरी प्रॉब्लम खड़ी कर देंगे। इसलिए हमको सस्टेनेबल सॉल्यूशंस चाहिए। उसके लिए हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी हो सकती है क्या? और ऐसे बहुत सारे कल एग्जाम्पल आएंगे, मैं ज्यादा लंबा नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन कुछ बातें हमको ध्यान में रखनी होगी। दूसरा है कि हम अपने घर के बाहर लगाते हैं लाभ और शुभ। आपको ध्यान में होगा शायद, एक तरफ लाभ लिखते हैं, उधर शुभ लिखते हैं। व्हाट इज दिस? दिस इज आर्किटेक्ट, दिस इज द बेस ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर, कि ऐसा घर जिसके अंदर समृद्धि हो, वेल्थ हो, लेकिन शांति भी होनी चाहिए। अभी हम क्या कर रहे हैं, अपना घर बना देते हैं, घर बनाने के बाद उसको इतना अच्छा बना देते हैं कि जहां पर नेचुरल एयर ना आए, नेचुरल रोशनी जिसको सनलाइट ना आए, ये कौन सा आर्किटेक्ट है? और जहां मैक्सिमम गर्मी रहे तो वहां पर एसी लगाएंगे, सब कमरे की खिड़कियां बंद रहेंगी, एसी चालू रहेगा। अच्छा, ऑक्सीजन लेवल यदि गड़बड़ हो जाता है तो हम एयर प्यूरिफायर लगा देते हैं। एयर प्यूरिफायर खराब हो जाता है तो फिर हम एसी को ही ऐसा डेवलप कर रहे हैं कि जिसके कारण वहां एयर क्वालिटी ठीक हो जाए। देखिए, एसी एयर को ठंडा कर सकता है, बना नहीं सकता। एयर प्यूरिफायर जो एयर है उसको प्यूरिफाई ही कर सकता है, लेकिन एयर नहीं बना सकता। एयर बनाने के लिए ये पौधे ही होंगे। क्या हम ऐसे घर बना सकते हैं क्या जिसके बेडरूम में भी 100 पौधे के अंदर इंडोर प्लांट्स हो सकते हैं क्या? जैकी श्रॉफ का नाम सुना है आप लोगों ने? जैकी श्रॉफ का तो नाम सुना होगा, नहीं सुना है? कोई बोलेगा नहीं क्योंकि देखा तो सब होगा। तो जैकी श्रॉफ के बेडरूम में 100 प्लांट्स लगे हुए हैं, आपकी जानकारी के लिए। और वो इस बात का ब्रांड एम्बेसडर है कि हर एक को अपने घर के अंदर इंडोर आउटडोर प्लांट्स लगाने चाहिए, नहीं तो एयर क्वालिटी ठीक नहीं हो सकती, क्योंकि ये छोटे छोटे प्लांट्स ही हैं जो हमको ऑक्सीजन दे सकते हैं। क्या हमारी आर्किटेक्चर में ये आ सकता है क्या कि नेचुरल लाइट, नेचुरल हवा, नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज क्या हमारे घर के अंदर आ सकते हैं? हम जो आर्किटेक्चर डिजाइन बना रहे हैं उसके अंदर इस प्रकार का वो दे सकते हैं क्या? ये सोचने की दिशा बदलने का काम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का है। ये नहीं है कि आप कितनी बड़ी बिल्डिंग बना रहे हैं, लेकिन उस बिल्डिंग के अंदर क्या लाइफ है? अगर वो लाइफ नहीं है तो एक नॉर्मल कंक्रीट की बिल्डिंग हो जाएगी। वो जो शुभ है वो लाभ तो हो सकता है, शुभ नहीं होता। शुभ का मतलब ही शांति होती है। फिर सोचते हैं चलो इसमें ऐसा करते हैं और वास्तु कराते हैं, और फिर उसके अंदर नेगेटिव एनर्जीज की बातें करने लग जाते हैं। मेरा कहना है कि जब हम अगर एक भवन का निर्माण कर रहे हैं तो भवन नहीं है, वो इंसान को रहने के लिए जगह है। इसलिए इंसान की जीवन की एनर्जी, लाइफ भी वहां पर होनी चाहिए। और उसके लिए छोटी छोटी बातें, उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी क्या आ सकती है, उस टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ साथ उसमें क्या वास्तु का कुछ विचार हो सकता है क्या? अब तो एआई भी आ गई है, और इसलिए ये सब चीज को जोड़कर हम, पहले तो ये सब चीज नहीं थी लेकिन सब कुछ होता था। अभी तो सब कुछ है। जब सब इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं, सब टेक्नोलॉजी है, इतना हम आगे बढ़ गए हैं, तो इन सब को और भी ज्यादा अच्छे से करें। लेकिन सोचने का दृष्टिकोण हरित होना पड़ेगा, और ये हरित दृष्टिकोण के आधार पर हमें अपना एटीट्यूड बदलना पड़ेगा। एनवायरनमेंट के प्रति एम्पैथेटिक होना पड़ेगा कि नहीं, ये एम्पैथी मेरे इसके साथ में होना, सहानुभूति नहीं होनी चाहिए, एम्पैथी है। और फिर वो अपनी लाइफ स्टाइल में कैसे आए, ये हम करने के लिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमको लॉ ऑफ नेचर की जगह नेचर ऑफ लॉ लाना पड़ेगा। लॉ ऑफ नेचर, नेचर के लॉ बने, ये नहीं करना चाहिए, ये नहीं करना चाहिए। नेचर ऑफ लॉ क्या है? लैंड, एयर और वाटर। तो हमको ये नेचर ऑफ लॉ लाना पड़ेगा कि हमको अपने लैंड यानी इस पृथ्वी के बारे में विचार करना पड़ेगा, इस हवा के बारे में विचार करना पड़ेगा, इस वाटर के बारे में यानी पानी के लिए हम रिसोर्स के बारे में विचार करना पड़ेगा। ये सब क्या हम अपनी आर्किटेक्ट में ला सकते हैं क्या? ये विचार करते हुए अगर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो शायद अभी वर्तमान जो एक डायरेक्शन में हम जा रहे हैं, जिसके अंदर शायद हम वेल्थ की तरफ जा रहे हैं, वहां से हमको वैल्यूज की तरफ जाना पड़ेगा। इतना कह के मेरी बात पूरी करता हूं। नमस्कार। भारत माता की जय।
Thank you, sir. A leader with foresight, guiding transformative programs for a brighter future. Our chief guest, Sri Lanka Dinkar Garu, is currently serving as the chairman of the 20-point program in the state. He actively promotes the objectives of Vision 2047, aligning the 20-point program with national development goals such as Viksit Bharat and Swarna Andhra 2047. He proposed significant reforms to the program, including renaming it to PM Viksit Bharat Sadhana Sutharalu and Swarna Andhra Sadhana Sutharalu to better reflect its evolving mission. Most recently, he announced the upcoming launch of the Mahashakti scheme aimed at providing financial assistance to women, underscoring his commitment to inclusive growth and social empowerment. Through his leadership, Sri Dinkar Garu continues to shape policy discourse and drive reform across Andhra Pradesh. With great honor, I now request him to address the gathering.
Mata Pita Gurubhyo Namaha. Today's national conference on environmental conducive design and planning for sustainable living, aligned with Viksit Bharat and Swarnandhra. Today's very special leaders in the society have been experienced by me on these dais. Chief Patron Shri Dr.Amogh Kumar Gupta ji, Gopal ji, Arya ji, Srikonda Ramesh ji, Aditya ji, Janardhan ji, Prasanna Kumar ji, Purna Pragna ji, Chitra Rekha ji, and dignitaries, respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, and dear friends. Good morning to all. Today I stand before you to speak on the topic that is not just relevant, but it is essential for survival and future. Environmental conducive design and planning for sustainable living. As we move forward with the ambitious vision of Viksit Bharat as per the Sankalpa of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, a development and self-reliant Swadeshi Bharat, and our state goal aligning with Viksit Bharat, Honorable Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Swarnandhra 2047. We must recognize that true development is incomplete without environmental sustainability. In recent decades, rapid growth has brought progress, but there are serious challenges in front of us, mainly climate change, depletion of natural resources, pollution, and biodiversity loss. These issues remind us that development must go hand in hand with environmental responsibility. Environmental conducive design focuses on certain infrastructure that works the nature, not against it, that need to be taken into very much priority as a consideration. Nowadays we are seeing that development means jungles, that what we call the concrete jungles. We are the least bothered about the maintenance of greenery, waste management system, water conservation. These are all not considering as a priority, and we are paying our price now. And while reducing environmental impact, a principles that perfectly aligns with the goals of Viksit Bharat and Swarnandhra Pradesh, we need to be taken into consideration. Government also, as far as union government under the dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, he always emphasizes on right path about the environmental safeguard measures which very much required for the Viksit Bharat. As explained Gopal ji, Arya ji, Vikasit Bharat doesn't mean it is numerical figures, growth, sustainable growth. Always people speak about the sustainable growth of economy, but sustainable growth of economy includes safeguarding the nature, environmental measures adequately be taken as a safeguarding measures, ecological imbalances shall be removed. These are all part and parcel in Viksit Bharat. Inclusive growth and inclusive development means we should be responsible, and we should be responsible elders for the future generation to safeguard their future for years together and decades together in future. I have visited Forest Research Institution of India in Dehradun in my study tour, during the study tour in Uttarakhand, and I observed the balanced environmental management system that protects the nature with allowing the livelihood to the dependents who are living in the forest, and academic activities such as timbering of trees, and they are maintaining simultaneously. On the one hand, they are allowing for timbering of trees and livelihood measures in the forest area, as well as balancing and preserving for afforestation should be keeping in the mind of government. They are giving much priority for forestation with the sustainable growth and development for environment. Mining activities also can be carried in the forest, but what kind of safeguarding measures without impacting harm to the forest and environmental and ecological imbalance should be taken into consideration while allowing the academic prosperity and academic requirements which use for the livelihoods of each and everyone who are depending on forests. But sustainable forest management is balancing the sustainable forest management is very much required, which we identified in our study tour in Indian Forest Research Institute in Dehradun. We understood what kind of plan we need to make, just like what they are doing in forest sustainable management. We need to have our attention while planning in architecture also. We need to have the environmental and future generation, whatever the consequences they face should be kept in our mind to seize the exploitation of environmental conditions. Sustainable planning is built on simple yet powerful ideas. That few important things, even union government under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, promoting renewable energy like solar and wind power for our future by replacing the existing power generation system. How it is pollution has been generating. You know, everybody knows about thermal power, how it is generating, how much pollution it is delivering. Such kind of things shall be seized by encouraging and promoting renewable energy like solar and wind power. Our aim is 500 gigawatts solar and green power generation is the priority. As far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, our government has taken it as a challenge. At least 25% of national contribution out of these 500 gigawatts, Andhra Pradesh is going to be provide power generation in green energy. Designing buildings, maximum natural light and ventilation, as already told by Gopal ji. It is very much important priority. Unnatural way in which scientific methods, if you use those facilities, that gives other consequences, that leads to other consequences. When you have the natural light and ventilation is the part and parcel of our architecture designing and planning, you have that capability to use. But unfortunately, for last 2 decades, what we are seeing that we are going towards the westernization, we are losing control on our traditional systems. It should be taken as a part hereinafter as a priority. Expanding green spaces. I have seen a few days back one big building, 50-storied, multi-storied building. I had seen the plan, but a huge amount of the iron grills is the showcasing as the attractive mode of that building. I asked where is the green? Nothing. There is no green around it, but hundreds of course. I don't want to mention the place where it is building. I don't want to mention, but I feel very bad on my part. What we are telling to the general public, what we are practicing in reality is quite different. It should, our mindset should be changed even at the government level also. I observe that some kind of preaching the things in front of the public is different to that of the practicing, but we are striving towards the and westernization, western architecture, western culture. We are not giving priority. We are giving attention for our indigenous and our own knowledge and expertise. We are not using these kind of consequences are happening even around the government. I had observed that. And encouraging the water conservation. Magic drains are very, very important consideration we are taking in our government. As far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is giving priority for conservation of water. We don't want waste the water. Rainwater should harvest very carefully, and we need to maintain sustainable water groundwater balances by using magic drains. Magic drains is the concept. Whatever the rainwater which comes, which harvests, and it gets into those wastewater through drains, it absorbs the on ground to enhance the groundwater requirements, and that is the concept we are encouraging in the state of Andhra Pradesh also with the spirit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Another vision of Swarnandhra Pradesh, our cities and villages must become models of sustainable development, but unfortunately there is no proper planning. We are while architecture, while we are speaking about the architecture, we are whether we are confining architecture for a particular building in a particular area, or particular area architecture for a particular area or particular village, particular town, particular mandal, particular state, and within that strata of from village to state level, what is the category where we are going to give our architecture, whether it is a coastal area, whether it is hill terrain, whether it is normal terrain. These are all the things shall be taken into consideration in our mind, because every model have the unique system to be implemented for sustainable environmental protection in architecture also. Well planned cities like new Amravati, we are telling that a new capital city Amravati is building, not only reduce the environmental damage but also improve the quality of life, making them healthier, more livable and future ready, because we should plan its environmental friendly. But of course sometimes we are missing, even if we are saying about the new cities building and construction, which happens against to our vision, even though we are visualizing that environmental friendly, some kind of driving forces leading towards the unnatural way, that should be get arrested. Such kind of things should not be get forwarded. We need to have the green and friendly city in Amravati also. We need to give some suggestions from School of Planning and Architecture. Of course, Ramesh ji is one of the director, but I feel that his potential not used full extent in Amravati, as I observed. They need to use much more knowledge, and they need to use much more services from School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Amravati should be built in partnership with School of Planning and Architecture. I need to get into the notice of Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu garu in this regard. At the same time, sustainable living is not just a responsibility of government or planners. It being the each one of us. Every citizen should have their role in it. Simple actions like reducing waste, conserving water, using public transportation, water, and adoption of eco-friendly lifestyle can create large collective impact. Bharat's traditional way is our life has always respected nature. As we move towards the Vikasit Bharat, we must blend these timeless values with modern technology and innovations like artificial intelligence and quantum computing technologies and so on. Government, institutions, and citizens must work together to ensure policies and practices that promote long-term ecological balance. Our smart cities should not only be digitally advanced but also environmental conscious. Let us remember, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. That means we are more responsible for our future generation to maintain ecological balance and environmental protection in a sustainable manner. As far as sustainable development goals, 17 sustainable development goals we should be get attained by 2030. Viksit Bharat is the Sankalpa of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. By 2047, our country should emerge as a Vishwaguru. But we need to emerge as a Vishwaguru by protecting environment, and your architect and design should be commensurate with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's vision. As I told that Vikasit Bharat 2047 should not be confined with figures of economy growth rate, but it should be inclusive. Inclusive means apart from the economy, whatever we are speaking about $35 trillion economy by 2047, we need to have resilient and sustainable ecological balance and environmental protection. Role of School of Planning and Architecture in this objective, for attaining these objectives, are ensure the quality of human output from the institute. It is very much required. Collaborate with world-class institutions for knowledge sharing, and the primary motto should be build ecological resilience and sustainable balanced structures instead of mere concrete jungles. Environmental conducive design and sustainable planning are no longer optional. They are essential pillar for Vikasit Bharat and Swarnandhra Pradesh. The choices we make today will define the future we leave behind. Let us all commit ourselves building greener, cleaner, and truly sustainable future. Last but not least, Nari Shakti shall be placed in every platform as the primary requirement. I feel here also, hereinafter, in School of Planning Architecture, on dais Nari Shakti should be get appeared, because we know that 1/3 reservation in Lok Sabha and Assembly elections also, in which Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is his motto is Nari Shakti is vital for Viksit Bharat. Nari Shakti is vital for our environmental protection and sustainable, global and ecological balance. We need to give our priority for Nari Shakti also by School of Planning and Architecture. Thank you one and all. Bharat Mata ki Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir, for being here and spending your valuable time with us. And I also thank all the respected dignitaries who enlightened us about the importance of the theme and the value of sustainable growth. We now move on to the felicitation ceremony as a token of respect and gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries. With that, I now request Architect Dr.Amogh Gupta, sir, BoG Chairperson. Should I cover, sir? Okay. Thank you.
हाँ बुला रहे। जैसा मैंने आपको बताया था कि पर्यावरण संरक्षण गतिविधि बच्चों के साथ में एक पर्यावरण में कंपटीशन कराती है जिसका नाम है नेशनल स्टूडेंट पर्यावरण कंपटीशन। पिछले साल हुआ है, इस साल होने वाला है, उसके पोस्टर का विमोचन करना है। इसके लिए मैं प्रसन्न कुमार जी को अनुरोध करता हूं कि वो मंच पे आए और पोस्टर विमोचन के लिए
Friends, thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity of releasing the poster on National Students Paryavaran Competition. National Students Paryavaran Competition is an opportunity for students of several levels, starting from the schools to the colleges and professional courses, even to those people who are not going to any educational institution, but they are also interested in learning and contributing to environment. This is an online quiz which has an element of planting. This year the theme is from Bijaropan to Vriksharopan. That means from sowing to planting and also protecting the tree and taking care of the tree. So when you do some activity relating to making a seed ball or making or planting or nursery raising, you take a photograph and upload that online and also participate in a quiz, and you get a certificate immediately. This year we also have a big prize of 1 crore rupees for those people who participate in the quiz. There's a national. This is a national level program. Last year we had more than 15 lakh people participate in it. This year we are expecting around 30 lakh people participating in it. So we request all students of School of Planning to participate in this quiz also and contribute to the field of environmental education and learning. This quiz starts on July 15th and ends on 15th of September, and the results are announced on the 20th of September. You can also influence and also prevail upon your friends, relatives, your younger siblings, or those people who are younger than you in studying in various schools and colleges across the country to participate in this quiz. Thank you so much. This quiz is supported by the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change of Union Government, and several state governments also are supporting this. AICTE, UGC, and several boards, school boards, and colleges boards are also participating and supporting in this activity. So this is also supported by universities across the country. Central and state universities are also participating and supporting this. The idea is that we do an environmental activity and we also take pride in that and keep the certificate as a memento for future. When we get old, we have an opportunity to show to our grandchildren or coming generations that this has been our contribution to environment when we were at a younger age or when we were going to the school or college. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to the felicitation ceremony, and I now request Architect Dr. Amogh Kumar Gupta, sir, BoG Chairperson SPA Vijayawada to kindly felicitate our esteemed dignitaries. May I now request Sri Lanka Dinkar Garu, our chief guest, to kindly accept the token of appreciation. I also request all the dignitaries to join for the felicitation. I request Sri Gopal Aryaji to kindly accept the token of gratitude. I request Professor H.D. Charan sir to kindly accept the token of appreciation. I now request our director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, to kindly felicitate architect Dr. Amogh Kumar Gupta sir. And now I request Amogh Kumar Gupta sir to felicitate our respected director, Professor Dr. Ramesh. I now request Dr. Bhagwat Jayeshkumar Maheshkumar sir, the coordinator of this conference, to kindly come and felicitate Dr. Amitava Sarkar, HOD Department of Architecture, and Dr. Adinarayanane sir, HOD Department of Planning, the conveners for this conference. I now request Jay sir to give the vote of thanks.
On behalf of the organizing committee of the HARIT Conference 2026, based on environment conducive design and planning for sustainable living, I take this opportunity to thank our respected chief guest, Lanka Dinkarji. Along with that, I would like to thank Gopal Aryaji, Amogh Gupta sir, H.D. Charan sir, for their valuable time for this conference and motivation for this conference. Along with that, I would look forward to now the other sessions which are there, which will be 6 sessions. First is related to climate responsive design after the keynote of Amogh Kumar Gupta sir. Then traditional wisdom and sustainability, environment, psychology and sustainable development. This is for day 1. For day 2, healthy built environment, innovation and technology, and traditional material and modern construction technology. I thank one and all present here for their valuable time for this conference. Thank you. Yes. Yes. So there is a small tea break now. I would request you all to have tea and then come back for the keynote address. We will start in the next 10 minutes. We request you all to have tea and come back. to the auditorium. All the students, dignitaries, kindly come back to the auditorium after 10 minutes. Yes.
The tea is arranged in the exhibition hall for the faculties, and for the students it's in the corridor.
Ching, ching, ching.
వాళ్ళకి లింక్స్ వెళ్ళాలి కదా ప్యానల్ డిస్కషన్
check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
Hello, check.
Check, 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 check. Hello, check, 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 check. Hello, check, 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 check.
Hello. See, I would like to request you all that please call your batchmates and please come in the front rows. I think you all can come in the front rows and please call your batchmates quickly. Another table we can
The first session is online.
बना के रख देंगे
वो आपके आंसर आने को पूछते हैं यही तो ऐसे यहाँ से यहीं मूव कर रहे हैं अंदर ही लेने जा रहे हैं और बस उनके
ओके उनके वो लेके चले गए क्या
नहीं आप भेज रहे हैं कवर से पीछे कवर से नहीं नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं कॉलेज के लिए कर रहे हैं ना सर अपना ड्यूटी अपन कर रहे हैं पहले
हाँ बाकी नहीं
ये आयन सर की फाइल है सर उन्होंने रखने को बोला ये फाइल्स किसकी नहीं पता मुझे नहीं तो अभी का ये सारा जमा करके एक जगह रख देते हैं
पीछे रख देते हैं नहीं ये तो फाइल है हमारा जो गेस्ट इधर स्टेज पर वाला फाइल है रहने दीजिए एडिशनल फाइल
किसी को लगा
टेबल पर रख देते हैं
बाकी हो गया सर इनॉग्रल अच्छा हो गया खत्म
इनॉग्रल अच्छा हो गया मैम मैं सारे स्टूडेंट्स को अंदर लेके आऊँ क्या
हाँ हाँ सर
आई थिंक वी शुड डू दैट ना
Madam, take attendance. I don't see the first years here. You all will get a telling. We are calling students for hearing the distinctions, not to time for everyone has submissions. Here, I want to see all the first, second years of the year. Doesn't sending of them. पहचानते हो सर ठीक है
ఇలా చూపించారండి.
ఇట్లా పెట్టిస్తావా ఆయనకి చెప్పు.
నీకు వచ్చిందా ఫస్ట్ స్లైడ్ వచ్చిందా?
ఓకే తీసి
సెకండ్
ఇంకా
నాకు రాలేదంటే వచ్చిందా? This will close it whenever I want to.
అది పెట్టుకొని ఉంచుకో ఏంట్రా ఎక్కడ కనపడకుండా పెట్టా
We request you all to kindly come and occupy the front seats. Students who are sitting on the red seats, we request you to come and join on the blue seats. Please come forward. We will start the session in the next few minutes. All are required to occupy the blue seats. All the students are required to occupy the blue seats.
Distinguished guests, as we transition from our inaugural ceremony into the core technical deliberations of HARIT 2, we begin with a session that sets the intellectual cornerstone for the next 2 days. It is our privilege to invite our keynote speaker to the podium, Architect Dr.Amogh Kumar Gupta sir, Chairperson Board of Governors, SPA Vijayawada, a visionary leader with over 37 years of experience, and distinguished architect. Dr. Gupta has been driving force in shaping architectural education and practice in India. He brings the wealth of leadership and expertise to HARIT 2 National Conference. Sir, we look forward to your insights on the future of sustainable living.
उधर से तो बोलना जरूरी नहीं ना, उधर तो प्रेजेंटेशन करना हो करेंगे, ठीक है। थैंक यू। ज्यादा विलंब ना करते हुए, क्योंकि अमूमन जैसे कि प्रत्येक सेमिनार में एक चीज कॉमन होता है कि हम समय से थोड़ा पीछे चलने लगते हैं। मैं सीधे विषय पर आऊंगा। वैसे तो मैं इस प्रांगण में हमेशा हिंदी में ही बोलने का प्रयास करता हूं, पर पता नहीं क्यों मुझे इस बार कुछ लोगों ने सलाह दी थी कि दक्षिण भारत में विद्यार्थियों के बीच में विषय को ले जाने के लिए एक बार मुख्य विषय में आप अगर अंग्रेजी में बोलेंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा, तो मैं अंग्रेजी में बोलने का प्रयास करूंगा। आज जो विषय हरित है, तो इसके हरित के बारे में चर्चा हो चुकी है। Let us understand that Harit does not merely means green. Harit stands for holistic actions and approach. जैसा कि गोपाल जी आर्य ने बताया है, it is not just about planting trees or discussing climate change. It is a comprehensive philosophy that encourages us to live in economy with nature. It's about coexistence, about moving away from the consumption driven by greed to mindful utilization based on need, about respecting the earth not as a resource and to exploit but as a mother to nurture. Today when we hear the word green, it often reminds us of problems, the climate change, global warming, melting glaciers, pollutions, and environmental degradation. However, Harit offers a different perspective. It is not a problem-centric but solution-oriented. It invites us to rethink our approach and reconnect with our roots. Despite adopting modern technologies and Western solutions, we are witnessing a continuous decline in the environmental quality and human well-being. This clearly indicates that something is missing in our approach. Perhaps the answer does not lie entirely in creating something new from scratch, but in revisiting and understanding the wisdom of our past. The civilization of Bharat was once symbol of prosperity, knowledge and sustainability, unlike the term India, which echoes a colonial narrative. Bharat reminds us a culturally rich, self-reliant and environmentally conscious society. Our ancient texts, the Vedas, Purans, Upanishads, Ramayana and Mahabharata, Bhagwat Gita and Vastu Shastra are not merely a religious or a philosophical scriptures. They are repositories of scientific and environmental knowledge. The themes of the seminar, such as climate responsive design, sustainable planning, healthy built environments, and the integration of traditional materials with modern technology are deeply embedded with these knowledge systems. Climate responsive design, as emphasized in Vastu Shastra, is rooted in understanding the orientation, sun path, wind direction, and spatial organization so that building remain naturally comfortable with excessive dependence on mechanical systems. Sustainable planning can be seen in traditional Indian settlements, where cities like Dholavira and Jaipur were planned with efficient water management systems, mixed land use, and a strong sense of self-sufficiency, ensuring the long-term ecological balance. The concept of healthy built environments finds its origin in Ayurveda and Vastu, which recognize the deep connection between space, human health, and well-being by ensuring proper light, ventilation, and harmony with natural elements. Similarly, the integration of traditional materials with modern technology reminds us that materials such as earth, lime, bamboo, stone, which were extensively used in ancient construction, can be innovatively combined with contemporary techniques to create structures that are energy efficient, durable, and environmentally responsible. Ancient Indian cities and settlements were living examples of sustainability. Cities like Takshila functioned as a large, organized, self-sufficient urban sub-center. The planning of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa demonstrated the advanced drainage systems, grid planning, and climate responsive architecture. मैं कुछ संदर्भ वाक्य साथ में लेता हुआ चलूंगा और बाद में कंक्लूड करूंगा. अथर्ववेद सूत्र 12.1.12 कहता है माता भूमि पुत्रोहम पृथ्वा, अर्थ इज माय मदर एंड आई एम हर सन. यह सूत्र वाक्य मनुष्य के साथ उसको अर्बन सेटलमेंट प्लानिंग करने के लिए स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट होता था. पृथ्वी माता है. Ancient cities were not just cities, they were ecosystems designed for a long-term sustainability, resilience, and harmony with nature. Where it even more remarkable is how our sages ensured that sustainable practice became a part of daily life. They understood that the complex scientific reasonings might not be easily understood by the masses. So, they embedded environment responsibility into culture, tradition, and religion. Rivers were revered as mothers and worshipped as goddess, ensuring their protection. The ritual offering coins into rivers, which originally involved copper coins, had the added benefit of aiding in water purification. Now let us remind what Manusmriti says. मनुस्मृति के बारे में आप लोगों ने सुना होगा. नापसु मूत्रम पुरुषम वा षष्ठी वना समुत्थत सृजेत अमेध्या लिप्तम मन यद वा लोहितम वा विषाणी वा. मनुष्य को जल मतलब नदी, तालाब, कुआं में कभी भी मूत्र और मल का विसर्जन नहीं करना चाहिए, थूक कफ का विसर्जन नहीं करना चाहिए और अन्य अशुद्ध वस्तुएं जैसे रक्त या विष नहीं डालना चाहिए. One should not pollute water bodies with waste. दूसरा श्लोक पद्म पुराण. मैं हर एक पुराणों से एक एक सूत्र लेके चला हूं. कूपवापीत डागेशु यह नरो क्लेद माचेत मलमूत्रादिकम वापी सह याति नरक ध्रुवम. जो मनुष्य कुएं, बावड़ी, तालाब आदि जल स्रोतों में मल मूत्र या अन्य गंदगी डालता है वह निश्चित रूप से नरक को प्राप्त करता है। यह पुराण, पद्म पुराण में सृष्टि खंड में कहा गया। Certain forests were declared sacred, where even plucking of leaf was prohibited, thereby ensuring the biodiversity conservation. Practices such as not disturbing plants unnecessarily or following specific rituals related to nature were all rooted into environmental sensitivity. These were not superstitious, but intelligent strategies to align human behavior with ecological balances. 10 कूप समावापी 10 वापी समो हृदय 10 हृदम समः पुत्रो 10 पुत्रो समो द्रुमः। ये वृक्ष आयुर्वेद की पंक्तियां हैं जो कहती है 1 tree is equal to 10 sons। हमारे हर साहित्य में पर्यावरण या आत्मचिंतन के लिए क्या क्या लिखा गया इसको मैं सूत्रों को प्रकट कर रहा हूं। However, the challenges we face today are not merely due to lack of knowledge or technology, but primarily due to issues of attitude, empathy, and lifestyle. First and foremost, in every element of nature, if we see the presence of the divine in every practice around us, then our approach towards the environment will automatically change. We will protect and respect what we consider sacred. This shift in attitude is fundamental. Secondly, we need empathy, the ability to understand the feel and pain of nature. When we begin to realize that cutting a tree or polluting a river causes harm, not just to the environment, but to the entire ecosystem, we become more responsible in our actions. Our ancient traditions emphasized this empathy by encouraging practices that respected all forms of life. Thirdly, and most importantly, this attitude and empathy must reflect in our lifestyle. From the moment we wake up, the time we go to sleep, our daily choices, how we use water, energy, fuel, and other resources must align with the principles of sustainability. Protecting the environment is not a complex or an unattainable task. It is not a rocket science. It simply requires a conscious change in our habits and mindset. We can adopt a simple yet effective approach in the form of what I call RRR, the environmental responsibility. From a contemporary sustainability perspective, it can be understood as refuse, reduce, and restore. Refusing practices that harms the environment, reducing unnecessary consumption, and restoring the ecological balance through conscious efforts. At the same time, from an Indian philosophical perspective, the same idea can be interpreted more deeply as restrain, respect, and replenish. Restraining our desires, respecting nature as a sacred, and replenishing what we take from the earth. This thought finds a clear reflection in Isha Upanishad, which says, Isa vasyam midam sarvam yakt kincham jagatyam jagat ten takten bhunjita ma gradam kasya svid dhanam. Everything in this universe is pervaded by the divine. Enjoy with restraint and do not be greedy, for nothing truly belongs to you. Enjoy with restraint. Similarly, the idea of respecting nature as a divine, for nothing truly embedded in our civilization ethos that sees the presence of sacred in every element of nature and the principles of replenishment is reflected in traditional practices with human actions and were always balanced with responsibility into compost towards the environment. For example, organic waste can be converted into compost. Materials like paper and metals can be repurposed creatively. Such as a small consistent action, when practiced collectively, can make a significant difference. As professionals, especially as professional nation builders, our role becomes even more critical. We must think and act at three levels: the personal, professional, and public. At personal level, we must reflect on our own habits and choices. At professional level, we must reflect our planned spaces that are environmentally responsive and sustainable. And at public level, we must inspire and influence others. Real change does not come from the laws and regulations. It comes from people. It comes from awareness, motivation, and collective action. If our efforts can inspire even a few individuals to adopt sustainable practices such as rainwater harvesting, tree plantation, or energy conservation, we are contributing meaningfully to the larger goal. In the end, I hope that after attending this seminar, we not only understood the responsibilities but also begin to act at personal, professional, and public levels for the benefit of the environment. Because every meaningful transformation begins with a thought. Harit is not just word, it is a vision, it is a movement and a responsibility. It calls upon us to rejuvenate our indigenous knowledge systems and to integrate them with contemporary practices to create a sustainable future. It reminds us that the earth is our mother, air is our life, and water is the essence of life. Recognizing and internalizing this truth is enough to initiate the change. As we begin this seminar, I sincerely hope that it will not just be a platform for discussion and exchange of ideas, but a catalyst for a transformation. Let us leave this space with a renewed sense of purpose and commitment. Let us not only think about sustainability, but also act upon it in our daily lives and professional practices. And even if we are not able to act immediately, let us this seminar at least time initiate a thought process in us, because every meaningful change begins with a thought. यजुर्वेद में लिखा है, ओम दयो शांति अंतरिक्षम शांति पृथ्वी शांति रापा शांति रोषधया शांति. May there be peace in sky, in the atmosphere, on earth, in water, and all vegetation. सुबह से प्रकृति के बारे में जब बात हुई, मैं दो और कोट को करना चाहूंगा। स्कंद पुराण, न दूषेत जल विद्वान न वृक्षान छिंदयात कदाचन प्रकृतिम रक्षेत नित्यम धर्मोस्य सनातन। इसका अर्थ है बुद्धिमान व्यक्ति जल को दूषित न करें, वृक्षों को नष्ट न करें, प्रकृति की रक्षा करना ही सनातन धर्म है। अंत में मैंने आज अंग्रेजी में बोला, कुछ संस्कृत के संदर्भों को लिया, यह एक विशेष उद्देश्य से लिया, यह बताने के लिए कि हमारे चाहे वो 4 वेद हो, 18 पुराण हो, उपनिषद हो, रामायण हो, महाभारत हो, सब पुस्तकों में जीवन दिनचर्या से कैसे प्रकृति और सस्टेनेबिलिटी हो सकती है, ये आपके व्यवहार में उतारने के लिए यह चीज बताई गई है। लेकिन मैं जो संदेश देना चाह रहा हूं, बहुत जल्दी अभी जनगणना अभियान चालू हो रहा है। सही या गलत वो चर्चा का विषय नहीं होगा, लेकिन आज हम लोकतंत्र में संख्यात्मक बल ही सर्वोपरि है, ऐसा एक पद्धति लेके चल रहे हैं। हमारी कोई भी संख्या जिससे आएगी उससे भविष्य की सारी योजनाओं का निर्धारण होता है। तो जब भाषा पे आप आए और आपको संतुष्टि इस बात से हुई होगी कि ये जीवन मूल्य जिनके बारे में हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं, आवश्यकता है, वो हमारे संदर्भित ग्रंथों में है और वो संदर्भित ग्रंथ संस्कृत में है, तो आप अपनी प्रथम भाषा मातृभाषा अवश्य दर्ज कराएं, लेकिन दूसरी भाषा के रूप में जहां तक हो सके संस्कृत को अगर आप देंगे तो भारत सरकार की योजना का पैसा संस्कृत के उत्थान, संवर्धन, संरक्षण के लिए जाएगा, अथवा फिर अदरवाइज नहीं जाएगा। तो हमारे ज्ञान के संदर्भ भी खत्म हो जाएंगे। अगर आपको लगता है कि शोध का विषय हो सकता है तो कृपया इस बात पर आप सबसे ध्यान देंगे, ऐसा मेरा अनुरोध है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Now I request you to please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anoshka Datta, and I will be your host for today's event. As we begin, we now move to our first panel discussion on climate responsive design and planning, which addresses the urgent need to align our built environment with the evolving rhythms of our global climate. This session explores how architecture can move beyond mere shelter to become a proactive participant in environmental resilience. I am honored to invite our esteemed moderator, Professor Dr. Ayan Kumar Tarafdar, Professor at the Department of Planning, SPAV, and Head of Amrit Center of Urban Planning under the Government of India, to guide the discussion. Sir, please.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you who are here. So we have this first, and I would say perhaps one of the most significant sessions starting, which is on climate sensitive design and planning. And it is significant for all of us primarily because of the profile of the speakers. We have 3 speakers in this session, and they are the 3 directors of the 3 institutes of national importance, the schools of planning and architecture, Delhi, Bhopal and Vijayawada. So that itself is enough to understand what we are going to hear. But to make it in a different note, these 3 persons who are going to speak to you are the heads of these institutions. So it's not merely their content which you will hear, it is also their wisdom which will come into picture. and I request all of you to listen carefully to all the three speakers. And just now I came to know that SPA Bhopal director has an important meeting, may not be able to join, but we will try again once more in between to check with him. So we would have two speakers speaking. First, the director of SPA Delhi, Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paul. Let me briefly introduce him, but before that, I would ask coordinator to check whether he has joined online. Okay, so great. So Professor V.K. Paul is the director of SPA Delhi, as I said, and is an eminent architect and building engineering and management expert of our nation. He did his BAc from Chandigarh College of Architecture and thereafter his Masters and PhD from SPA Delhi. His expertise lies in the domain of building science, fire safety, and construction management, project management. He has served as a visiting professor to Liverpool John Moores University in Liverpool and is currently a visiting professor to University of West England in Bristol. He has been conferred the degree of D.Litt Honours by the University of Mewar in 2023 for his contribution in building engineering and management. So Professor Paul also received many awards that include the Indian Buildings Congress Medal, Architectural Engineering Gold Medal by Institute of Engineers, and many others similar felicitations. He has over 10 PhD credits to PhD students who has completed under his credit, and over 180 publications, and he has been rendering technical advisory on many educational campus development. So there is no end to speak about him. So let us now honor and invite him to deliver his talk today on climate responsive design and planning for this session. Sir, if you are online, please, the mic is yours.
Okay. Am I audible, Ayan?
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible. Please go on.
Okay. Thank you, Ayan, for a nice introduction. Gupta ji and others who are present here in the auditorium. Yes, now I can see Chairman Sahab, Charanji, and other dignitaries. So, namaskar. My other faculty colleagues from SPA Vijayawada. So it's a great moment for me to be part of the discussion here on a topic which is so very relevant and important. Ramesh bhai, thank you very much for taking the initiative and carrying this discussion from where Gopal had actually started. And at the outside, let me speak my heart and mind. अगर चरण जी अवसर दे तो अगले साल हम आपको दिल्ली में इस कार्यक्रम को करें तो हमें बड़ा अच्छा लगेगा और ये आपका हमारा एक सौभाग्य होगा कि इसको हम आगे बढ़ाएं और इसके हवाले से ये एक राउंड टेबल एक मतलब इंटर इंस्टीट्यूशनल एक परिक्रमा है जो विचारों का आदान प्रदान और इसको आगे बढ़ाती रहेगी। तो ये एक तीनों एसपीए का एक ऐसा हरित प्रयास होगा जो ये इस पौधे को और आगे बढ़ाएगा। तो इसी अपेक्षा के साथ आई विल बी वेरी हैप्पी टू ब्रिंग इट टू दिल्ली नेक्स्ट ईयर और आपने ये हमारा प्रस्ताव अग्री किया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो मैं अपने संक्षेप में थोड़ी अपनी बात जो मेरे को समझ आती है उसको रखना चाहूंगा। हिंदी by that everybody understands। तो बेसिकली हम तो देख रहे हैं कि क्लाइमेट रिस्पॉन्सिव डिजाइन की बात चलती है और एनवायरमेंट कंडूसिव डिजाइन एंड प्लानिंग की बात चलती है। एक कम्युनिकेशन है एक ही किसी के आसपास की भी एक स्टोरी लाइन है, अलग अलग ओरिएंटेशन है, अलग अलग कॉन्टेक्स्ट है, अलग अलग पाथवेज हो सकते हैं, लेकिन मूलभूत मुद्दा जो है वो वही है कि हमने डिजाइन और प्लानिंग को हाउ रिस्पॉन्सिबली वी हैव टू टेक इट. So of late, I have started refraining from using word sustainable or others. No, I have kind of a tendency to use word by way of responsible design and planning and design. तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मतलब आप अपनी आप रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कैसे उसको देखते हो. वो क्लाइमेट रिस्पॉन्सिव हो सकती है, वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी को देख सकती है, आप डिजास्टर को देख सकती है. तो ये सारा उसका समावेश, दैट इज द टोटलिटी ऑफ वेरियस कॉन्टेक्स्ट दैट वी नीड टू ब्रिंग इट इन दिस डिजाइन, एंड क्लाइमेट इज वन एस्पेक्ट. तो मेरा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की तरफ ज्यादा है कि somebody is not going to tell us what is to be done. It is my own responsibility that I will take. And with all these things समय तरीके से बढ़ता चला जाएगा. जैसे दिल्ली में होगा तो क्लाइमेट के साथ बाहर का PM 2.5 और PM 10 जो पोल्यूशन की भी बात चलती है, वो इसी के साथ जुड़ जाएगा. वो उसके अलग कारण हो सकते हैं, कंस्ट्रक्शन पॉल्यूशन हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. So how you construct yourself as a responsibility? So my starting point is from that. Sir, हम सब यहाँ पे प्रोफेसर हैं, सीनियर फैकल्टी कोलीग्स बैठे हैं. तो इसमें अमोघ गुप्ता जी ने हमारे जो इंडियन विजडम में बहुत कुछ लिखा है उसके बारे में बात की है. तो मैं उसी को थोड़ा हट के एक संक्षेप में साधारण भाषा में बात करना चाहूंगा. सर, ये जो क्लाइमेट की खासकर बात है, इसमें हमारे कल्चर का बहुत ज्यादा जो रिलेशनशिप है. Now design has to be contextual. It has to be related to who we are, what we are, where we are, and what kind of culture and the society that we have. ये उससे अलग नहीं हो सकता. अगर मान लीजिए अभी हम we were in Ladakh, now the kind of culture and the kind of society that exists there, my design cannot be out of that context. And so long as I am rooted in that framework, I automatically will have a lot of solutions which my culture and my society would have actually given. हम क्या खाते हैं, क्या पीते हैं, क्या हमारा वो we have this communicate, चाहे आप उसको traditional wisdom कर लीजिए, over centuries what we have learned and we have imbibed that as our vernacular, understanding of चाहे वो खाना पीना है, चाहे हम कपड़े कैसे पहनते हैं, बाहर की आबो हवा क्या है, तो उसी के साथ वो बना हुआ है और उसी के आसपास वो डेवलप होता है. So long as we are connected with that, it has to complete that equation. वो पूरा एक कंप्लीट टोटलिटी में सोल्यूशन आता है. लेकिन जब भी हम उसमें से एक वेरिएबल हटाते हैं, मान लीजिए खान पान छोड़ दिया जो हमारा ट्रेडिशनली अप्रोप्रिएट है, मेरा बॉडी सिस्टम खराब हुआ, तो जैसे मेरे को उसमें एक माय लाइफस्टाइल शुड बी, मैंने कैसे रहना है, कैसे मेरे को उस डिजाइन या उस बिल्ट एनवायरनमेंट में होना चाहिए, all that will get disturbed and naturally I will have some problem. So every place has its own culture and the context. My feeling is that in our design and planning pursuit, we tend to ignore this fundamental dimension of culture and society. अब उसी का नतीजा हम देखते हैं वो ये है कि दिल्ली में भी वैसा ही घर बन रहा है, दिल्ली में भी अमेरिका वाला बिल्डिंग बन रहा है, और लेकिन मैं हूं नहीं, मेरा कल्चर कुछ और है. मैं अपने आप को जैसे उस मौसम में ढाल सकता हूं, वो मेरा इननेट क्वालिटी है. मैं तो डिजाइन में क्रिएटिव प्रॉब्लम भी, मैं ऐसा नहीं करना चाहता. मैं तो नीचे बैठ के खाना खा कुछ भी, मेरे को खाना हाथ से खाना आता है. लेकिन द मोमेंट I have created a constraint around me wherein I have a design which is not appropriate for me. So what I feel is, do we really propagate the sense of design and planning and design, where the at the bottom of that is who I am, what is my culture, what is my understanding of my place, और वहां से क्या जर्मिनेट हो रहा है और हमारी समझ वहां किस डेप्थ तक जा रही है, हमने लोगों को अपने आप को वहां तक कितनी डेप्थ तक समझा है। अब बात ये आई, चलो हिमाचल की बात लेते हैं। मैं यहां से बैठ के हिमाचल का घर बना रहा हूं और मैं हिमाचल वाले को कितना समझ पा रहा हूं, और उसको समझने के लिए जो मुझे प्रयास करना है वो मेरा प्रयास डिजाइन सोल्यूशन देने से ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट है। अच्छा, उसको डिफिकल्ट है या तो मैं लोगों से समझू, या लोगों से नहीं समझूंगा तो मेरे पास कोई लिटरेचर हो सकता है। और वहीं पे वो बात आ गई जो गुप्ता जी कह रहे हैं कि हमारे लिटरेचर में उस कल्चर को, उस सोसाइटी को समझने का फ्रेमवर्क ऑलरेडी मिला है, जो लोगों ने बरसों सदियों से उसके ऊपर समझ के उसको कहीं ना कहीं उसका वर्णन किया है। तो क्या हम उसको ले, अब वो एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे है जो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट हो सकता है, लेकिन अगर मेरे पास अगर वो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट नहीं है तो मैं वहां एक इलाके में समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं, लेकिन मेरी दृष्टि उतनी दूर ही जा सकती है जितनी दूर मैं लोगों से मिलकर बैठ के बात कर सकता हूं। हाँ, वो जरूरी है क्योंकि मुझे एक कन्विक्शन होनी चाहिए कि मैं उस वहां पे क्लाइमेट रिस्पॉन्सेज या लोकल चीज के लिए यहां तक देख सकता हूं। उसके आगे मुझे एक डॉक्यूमेंटेड हिस्टोरिक कोई एंशिएंट कोई ऐसा या लोकल कोई एक रिसोर्स लेना पड़ेगा। तो जब हम उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखते हैं, देन वी हैव नो प्रॉब्लम इन फाइंडिंग द नॉलेज, बॉडी ऑफ नॉलेज दैट इज रिटन इन our Indian knowledge system. It becomes our innate calling. Where do we get it from? And that is what my pathway for reaching out to the solution is. क्योंकि हमारे अक्सर ये लिखा गया है, जब हम इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात करते हैं तो हम वहां जाते हैं, लोग पूछते हैं कि भाई ये हम यहाँ जा रहे हैं, तो जा क्यों रहे हैं? वो हमें, मुझे लगता है कि उसको भी उतनी ही गंभीरता से बताना, जाना इसलिए है क्योंकि उसके जाए बगैर जो तुम सोल्यूशन दोगे वो अमेरिका का ही निकल के आएगा, या दूसरा निकल के आएगा, या हिमाचल में नॉर्थ ईस्ट का निकल के आएगा, क्योंकि वो हमें समझ करने का वो फ्रेमवर्क नहीं है। तो एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में करना और उसको एक कंटेम्पररी अंडरस्टैंडिंग के साथ उसको डालना। तो अगर हम इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम जो हमारी बेसिक, I think it's just an understanding who we are, हमारी जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। अब हमारे यहाँ पे साधारण क्लाइमेटोलॉजी भी से दैट इट शुड बी मॉर्निंग सनलाइट शुड कम और साउथ में ये आना चाहिए। तो जब हम छोटे होते थे तो हमारे पिताजी कहते थे कि ये जो है ना तुम्हारा घर, ये चढ़ते पासे का सूरज होगा, लड़ते पासे का है। अब आप उसको बोल दो, उनकी इनेट अंडरस्टैंडिंग है जो उन्होंने कहीं से लोगों से नीचे लेके आया है। अब हम उसको जब पढ़ लिख गए तो बोल रहे ओरिएंटेशन आना चाहिए। अरे वो पिताजी घर में सुबह से रोज बोल रहे थे कि चढ़ते पासे रहता है, रसूल सा होना चाहिए था, तो ए वाला है तो इधर जाना चाहिए। सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज दैट the knowledge exists, we have to actually put that in the contemporary manner, and when we start connecting with that, the search for solutions in Indian knowledge system जो हमारा लिटरेचर है, it becomes our natural calling. rather तो अगर हम ये अपने स्टूडेंट्स को बता दें कि हमें वहां क्यों जाना है और वहां पे दिखाएं कि ये घर में the design is because of this, because it is suited for Ladakh, it is suited for Himachal, it is suited for that, and therefore this is where that knowledge is written. Let's build our narrative from there. I think we will be much better. अब मेरा एक इसमें छोटा सा एक इसको स्ट्रेंथन करता है जो मेरी अपने लिए, कि अब हम इंग्लैंड में देखें तो जितना आंध्र प्रदेश के 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट होंगे, उससे तो उतने में तो आधा इंडियन पार हो जाएगा। लेकिन उनकी डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ चैलेंजेस, डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ कल्चर बिल्कुल कम है, तो वो उनका एक लिमिटेड वे में तो एप्लीकेशन हो सकता है। लेकिन जब हम इंडिया की बात करते हैं, जहां हमारे हर 50 किलोमीटर के बाद things start changing so much that our eating habits, our problems, our climate, our weather, everything starts changing. We have to go beyond. अब कोनिश वरेर की किताब हम पढ़ते हैं, अब कोनिश वरेर की किताब में बेसिक्स तो दे दिया है, लेकिन उसको कॉन्टेक्स्ट और कल्चर और सोसाइटी के जो स्ट्रक्चर है उसके बीच में ढालना वो मिसिंग है। अब वो मिसिंग है तो जो उसमें रहेगा वो उसमें सूटेड नहीं होगा, वो उसके साथ ठीक से नहीं आ पाएगा। सो वी नीड टू स्टार्ट लुकिंग एट थिंग्स इन आवर ओन सेंसिबल मैनर। अब लद्दाख की बात करें, अभी कुछ दिन पहले हो गए थे तो वहां पे साउथ वेस्ट साइड पे वो एक ग्लास का कमरा बनाते हैं, वो उन्होंने अपनी बात सीखा कि इसी साइड पे हमारा ये वाला, उसको शैल खंड बोलते हैं वो, तो वहां पे हमारे को बहुत बढ़िया आता है, उसको उनको कंजर्व करने की उनको जानकारी है, उनको कैसे यूज करना है, एवरीथिंग दे नो, एंड अर्थ को भी कैसे यूज करना ये आता है। लेकिन जब हमने वहां पे ट्रॉम लगा दी, अब ट्रॉम गर्मी का काम तो कर रहा है अंदर गर्म करने का, लेकिन वहां अंदर एक बंद डब्बे में टिफिन में तो बैठ नहीं सकता है, उसको उस साइड का बाहर का व्यू भी लेना है, उसको देखना भी है। तो ड्रोन रूम इज ए गुड सोल्यूशन, बट आई कैन नॉट लिव इन द ट्रू वर्ल्ड, आई नीड टू सी आउटसाइड, मेरे को वो देखना भी है। तो देख के मैंने रोजमर्रा को जो काम करना है वो भी एवरीथिंग आई हैव टू वर्क, सो आई फाइंड दैट इट्स अ वेरी गुड सोल्यूशन, बड़ा अच्छा गर्म होता है अंदर। लेकिन द वे you have a livability in that shell khand, it's very very different. Now that is where the culture becomes the determining factor, जहां पे उस घर की उपयोगिता भी हो। थोड़ा अभी कंक्लूड करूंगा एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल के साथ। अब वहां पे गर्मी का बहुत अभाव सब जगह रहती है, लेकिन इफ यू गो टू दीज मोनेस्ट्रीज, they use such beautiful colors, और तनखा पेंटिंग जिसको बैठ के अंदर वो जो मॉन्क्स है वो अंदर बनाते हैं, बहुत ब्राइट कलर्स है, खुद बनाते हैं, और जहां पे वो बिल्डिंग चारों तरफ से इंसुलेटेड है, डे लाइट की कोई संभावना नहीं है, तो क्या मन में हमारे प्रश्न नहीं आता कि अंदर इतनी चारों तरफ से छोटी छोटी खिड़कियां होती है कि बहुत ठंडी हवा चलती है, तो वहां पे वो रंग से बैठ के अपने कल्चर में अपनी पेंटिंग्स कैसे बनाते हो, सिर के ऊपर कैसे करते होंगे वहां पे इतनी लाइट तो है नहीं, दिया लगाएंगे तो आंखें खराब होंगी, अगर दिया लगाएंगे तो बाकी जो और दीवार के ऊपर फ्रेस्कोस है वो सारे खराब हो जाएंगे। सो दे डिवाइस, दे रेज देयर मिडिल पार्ट ऑफ द रूफ एंड गेट द लाइट। तो उन्होंने अपने कल्चर में जहां जरूरत थी तो छत को फाड़ के ऊपर किया, चारों तरफ से लाइट आई, इट्स सो वेल लाइटेड, एंड दे फाउंड द सोल्यूशन वही कोनिश बर्गर का है, लेकिन अपने कल्चर के लिए इंसुलेट भी किया है, और वहां पे अपना वो डे लाइट भी लाया, और अपना लाइफस्टाइल भी चल रहा है, और उसी के आसपास उनकी जिंदगी कर ले। तो कल्चर और डिजाइन सोल्यूशन दोनों मिल गए ना जी। Now can we therefore in our planning and design pursuit, we leave that my understanding is somewhere we give lesser importance to the context where culture, society, this is a part of it. जब वहां से ढूंढते हैं तो उसकी समझ को built environment में कैसे डालना, there our ancient literature clearly helps us do. For example, यह हिमाचल में बड़ा कॉमन है कि पहाड़ के ऊपर जो है कोई घर नहीं बनाता है, सिर्फ शिमला बनाते हैं, कसौली बनाते हैं, क्योंकि सबको पता है पहाड़ के ऊपर बनाना मूर्खता है, आपको वहां पे पानी नहीं मिलेगा, कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। तो ऊपर कहते हैं वो शक्ति का पीठ है। तो हमेशा हमारी जो माता होती है, जैसे वैष्णो देवी है या कोई और है, तो वो शक्ति जहां से हम एक अपनी एनर्जी जरूरत की चीजें लेते हैं वो ऊपर होगी कि इसको खराब नहीं करना, लेकिन अंग्रेज आया उसने काट के वहां पे शिमला बिठा दिया और उसकी प्रॉब्लम है। पर हमारे गांव में सबको मालूम है कि ऊपर जो है वो शक्ति है, नीचे दरिया है, दरिया के बीच में नहीं जाना है, तो वहां पे देवता का स्थान बना दिया कि इससे आगे यहां देवता ने रक्षा करनी, उसके बीच की जो जगह है आप वहां बसावट कीजिए, ना दरिया में फ्लड का खतरा, ऊपर से आएगा पानी पहाड़ में आएगा, नीचे आपको एक्वीफर से पानी मिलेगा और बीच में थोड़ा जो फ्लैट एरिया वहां पे आपको एग्रीकल्चर मिलेगा। यू हैव ऑल द आंसर्स टू योर सॉल्यूशंस प्रॉब्लम्स इन अ मैनर दैट इज एक्सपेक्टेड। और यही चीजें बाढ़ क्षेत्र में कैसे करना नहीं करना है, बाढ़ क्षेत्र से दूर कैसे रहना है, बाढ़ क्षेत्र के साथ आपके घर में इस तरफ एंट्रेंस की साइड कैसे करनी है, दूसरा करना है, इसी को इकट्ठा करके लेके जाए तो उसी तरह वही टेक्स्ट हमें जो अभी गुप्ता जी एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे वो सारी चीजें वहां लिखी हुई है। तो जब हम इस चीज को देखते हैं तो वो सोल्यूशन वहां है, लेकिन हम वहां पे उसको वहां तक पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं। तो अगर हम अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम में इस चीज को बीच में डालने की कोशिश करें, आई थिंक वी हैव ऑल द आंसर एंड देयरफॉर देयर इज अ नीड टू फॉर अस एज टीचर्स to develop a pedagogy which is suited for us, suited for our culture, suited for our solutions which are in and around. तो इसी बात के साथ मैं अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा। तो these are few thick thoughts where we can start looking at our education system and how we bring the pedagogy along where what we are that gets embedded. Thank you very much. I could share a few of my thoughts with you and कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो आई बी वेरी हैप्पी एंड नेक्स्ट ईयर वी आर वेरी हैप्पी टू होस्ट द एंटायर इवेंट, इट विल बी आवर प्लेजर। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर गिविंग मी एन अपॉर्चुनिटी।
Thank you very much, sir, for your time and your valuable words and this talk. Thank you really very much. So there are a few points which were very, very interesting, which was raised by Professor Paul. Firstly, the responsible design aspect, which he has brought into the picture, that we need not be only responsible to the client or the framework or the economy of the local setting, but particularly on the climate aspect. And another interesting point which comes out from your lecture, sir, is this, that the knowledge to connect with nature already exists. We just need to bring it into our pedagogy and practice and give it the contemporary technical touch. So, and also he mentioned that how this has to be linked with the pedagogy. So I would take questions at the end of the session, or and then, sir, I would request you, if you have time, please stay on to hear to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda ji. I will now introduce our director, Professor Dr. Ramesh, briefly. Professor Ramesh is a renowned architect and planner with several years of experience in the field of architecture and planning. He joined the central government service through UPSC in the Central Architectural Services before coming to academics. Over 30 years of practice he had. He is well known for his fundamentals in architecture and planning, as specifically he is known also for energy conservation studies in buildings through sustainable architecture. So I got the hint to be brief, so I give the floor to Professor Ramesh for his talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Ayan. That's what I don't want a very elaborate description about me. Thank you very much. This is the session. Specifically, I'm going to talk about climate responsive design and planning. Initially, as you know very well, in the morning session, that is inaugural session, a kind of a platform has been created how it is significant in our day-to-day life, specifically where we have the programs like planning and architecture. This HARITA, these are nature-related aspects. We have been integrating it. The significance and importance has been established and conveyed to us in the inaugural session by the speakers, especially like Gopal Aryaji, and he has emphasized about how significant, in what way we can able to integrate it in our way to day-to-day life. And also, That's what you know it very well. A good starting is always half done. The aim of this particular session, and especially this program of 2 days, to make others to everyone to understand about the significance of Harita. As you know very well, the definition of Harita also explained in detail to you how it is going to be helpful in our day-to-day life, especially the programs what we are conducting it, that is the planning and architecture. This kind of a climate responsive design and planning is an architectural approach that aligns the buildings with the local climate conditions to enhance the occupants' comfort, reduces the energy consumption, and also boost the resilience to climate change. It involves passive strategies like optimized orientation, shading, natural ventilation, and daylighting. These techniques vary that we can able to see place to place, that is specific related to the context. Climate responsive design and planning is an architectural approach that creates energy efficient and resilient buildings by adopting the local climatic conditions. So with this brief, I just wanted to tell you how this particular program and specifically this particular topic is going to enhance our knowledge and an architectural approach that creates energy efficient, resilient buildings by adopting the local climatic conditions. So next one, this is what you can able to see. This supports the development of the climate responsive and occupant centric design. That's what specifically we are keep talking about it. It is more or less occupant centric design. It happens on the basis of the context and aims to enhance the human comfort, health, and overall well-being. It also encourages where you can able to say the sustainable construction practices and resource efficiency. It plays a role in shaping the future resilient and smart urban environment. These studies, whatever we are making about these environmental related studies, that it is also give an insight to us to make building materials and other thermal and environmental behavior. It also evaluates the urban form, density, and microclimate interactions. That's what we normally work out with the building to the microclimate, and that's how it is going to work and supports the sustainable and climate responsive architectural solutions. This kind of a thought process, what I feel, it bridges the gap between the theoretical design and real world performance. It contributes to resilient and smart and future ready built environment. Then you can able to see a broad understanding about how a climate integrates with the performance assessment of a building and also integrates the climate data early to guide the planning and design indicators. It optimizes the built form using the thermal mass, insulation, orientation, shading strategies. It specifically leverages what? It leverages the vegetation and airflow to enhances the passive cooling and also indoor comfort. Use this particular performance assessment to refine what it refines the energy efficient outcomes. Align the user's need with the bioclimatic principles to the context responsive and low energy designs. If you look at it, this particular one, as you know it very well, how climate responsive design begins with understanding about the regional climatic zones and their impact on the buildings. The key factors like wind, temperature, humidity, rainfall, solar radiation directly influencing the design decisions. India is broadly divided, as you know very well, hot and dry, hot and humid, composite, temperate, and cold and cloudy and cold and sunny zones, each requiring unique strategies. Thermal mass, while warm up humid areas, the prioritizing the ventilation and also moisture control. This one, what we normally focus that goal is to align the building's form and internal conditions with the climate to improve comfort and energy efficiency. So if you start seeing about it, the simple ideas, whatever we normally make it, that is a sustainable built environment, is not just about the buildings. It's about how we design our surroundings to live better. When we plan buildings, we must think about climate, energy, water, material together. For example, if we orient buildings properly, we can reduce the heat gain and improve ventilations naturally. Good site planning is essentially required to avoid disturbing the nature and too much while energy design reduces the electricity demand. That's what we normally make it energy efficient buildings. And also we have to think about water management, like rainwater harvesting helps us to become more self-sufficient. And finally, the indoor air quality and indoor environment, whatever we think about it, because what matters most is how comfortable and healthy people like feel inside the buildings. Overall, if you look at it, sustainability is about the balance between environment, resources, and human comfort. This particular one, what it tells to you is 17 sustainable goals, as you know very well. In that one specifically, the SDGs are derived to work out and bridge significance to biophilic concepts of environmental friendly solutions to build up areas. What is biophilic concepts and how these things can be really get it integrated specifically to the ideology what has been thrown in this HARIT conference. Coming to the SDG 3, if you look at it, good health and well-being focuses on healthy indoor environment, which good air quality, thermal comfort, and reduces the exposure to the pollutants and ensuring the safety homes and workplaces. SDG 6 specifically talks about what? Clean water and sustainability and sanitation highlights the efficient water used through the low flow fixtures and grey water recycling and rainwater harvesting and improved sanitation infrastructure. The goal number 7 is affordable and also clean energy and encourages the energy efficient buildings and the use of renewable energy resources such as solar, wind, and geothermal systems. Like that, if you start seeing about the sustainable goal number 9 and goal number 11 and goal number 13, all three items talks more or less, it tells about the climate action plan and low carbon designs, reducing the emissions and mitigating the climate risk, and advancing towards the net zero buildings and the cities. Together, these all SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, connects the built environment with climate responsive and biophilic and sustainable development strategies. See this one, what we generally talk about it. At a neighborhood and a district level in the sense of residential district level, energy efficiency means planning and managing the entire clusters of a building, transport, infrastructure, and also services in a way that reduces total energy demand and improves the system-wide performance. That's where the nutshell of these kind of goals which we can put into the proper framework where we can able to understand. It is in line with the kind of a conference what we are conducting it. Especially that is a HARIT, you know it very well, we have to bring the green solutions and biophilic solutions to the buildings. Instead of optimizing each building in isolation, what we do is the neighborhood is treated as an integral energy ecosystem. So in this ecosystem, that kind of an approach what we wanted to focus enables shared systems such as a direct energy network, renewable integration, and efficiency mobility solutions to work out together cohesively. It also allows the use of smart energy management, real-time monitoring, and data-driven decision making to optimize the performance of the building specifically and dynamically. Additionally, it integrates the green and blue infrastructure, helps to enhancing of cooling as well as improving the environmental quality and strengthen the overall climate resilience and neighborhood scale. So let's look at these kind of areas where generally as an architect and planner we focus it. This highlights the key parameters influencing the energy efficiency at a neighborhood scale through an integrated urban approach, urban form and the layout. That the first column where you can able to see it talks about the density, land use mix and orientation, helps to reduce the energy demand. Second one, we talk more about the building energy, which improves the efficiency through the passive strategies and renewables. Climate responsive planning, that is what we are keep emphasizing on it to reduce the heat island effect, using the vegetation, water and ventilation. Transportation focuses on public transit and walkability and EV readiness of that particular settlement where we focus. Energy systems emphasizes the direct solutions that renewable storage and shared infrastructure, while water and waste systems addresses the reuse and circular economy and the practices what we normally have it. Smart technologies enables us to real-time monitoring and optimizing and supported by the policy governance and behavioral change. Overall, energy efficiency at this scale requires a holistic and interconnected systems approach. Energy efficiency is not just about one building, it depends upon how the whole area is planned. For example, the compact development reduces the travel distances and saving energy. Proper street orientations improves the airflow and reduces the heat built up. Transportation also plays a major role. If people can walk, cycle, and by using the transport and the energy consumption drops significantly. It is also to be seen in a different direction. Such kind of a technologies what we are having, we call such smart technologies like sensors and data systems that helps to monitor and optimize the energy use in a real time. So in India, we already have strong guidelines to support the sustainable development. The National Building Code, ECBC, Eco Nivas, Samhita provides the guidelines for every building to make it energy efficient and environmental friendly. These codes encourages passive design strategies, meaning that is what passive design, which it really tells to you natural elements like sunlight and wind instead of depending on the mechanical systems. We also have rating systems such as the Griha that helps the measure of sustainability performance of a built up areas whatever we design. Government missions are pushing the renewable energy, EV infrastructure and smart cities. So the idea is sustainability is no longer optional. It becomes a part of the policy and the regulations. That is what all kind of a guidelines and a codes what we are having to make the buildings and built environment sustainable. So now the big question is, what about buildings that already constructed? That is the one question what we are having. How, in what way we can able to make it more sustainable, to bring it more towards the biophilic kind of an architecture, what we really look at it. We can demolish in everything and rebuild. No. So what exactly the thing we can able to think of? A retrofitting solutions also we can able to bring certain extent of the sustainability and also biophilic architectural concepts we can able to integrate. We can also add solar panels, green roofs and rainwater harvesting systems. Another important aspect is data. Using the smart meters and audit to understand how buildings are performing. Depending upon their performances, we can really work out kind of a solutions integrating with the buildings in what extent it is getting performed. That way we can able to monitor the kind of a given solutions are in order or not. So retrofitting is a practical approach. It saves the energy and also reduces the cost and improves the building performance without major construction of such things what we have discussed, without going for any demolitions. As you see it very well, in the building sectors in India, the major energy consumption contributing almost 22% of the carbon dioxide emissions due to the material use and operational demand. Rapid urbanization, as you know it very well, 2 million new homes annually constructed in India increases urgency for adopting energy efficient and green solutions to the buildings. Focus areas includes thermal performance, efficient illumination and reducing embodied energy in construction materials. You know it very well, almost like 45% of the energy consumed in the residential and almost 32% were consumed in the commercial sector. Climate responsive planning supports lower greenhouse gases emission and cost savings and long-term environmental sustainability. So now you can see the trajectory. In this trajectory, what we have to do? What exactly even the proposed building designs or retrofittings, in what stage that particular building is existing? That is what 4 footings or 4 sectors in a graph you will be knowing. Where such kind of a thing, we have to bring it to 0, 0 and take it to the where X and Y, both the things are in a positive side. Contrast, these were the things, degenerating versus regenerating systems, moving from the fragmented and high energy approach to whole system. Low energy thinking emphasizes that shift from the conventional compliances to high performance and sustainable design as an incremental step. So the sector 3, what we are having, the footing 3, we can able to bring it to the 0, 0. The trajectories can be worked out to meet the requirement of bringing the buildings to the sustainable and green solutions of such biophilic concepts. So coming to the materials, prioritizing the materials that are renewable, biodegradable, locally available to reduce environmental impact, emphasizes reuse and recycle to minimize the waste and lower embodied energy in construction. That's what we are keep talking about it. What exactly the lower embodied energy building, energy materials, how we have to specify. The specifications plays a very big role for architects. The embodied energy is totally depending upon the way you specify in different areas of a building. Focus on durability and extended life cycle to aim to minimize the kind of consumptions, whatever we are going to have it. So that is how the materials, you have to get it selected. Materials creates lot of energy, that is the embodied energy. Where you specify, that matters a lot to bring it to reduce the embodied energy. So now let us talk about the biophilic architecture. That's what bringing the buildings closer to the nature. In what way we can able to do it. Let me introduce the interesting concept, that is nothing but biophilic designs. It simply means bringing the nature into our buildings. Why is this important? That is why when you question ourselves, because buildings consumes around almost 40% of the global energy and also produces a large share of emissions. By adding the natural elements like plants and bringing daylight through openings design and working out the natural ventilation system, we reduce energy consumption and improve healthy environment. People feels less stress and more productive and comfortable. So sustainability is not just technically, it also psychological and human centric. So now this is where design becomes very interesting, because here we are not just designing the buildings, we are designing the performance of a building. Green architecture is about using the smart design rather than just relying solely on the mechanical systems. For example, daylighting. Instead of switching on the lights during the day, we can use the skylights, light shelves and reflective surfaces to bring the natural light deep into the building. Similarly, natural ventilation. If we poison the windows and work out the kind of a thermal buoyancy and also work out the kind of a concepts, in what way we can able to bring a number of air changes by using the local climate responsive architecture. Generally, we have to do it as an architect, as a planner. It has got a very big role where we can understand and also simulate and work out appropriate solutions to the buildings. So one way important use, it's also see in terms of the urban heat island effect. That's what concrete jungle, that's what we are keep talking in the first morning valedictory session. How we can able to reduce this kind of a heat island effect. There are different methods. Only architects and planners can able to really work out appropriate solutions to bring the cities closer to the nature, bringing the rural edge and the edge in a particular city as a lung spaces, and also to reduce this kind of a heat related thing which really creates a lot of problem for consuming the normal conventional energy and fossil fuels. So now this is the one particular Berkeley model. Just I will tell you, this is not making as a purely total technical session, is broadly talking about the concepts and thought process which we wanted to bring it to you. In Berkeley model, when you go for the green walls, the leaf area index and also leaf temperature, how much temperature from the ambient air it can able to take it, so that immediate the temperature, what it lies to the exposed surfaces of the building, we can able to work out, and you can see the thermal conduction process for higher end to lower end, how much we can able to reduce indoor air temperature swings. These kind of models, once we get it integrated and validate it and check that one, things are going in order or not, to bring the kind of a natural systems in a architectural design and the built environment. These are the things we can able to work out and see. So there is a one particular model where we can see there are just you change the materials and start working out the carbon footprint. This slide specifically highlights environmental responsibility we carry as a designers. The built environment accounts for the energy almost like 40%, as I said to you earlier. Global carbon dioxide emission, and it has got a huge share. So let us see the kind of a work what it has been generated here. We have changed the 3-4 items. That's the planting as well as paving and natural selection of the materials. So 438, first one what we have counted, which has been almost came to the 438 megatons carbon dioxide, got reduced to the 215 megatons of the carbon dioxide. In what way we can able to make it? Because of the materials whatever we are using it, that materials we have simulated and worked out the solutions to it, how best we can able to reduce. The first slide, what the number 15, what you are seeing, number 5, same context. Only thing is, whatever the items we have changed, once you start changing, and in the same time, you can able to work out what extent we can able to reduce the carbon footprint. So that way, even that one can be validated by checking about the kind of emissions we are going to get it. This is what we can able to do as an architect, as a planner. So many solutions we are having. Such solutions are working appropriately or not to be seen by validating the things. So to see in a further way, what you have changed it. Asphalt with the stabilized crushed stone pavers and the green cover and additional other kind of a porous pavers and a kind of a setting, whatever it is there, it has been worked out and start working out. What happened exactly? Finally, the carbon sequesteredness has increased to 2,196 as compared to the earlier it was there in the 4,000. So this is how we can able to bring the green solutions to the environment. So now coming to the way how you look at the entire at a regional level, starting from the building level and the lot level and block level and city to the region, all these levels we have to look at it in very critically. Then only we will be in a position to address the kind of a problem in a comprehensive way. This is what the climate resilience to built environment, and then researched by dissecting the city blocks into the fractals, that is built environment into the different categories what has been divided, it can be addressed separately. The urban microclimate, it is one important aspect which we have to see. Unless we are not understanding broadly about the urban microclimate, we cannot address a kind of a biophilic or bringing the cities closer to the nature and reducing the heat island effect and reducing the energy consumption and bringing the comfort conditions in a natural means. You cannot really work out unless you are not having the proper understanding from the small micro level to the macro level. That's what is predominantly affected by the highly heterogeneous nature of urban environment, especially the physical structure of the urban form, such as height and the shape of the building. That represents what? It represents the kind of environment what we are having. The presence of vegetation and the orientation of the streets and the distinction about a kind of a atmosphere whatever we are having. What are all the layers we are having? That is a canopy layer, urban heat island layer. These are the layers. Generally, canopy layer is just a layer 10 times of the building height. And afterwards, urban layers, these layers have been already been defined, because after particular boundary layer, the natural climate will be there. The influenced by the built form is not going to be there. Once the built form is influencing the climate, how extent such kind of a microclimate has to be addressed. So there are several ways we can able to address, and it has been brought into the different sectors, such as building features under the green and water features, urban phenomena, and also the scales where we can see the local climate to the mesoclimate and the microclimate. All these three distinctly varied climates have to be addressed by considering the different parameters, then only you will be in a position to bring a kind of an environment what we are expecting it. So now this is a total scientific model, how a entire cross section of the city, if you can able to see how the heat dissipation in terms of the long wave radiations and short wave radiations and absorption capacities of the kind of a surfaces what we are having, exposure values what we are really working out, that depends upon the solar temperature which is generating the heat island effect. All other items from rural edge to the urban edge, you can able to see and understand about it, what exactly the scenario we are having at the moment for our cities. Such a scenario, one that kind of a conditions you are in a position to understand, you have an appropriate way of addressing from the unit level to the macro level. Macro level in the sense, more or less we have taken at the regional level. Up to regional level, this kind of a biophilic and climatic friendly solutions to reduce the impact on the natural resources and reduce the impact on the energy efficiency, energy related items, we can able to work out more effectively. There are so many other items, radiative parameters, albedo, emissivity, and thermal parameters like high heat capacities of weak storage system, evaporation, micro, that's kind of a mixture of parameters like what we can able to integrate together and start seeing about kind of a solutions we can able to work out. So these are the things like further climate parameters at the neighborhood scale are studied using the built environment parameters. Some of the commonly studied neighborhood scale parameters are listed 1, 2, 3 like you can able to see. There is a sky view factor, aspect ratios and building footprint, impervious and pervious surfaces, height and the height of roughness and terrain roughness, vegetation, water, and finally there's a thermal behavior, that is a KROC, K conductivity, rho density, C specific heat. All other items, if you are really well versed with such kind of a things, you can able to work out a kind of a built form cross section roughly which has been shown how that particularly that long wave and short wave radiations can create a heat island effect. In what extent we can able to reduce it by introducing the biophilic considerations. There are so many. It is not like biophilic means just don't think adding the plants only. Not only the plants, there are so many other ways, insulation systems, percolation systems, porous materials, and the behavior of the materials, whatever we have keep talking about it, all other items collectively, integratively, the modular way, if you can able to do it there, we can able to reduce the heat island effect by introducing the biophilic architectural concepts. So same way, you can able to see how the long wave and short wave radiations really affects and creates a kind of a heat island effect. Heat island effect generally NDVI, NDWI, all the things we are keep doing it. But whereas after understanding about the 10 years data what we are having in our hand, what exactly the solutions we have to give, after adding bringing out certain solutions, in what way again it is going to react, is it really going to get that kind of a solution what we are expecting it, is it getting some reduction in the heat island effect? Solution to be validating such solutions, it's not so easy. But still, we are confident such kind of a things definitely it will work. We can validate it. That has to be done in a long run, because introduction of any kind of a solutions of this night overnight you may not be in a position to validate it by doing the actual measurements, because simulated measurements definitely it is guiding us 99%. What we can say, these kind of an effects by introduction of these solutions of this nature can really make the built environment more comfortable. So different terrains we have, integrating these terrains, how we will be in a position to see. Now we will talk about neighborhood scale only, just a patch of land where we can able to see open spaces and green zones. Each behaves differently in terms of the temperature, wind and comfort. But more technically, if you start going about it, how do we add LSZ4 to LCZ3? That is the open high rise and compact low rise. Second solution, if you look at it, large low rise and scattered trees. And third solution, if you see, open mid rise and as well as bare soil and the sand. And fourth, these are the different ways where you integrate the land with the vegetation, land with the built form, land with the high density development, land with the low density development. What way it is going to yield to us? What it is going to give to us? That is one important thing which we will be in a position to understand about to really address and bring some green solutions to the neighborhood level. This is what broadly it tells about it. There are certain methods, models, simulations we can able to assess and understand about. This is the kind of a development, what exactly the carbon footprint it is going to generate, the biological energy footprint it is going to give it to us. These are the things which we can able to even work out in the index method. Index is the one which gives the guidelines to us. Acceptable level, fatal level. What exactly, whether we are there in the acceptable level or not, that can be seen very critically, and we can address where such problems are lying. Such problems can be addressed very easily. So what way we can able to address broadly? That is one, that urban neighborhood scale, what we say micro and building scales approaches to climate resilience, and have been explored in a greater detail, primarily focusing on energy consumption, comfort condition, indoor environment, etc. Further, building energy consumption is also affected by the urban form and urban planning, that is urban density, occupants density, users behavior, green cover, and presence of the water body. These are the items which we can able to think of taking into the consideration of the green measures, urban infrastructure measures, stormwater management and soils permeability, anthropogenic heat reduction measures. Because these things broadly we can able to see in what way we can address in a flow diagram. If you see this flow diagram, it tells about the passive cooling techniques, where it can lead to, and what are all the anthropogenic kind of a heat reduction methods we can able to make it. What areas appropriately we have to focus. Major part of the building energy is consumed in providing the thermal comfort to occupants. Passive cooling systems, techniques and other things. Selection of the suitable materials. Thus, adopting the suitable passive cooling techniques, giving the, and throughout the knowledge, whatever we have gained by understanding about this particular framework, what we are seeing, heat dissipation and related items, how each and every factor can be addressed at a unit level. That's a unit level in the sense like building level, cluster level, neighborhood level, and of course, city level and the regional level. All the levels, there is a method is there to integrate it, and we can able to understand about in what extent this kind of a green solutions like biophilic solutions we can able to give it to the city to make it more livability, and as well as healthy cities we can able to create. So there is another way of seeing it is a building level. Earlier one what we have seen is the neighborhood level. This is a building level. What are all the things to be addressed? Passive design strategies specifically, and continues in improving the internal comfort, that's the interior comfort conditions, increasing the energy efficiency and reducing the energy consumption. Some of the most commonly used practice strategies shown above here you can able to see. That is minimizing the heat infiltration, building envelope, reducing the anthropogenic heat and energy efficiency, maintaining the comfortable thermal comfort, and alternative, just you can see, alternatives of the air conditioning systems. All other items, these are the major important items, and further it is been fragmented and broken down to the different smaller modules, and then there you can able to address it very critically. So this is what you can able to see broadly about same kind of a passive strategies at a building scale level. Greening, urban green strategies, paved, unpaved surface treatments, urban infrastructure, high albedo pavements and use of cool materials, and low impact development, urban morphogenical interventions. It is also reduces the anthropogenic heat, that transportation related interventions also we can able to get it integrated into the entire thing. So what way, see, like that so far whatever we are talking about it from the like a micro level to macro level. But this is a very complicated exercise. Understanding about the heat related aspect and heat conduction process, there are several models we are having. Why these things can be addressed by introducing the green solutions. Once you start introducing the green solutions like biophilic architectural strategies, what way this is going to be get measured? There's one important challenge we are having, because let us say there are certain advent of the technology, we have got a lot of tools in our hand. Tools makes a lot of difference. These tools means nothing but these are the softwares we are having in our hand. Animate software, Transys software, Ecotech software, IES software, all other items, the data whatever we give, exact data whatever we measure and give it and calculate and give, that particular data in what way it is going to generate, whether the solutions are closer to our expected level or accepted level or not, we can able to see. These various software tools for climate responsive design and planning enables architects and urban planners to analyze the environmental performance of that particular area, how best these things are really working out effectively to the extent what we are expecting. There is an accepted level. Is it really coming to the accepted level or not? These are the several tools we are having. These tools can be validated by actual measurement, so that we will be in a position to see kind of a models whatever we have given. Some of the places such models what we implement and start seeing about it, whether it is working properly or not, we may not be in a position to do it. So unless if you are having some knowledge about it, it is easy for us to understand. So finally, this is the one what I say: extreme weather events, resource scarcity, and increasing demand for energy efficiency are presenting the construction industry. Then you see very well the things are the fundamental challenges what we are having it. Climate responsive and resilient building is becoming a central guiding principle for making building structurally, permanently, and new ways of thinking and technical solutions throughout the entire planning and construction process, leading to and working out towards the biophilic and green architecture and bioclimatic architecture and planning solutions. So digital tools such as so many things, whatever I told to you, shown to you much earlier slide, these are the things which we can able to use it, and then we can make our built environment more friendly and environmental friendly, and we can create a kind of a green solutions to our built environment. Any questions you can ask me.
So thank you very much, sir, for your very detailed presentation, which covered many aspects. Actually, it's difficult to summarize, but definitely it is a lot of food for thought, particularly emphasizing on energy efficiency as a key element at the start, and then taking us from the plot to the neighborhood to the city level, and emphasizing much on biophilic ways of thinking of architecture. Thank you very much, sir. So I think there is no questions as of now, and we are very much into the lunch time. So I thank both the speakers here very much for before concluding the session. Okay, let's have a round of applause. So Kailasa now is not able to join. We checked again, so we are closing this. Yeah, we end it here. So this session at the end, I would like to say that this session, as well as all the sessions which happened in the morning, is a very honest example of how all the three SPAs are working very closely together. Not only we are working closely in terms of education, where our faculty are exchanged very frequently in juries and in lectures, as well as in research. We are doing a lot of projects together, And we are, as we speak, we are also doing joint admissions. It has started today in Delhi. So our admissions are also handled jointly from last year. So there's a lot of collaboration, and the atmosphere of the three SPAs in working together is very encouraging in the last few years. So this conference is a shining example of the same, and we are very hopeful to keep on working in this collaborative manner. So with this, I close this session, and I request the organizers to tell us further as to how we go ahead. Definitely lunch is the next stop, but please come over.
Thank you to our respected delegates and moderator for your insightful words. It truly enriched our understanding of climate responsive design and planning. As we have come to the end of the first session, we will take a break, and please join us back to the auditorium by 2:30, and the lunch for the delegates will be held at the exhibition hall. Thank you.
Hello. All the students are requested to come in the front. That is one thing. Second thing is please call your classmates. Please call your batchmates. Please put it on your groups so that you all come quickly. Come and occupy the blue color chairs. We request you all to come and occupy the blue color chairs. हेलो हेलो आ रही है ना We all request to come in the front rows and please call your batchmates also.
Any research, PhD full-time scholars I wanted to see. Ask them.
PhD full-time scholars are requested to come to the auditorium. If you are in touch with them, please call them. PhD scholars.
Most of the PhD scholars are doing on this green solutions. Register high. Ask all the staff members to come and answer. Actually, how your phone is working? My phone is not working. No, sir. Yes, Wi-Fi also. Sharp. Hello, Shyam garu. After the tea break, we will send to all the students. Students are from 40 years, they are completed. Because that number only is almost yes. Yes, or we'll see the confidence. Shall we start?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing lunch and are feeling re-energized because we have an engaging and thought-provoking session lined up next. I'm Nilanjana Palit. I will be your host for this session. Building on the discussions from our previous session, we now move into session 2, Traditional Wisdom and Sustainability. Our second session focuses on the indigenous in HARIT, examining how ancestral knowledge can solve modern-day ecological crisis. We look at time-tested methods of water management and biophilic design as templates to our future. I now invite our moderator, Dr. Paul Singh from the Department of Planning, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, to lead this exploration into traditional wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nilanjana. I understand that afternoon sessions are really difficult, not just for the speakers, but also for the listeners. But I promise that this is going to be a very different session. This is going to be quite engaging, quite interesting, and thought-provoking also. So, in the modern pursuit of sustainability, there is a growing recognition of the invaluable wisdom embedded in traditional knowledge systems, which has been enough emphasized in the morning keynote speak, and also after that, two distinguished talks on climate-centric design, which has educated us and definitely ignited the discussions in our minds. This session, as Nilanjana also mentioned, titled Traditional Knowledge and Sustainability, will further enlighten us in this direction. We are privileged to be joined by three eminent speakers, each of whom brings rich experience, insight, and commitment to the field of sustainability. Let me now introduce our first speaker. It's a privilege to introduce Shri S. Vishwanathji, known globally in the sustainability community as Zen Rain Man. With over 30 years of expertise in civil engineering and urban planning, Shri Vishwanathji has been a seminal figure in redefining urban water resilience, As a trustee of Biome Environmental Trust and the founder of Rainwater Club, he has successfully bridged the gap between policy advocacy and grassroots implementation. His work has been instrumental in shaping rainwater harvesting regulations and pioneering integrated water resource management strategies that have become benchmarks for rapidly urbanizing cities. Educator at heart and a technically visionary, he joins us today to speak on the topic combining traditional water wisdom and modern knowledge systems for sustainability and resilience. Some examples from the Bengaluru metropolitan area. Please join me in welcoming Shri S. Vishwanath. Over to you, sir.
The first one. So thank you and welcome to the afternoon session. I have 20 minutes and I'll promise to stick to those 20 minutes. 20 minutes में अपनी बातें रखूंगा. It will go like a thunderstorm. So if you pay attention, perhaps you'll get something. If you don't pay attention, that's all fine. So let me just start my talk by highlighting one particular aspect which came out in the morning hours also. Everything that I have experienced in my 40 years, not 30 years as was introduced by the speakers, leads me to thinking that solutions are very local, that solutions are place-based, and therefore you must develop care, value, and place. So the social hydrology of local water and used water systems. That's how I get my talk. The other concept that is now being clearly elucidated in the health circles, but now increasingly in the environment circles, is something called the One Health concept. We are now aware and clear more globally, post the pandemic, post COVID, that human health is very directly linked to animal health, that is domestic and wildlife, and it's linked to environmental health. You can't have one without the other two being impacted, right? So One Health is the concept, and in water we call One Water as the concept. So One Health and One Water is what drives us in the design. So with regard to India, one of the things that we are grateful for is the monsoon. Varsha Ritu jab aati hai, June 1st to September 30th, 4 months of rain on average, some places 3 months, some places more, northeast, but on average 4 months. The biggest challenge in India is that these 4 months of rain has to be held for the next 8 months. That is the challenge for India. And in some place where there's excess, it has to be taken out so that there's no flooding or waterlogging. But otherwise, in most of semi-arid India, 4 months of rain has to be extended to 8 months. And where do we hold the water? We hold the water in our mountains, in our glaciers, in our soil, and in our aquifers, our lakes and wetlands and rivers, and we use it for the next 8 years. And that's the basic problem. The other point that we need to remember is that most of the water use is in agriculture. About 80% of our water use is in agriculture, and in that there are 4 crops: rice, wheat, cotton, and sugar cane, which consume all the water. 75% of that 80%, right? So if we are want to solve the water problem of India globally, what we need to do is to make sure that these 4 crops are grown in the regions where they should be grown, and that the farmers' incomes are protected and they have water security, right? So if we do that, then we have solved India's water problem. And it begins with such simple things as catching the rain on your rooftop. It's not rocket science, but it needs to be integrated with every architectural design, every building, every house that we build, every institution, every industry that we build. It's as simple as a rooftop. You can see it's a white insulated paint rooftop. You pick up water, filter it, store it in a drum, and then you can use it. And this is my house. Things begin, the political is the personal. The entire year's drinking and cooking water comes from that one drum. एक ड्रम वहां रखा गया है, बारिश का पानी आता है, 30 साल से हमें पानी दे रहा है पीने के लिए और खाना बनाने के लिए. It starts like that with the personal, and that we need to get associated with the rain and the monsoon on a personal level. Only then we understand how it behaves and therefore what we need to do with it. At the community level, what we have lost as a society is the concept of water as a common pool resource, as something which you do for punya, not for returns, right? This is something called Silendra. What you see to the right is a granite tank. This is about 500 years old. To the left is a small granite slab which has been placed. And it's below a banyan tree. And there's a small shrine there. क्या होता था? लोग जब जाते थे, ऑन द रोड, वहां बैठते थे पेड़ की छाया में, पानी पीते थे, खाना खाते थे, हेड लोड होता था तो उसको पत्थर पे रखते थे, पानी पीने के खाना खाने के बाद द हेड लोड वुड बी टेकन ऑन योर हेड एंड यू वुड मूव ऑन विदाउट एनीबॉडीज असिस्टेंस. इट्स अ सिंपल डिजाइन, बट द की क्वेश्चन दैट वी आस्क्ड इज वह कौन सा समाज था जो उसमें पानी रोज भरता था? दैट सोसाइटी इज नाउ गॉन. That society has been replaced by an RO society where you pay 5 rupees for 20 liters of water, or you pay 10 rupees for a small bottle of water, or 20 rupees for a liter of water. So at some point of time, we have to realize that we cannot just use the market as our source of water supply, that Samaj, not Bazaar, has to play its most important role in making sure that water is available not only for us as human beings, but also for animals and for plants and for others, right? So somewhere we'll have to change our society and our design to treat water as a common pool resource, and the Silindra teaches us that lesson. Nowadays, we've also forgotten what a Silindra is all about. Yeah, so we need to work on that. The other idea that I want to bring before you is what is waste. In terms of our design, we have now talked about circular economies, and this is one concept of waste that we traditionally have used and these farmers are using. What you see there is raw sewage, untreated domestic sewage from a small town called Vijaypura, which was flowing in the channels and reaching a small big lake. The lake was the source of water for the town. Now, what do farmers do to find a solution with this? They pick up the water, put it in a pit, raw sewage, allow it to settle, put it into another pit, then use a pump, and you can see they're pumping the sewage out and growing a particular crop. Some of you will know what the crop is. I don't know whether most of you will know what the crop is, but I'll come to the crop. And these are our heroes. These are the people who are finding solutions. This is Muniraju. He's in the town of Vijaypura, 45,000 population. His family is working behind him. He has about 6 hectares of land. What he has done now is taken the sewage water and put furrow irrigation, not flood irrigation, furrow irrigation. जो water flows in channels so that the workers of the land do not have to step into the sewage. They step on either side and the water now goes to the plants directly, right? So there's no contact of the farm workers with raw sewage. And the entire sewage of the town of Vijaypura is taken up by farmers, as you can see. Even in peak summer, not a drop is allowed to go into the lake, and they are converting it into this particular crop, about 60 farmers. And this is what the crop is for. This is for the silkworm. The silkworm feeds on mulberry leaves, which is what is being grown, shaitut, mulberry, but this mulberry is not for edible consumption, right? So it's the mulberry leaf is only for silkworms. So silkworms do 2 jobs. They eat the leaf and grow fat, but they certify the quality of the wastewater. If there is heavy metal, if there is excess phosphate, the silkworm will die because it's a very sensitive creature. And the silkworm is doing the job of the State Pollution Control Board on a daily basis. And the farmer who rears the silkworm is certifying the quality of the leaf by going and buying it on a daily basis, right? This becomes cocoons, which is a livelihood. These are silk cocoons, which women are rearing and are baking. Then it is spun into yarn in the same town of Vijaypura, right? It's becoming silk yarn, and each step you need to ensure that the quality of the leaf is good, otherwise none of these products will come. And the silk sari is now produced in Vijaypura town through handlooms. What was sewage has become a silk sari through the endeavor of farmers using raw sewage, which has replaced a sewage treatment plant, without polluting groundwater, because they have used furrow irrigation and they irrigate only to 1 foot depth. And they have converted every gram of human waste to a beautiful product called mulberry, which then has become silk sari. Now, the question before us is this permitted under the guidelines? It's not permitted under the guidelines. The guidelines that we have evolved for ourselves says that there should be a sewage treatment plant. There should be a sewerage network. But जब तक sewerage network आएगा, sewage treatment plant आएगा, तब तक क्या होगा? All this wastewater will end up in the lake, and it will pollute our drinking water source. Now, here is what I think is a solution, and therefore, what should we do to make sure that this practice is safe? There are 2 people who are going to be impacted by the use of domestic sewage. 1, consumers of food, which is grown with the domestic sewage. That problem is eliminated by growing mulberry, which is non-edible. 2, farm workers who work on the field. That problem is minimized by using furrow irrigation. Now he uses drip irrigation. So we have developed a guideline with the World Health Organization called the Sanitation Safety Plan. which identifies risks in this form of use of sewage water and says, what can you do to reduce the risk? So this is different from the approach of standards. It's a risk-based approach which reduces risks. For example, if you grow any fruit, wash the fruit before selling it into the market, right? Do not grow greens, do not grow root vegetables, but grow papaya, banana, which is distanced from the soil. So there can be a set of plants that can be grown, which are not contaminated, which safeguard human health and which safeguard environmental health. These kind of protocols are necessary till we build the sewage network and the sewage treatment plants. And so this is solutions I learned from farmers. That's traditional method. The other point that I want to bring to your notice is India is the largest user of groundwater in the world. सबसे ज़्यादा groundwater हम लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं. USA and China together use 220 cubic kilometers of groundwater every year. India alone uses 250 cubic kilometers. क्योंकि हमारी संस्कृति पुरानी है. बात सवेरे चल रही थी मोहनजोदारो की, हड़प्पा की, ढोलावीरा की. ढोलावीरा में रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग हुआ करता था. मोहनजोदारो में हर घर में कुआं हुआ था, करता था. And there used to be community wells. So though we were called the Saraswat, the Sindhu river civilization or the Saraswati civilization or the Harappa civilization, actually the people depended on wells for their water. Some of you would have seen Agrasen ki Bawdi in Delhi. This photograph is from 1982. This is the same Agrasen ki Bawdi, now restored by the Aga Khan Trust and the ASI. Now the skeleton has been retained, but the soul has gone missing. पानी गायब हो गया है. बावड़ी बनाई गई थी पानी के लिए, पर पानी नहीं है. अब the heritage has been preserved and the conservation has been done. The question is, can we get back pure water in this Baudi which people can use? That will be the true restoration and renewal that India will have to aim for. So these are the sort of outcomes and measures that we need to put in place for our systems. So restoring water systems is a complex socio-ecological construct. It requires local traditional knowledge, but it requires modern science. India is capable of both. We are capable of putting a lander on the moon. We can go to Mars. So therefore, we have the science and we have the traditional ancient knowledge also to manage the systems. How do we do it? In this part of the world, we had what was called the Kere Bavi in Canada, lakes and wells, right? So the lakes were human-made lakes. They recharged the groundwater, and the wells were built to take the water out, which is filtered by the earth. And we have an old history because inscription stones, as what you see here, tells us that some of these lakes in Bangalore at least are more than 1,200 years old. 1200 साल पुराने हैं ये जो तालाब जो बनाए हैं हमने यहाँ पे 1200 साल. तो कुएं भी 1200 साल पुराने हैं कम से कम. And simple चीज है, it rains on the hillocks, runs down, you throw an earthen bund across a valley, line it with stone, store the water. Kere, Eri, call it by various names across. They're all networked, and each lake is part of a watershed, as you learn, right? First order streams, second order streams, third order streams, usually fourth order streams maximum, it goes into a tank, right? Now, when we want to restore a lake, we have to restore the watershed, we have to restore the catchment, and we have to remember that this is what needs to be done. And the best way to do it is to sit with the villagers and the village community and draw up what the lake looks like. How is the lake? Catchment क्या है? Feeder channels कहाँ हैं? कैसे आता है पानी उस तालाब में? पानी तालाब में आने के बाद कैसे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता है कमांड एरिया में, और जब ओवरफ्लो होना है तो कैसे ओवरफ्लो होगा और कहां जाएगा अगले लेक में. सो दिस काइंड ऑफ प्लानिंग विद द विलेजर्स इज क्रूशियल बिकॉज द वेस्ट वेयर इज देयर. यू कैन सी द ओवरफ्लो वेयर. This is crucial because this can withhold all the water in the tank, or it can break in the heavy rainfall and monsoon. So therefore, you have to design it very carefully. And we have evolved a system of distribution of water using somebody called the Niru Gantis. This is a community which has specialized in taking the tank water and distributing it equally to the command area. It's not the job of the farmers to do the distribution. The farmers just have to grow paddy. The Nirganti will distribute the water and make sure that it's equitable. He will also decide what crop has to be grown, what extent of the land has to come under crop cultivation based on the water in the tank. The other side is Gangama, float. The village celebrates when the tank overflows. Every household contributes food. It's cooked and then shared with everybody else, right? So this is the cultural connotation of water which has happened. And down in the paddy fields, this is what you get. Beautiful paddy in semi-arid Kolar district where we work now. Notice the furrows. These are the distribution channels in the command area designed to take water to every field equitably. Very crucial, very critical. You don't have to go to Bali to see beautiful pictures. You can go to Mudbagal in Kolar district and visitors can see it. Again, I reinforce the distribution channels are crucial for getting the waters of the tank into the command area. What do then paddy cultivation does? Paddy is given a bad name, that it consumes too much water per kilogram of rice. But actually, the paddy fields flood the groundwater and fill the wells. Yeah. So once the lake water is empty, the well has water for the last irrigation or for one more crop. And this is very crucial. Surface water and groundwater talk to each other in the rural context, and we must understand the geology and the aquifers before we design surface water systems, because you need to design both of them together. And then the groundwater systems too have been beautified. Our ancestors have spent a long time, not the glorious bowdies of Rajasthan or Gujarat, but also the simple well has been made a beautiful architectural feature. Remember, this well has been built with stonework which does not use a gram of cement or lime. It's dry stone masonry. You will not be able to build this kind of a well now easily. You have to find great artisans to do it. And what do these wells and lakes do? They give you drinking water security. Drinking water security, because when the lake goes dry, the well will have water. The community can go to the well and draw water. Note, the community will go to the well and draw water, and there's enough water through summer and through drought years. Crystal clear water, you have to make sure that it's potable. The lake also gives security to the Jal Jeevan Mission scheme, which is the world's largest drinking water supply scheme, by recharging the aquifer in these areas. And the borewells of the Jal Jeevan Mission have water to get 55 liters per capita per day to every household in the village. So therefore, when you take a systems thinking and integrate it, traditional systems, 1,200-year-old systems, it can provide solutions for modern India's requirement. There's water for sheep and goat too. You have to think of not just human beings, but also animals, not just domesticated animals, but also wild animals when you have to design. Remember, water in a lake or a tank benefits those who own land. Those who do not own land do not benefit directly from the water. So therefore, their inclusion in the design of water systems is crucial. And so therefore, the process is as important as the product. And so how do you do the process of rejuvenation of lakes? This is the feeder channel coming into the lake, which is being cleaned by women led such as Asha. She heads an all-women's organization called Arohana. Puri Mahilaon se, with their help only, the whole lake system is rejuvenated. This is the team which rejuvenates the channels. They're cleaning and desilting it. Mahilaएं काम कर रही हैं. Or the intangible benefit is that after 12 years, the song of the paddy has returned to the village. हम लोग यदि गाने को हर साल नहीं गाएंगे तो भूल जाएंगे, और 10 साल नहीं गाएंगे तो भूल ही जाएंगे, कम से कम पूरा का पूरा भूल जाएंगे. I was just discussing with sir now how they are bringing back the folk song tradition in Rajasthan by organizing annual events every year, where master musicians are brought, and then their students are exposed to what they are doing, and they learn, and the tradition, oral tradition, is kept alive. Similarly, by restoring water bodies, you keep the oral tradition of the singing of songs of paddy. And there are many songs of the paddy. There's song during planting, there's song during de-weeding, there's song during harvesting. These are different songs, but all the songs are sung by women. And so this tradition, this intangible heritage is also an Indian heritage. This is what we need to remember when we work on the work we do. It's not just physical, it's also social and cultural. Now let's come to cities. What do we do in cities? This is rural area. Cities too have urban watersheds. We've broken up the urban watersheds with roads, buildings, pavements, and everything else. We need to recognize that every road that we build cuts across a hydrological line. And so therefore planners have to design for watersheds, urban watersheds. And we know that we need to do that, and we are doing it more. But we have forgotten to do it for many years. Now we have to make sure that we don't forget it. But more importantly, we have also to include the role of fishers in the maintenance of the lake. It's not just the engineers of the corporation who will maintain lakes, but fishers who make a livelihood out of it. They will keep the lakes free from water hyacinths. This is the kind of work that needs to be done, because the lakes can grow fish. Fish is nutrition for the city, but fish is also a livelihood for the fishermen's cooperative. And fishermen's cooperative, if they make money, the livelihood, the monies for the lake goes to the lowest sections of society in terms of economic class. There are other people like the grass cutter, grass herder, who picks grass for his cows. We should not forget these people in the design of our urban lakes. The urban lake is not for the middle class to make walks around or to be recreational, but also for livelihoods from a perspective, because there's so many livelihoods. The kitchens runs on the herbs and grasses that are grown near the lake, right? That's cattle fodder, which is grown near the lake. 250 cows can get grass fodder from 1 hectare of wetland in a city. And when you restore the urban watershed, then the birds come back. The painted storks and the pelicans come back. When they come back, remember one health. Birds can bring bird flu, they can bring COVID. So you need to monitor and measure the water quality as well as the bird, as well as the fish health, because the fish health, the bird health is related to human health. This is what we are learning as new science. And the lake recharges the aquifer, there's groundwater available for us to use as functional requirement of the city itself, right? So restoring urban watersheds with a livelihood base can restore water security for the city. Remember the lake that I showed you, this well water, it was filled with treated wastewater. Treated wastewater is now converted to drinking water through a process of nature. But then who are the people who do it? Sometimes we forget products in the people who are actually responsible. This is the Manuvadar community, or the Bovi Jananga, as we call it in Kannada. These people have mastered the skill of well digging for 1,000 years. Can they become part of the city's water security plan? They know all the localities and areas where there are wells. Can we tap onto that knowledge? So therefore, now what we are doing in Bangalore is to get 750 to 1,000 well diggers jobs through making rainwater harvesting compulsory. So a bylaw which says that you have to make a recharge well gives them jobs. And then it can generate 1 million rainwater harvesting structures, 1 million wells, right? And these people have a deep knowledge of the soil, of the water. Can they become part of the solution? If we talk to them, if we engage with them, yes, they can. So now they do dig wells, not only to draw water, but also to recharge. And private gated communities, layouts, private layouts, 200 acres, 250 acres. Now they're learning that they should protect their step wells and wells and include it as part of parks and open spaces, land use planning. If you include that, and if you rejuvenate the well, and if you do recharge, look at the well there, that well gives you 1.1 million liters of water in a day's pumping, enough for the whole community. So by thinking land use, thinking hydrogeology, thinking water, you can bring many areas of urban India to sustainability path. Community wells are being revived, beautifully painted so that people respect it. And the women teach you a major lesson. The lady in the center with the gray hair, she says, आप यहाँ पे मोटर मत लगाओ. आप इस कुएं में मोटर लगा दोगे, पंप लगा दोगे, the pump water will go to the restaurants, to the apartments, the well will go dry, we will be left with no water. But if we go to the well and we draw only 4 bindiges, 4 pitchers of water, we know that 75 families of us will have water throughout the year. Now you must respect that knowledge and respect what demand management is. And so we did not put a motor or did not put a pump. And the women go there and they're taught how to lift water from a pitcher, because many have lost that art also. But the well had water in 2024 when the whole of Bangalore was running dry. Right? So these kind of common wisdom that comes from women have to be married with modern ideas where you pick rooftop rainwater and put it into the well so that the well water level increases and the quality of water improves. If everybody does that, we won't have a flood and we won't have water shortages. And the revival can also be done by a process of mud mortar, lime mortar, traditional methods of reviving stonework, right? And these well diggers now are social media experts. They have Facebook pages, they have Instagram, they make their own business, they run livelihoods, and the livelihood is digging well and digging recharge wells. So it's a good green livelihood, right? And so this is the kind of empowerment we need to do. So the last idea that I want to share with you is that of how towns can engage with water scarcity. This is Devanahalli, where the international airport is located. The farmer is washing his feet, and this was the lake condition. This lake was revived, Sihi Neer Kare bulate the, revived and linked to its catchment. This is how the lake looks like now. This is rainwater and treated wastewater. This was done by the town municipal council. तो आपकी जो तालियां बज रही हैं वो बज रही हैं टाउन म्युनिसिपल काउंसिल ऑफ देवनहल्ली के लिए, ना कि मेरे लिए, क्योंकि मैं खाली प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहा हूं. पर एक समाज जुड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट के साथ तो काम होगा. और क्रेडिट मैं लूंगा क्योंकि मैं पीपीटी दिखा रहा हूं. बट एक्चुअल क्रेडिट इज टू द पीपल हु आर डूइंग द वर्क, एंड इट्स वेरी इजी फॉर अस टू फॉल इनटू द ट्रैप ऑफ इंडिविजुअल ईगो बिल्डिंग. ये इंडिविजुअल ईगो का सवाल नहीं है, ये समाज का सवाल है कि समाज कैसे काम करेगा. वही वेल डिगर्स आर क्लीनिंग अप द वेल नेक्स्ट टू द लेक. दैट्स द वेल नाउ. 3 लाख लीटर पानी देता है 12 घंटे में. ये कुआं है वहां का, देवनहल्ली का, और वहां पे एक मॉडर्न स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगाया गया है. और इस वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट के जरिए वो टाउन को 1 मिलियन लीटर्स पर डे दिया जा रहा है और अपग्रेड होके 4 मिलियन लीटर्स पर डे दिया जाएगा, ताकि हर घर को 135 लीटर पर कैपिटा पर डे मिल जाए. रिमेंबर दैट लेक दैट यू सॉ, दैट लेक आल्सो हैज रेन वाटर एंड ट्रीटेड वेस्ट वाटर. So we are converting treated waste water to drinking water. हम लोग सब इजराइल और सिंगापुर की बात करते हैं, ये देवनहल्ली में कर रहे हैं लोग. कितने में कर रहे हैं? 60 लाख रुपए में, 60 lakh rupees. So you can do it at 100th the cost of Singapore or Israel, but nobody will talk about it. That's okay. But as long as many more people do it, that's the way it has to go. और इसका फायदा क्या है कि कुएं में पानी आ गया, the cost of water reduces to what you can see is 1 rupee 23 paisa per kiloliter. आरओ में हम लोग 5 रुपया देते हैं 20 लीटर के लिए, ये 1 रुपया 23 पैसे में 1000 लीटर पीने का पानी मिल रहा है आपको घर में. So reviving nature, reviving lakes, reviving wells is a way of reducing cost, making it available to all the poorest section of society, right? 50 रुपए दिए आप महीने में, आपको 20,000 लीटर पानी मिल जाएगा घर में, if you do this kind of programs. So this is the last slide that I have. We must look at India's traditional knowledge. We must embed it in India's modern science. ये दोनों को मिला दें हम, तो there is no power on earth that can stop us. And we have that fantastic approach with us. So think about institutions. Post-social change is problem solving. खाली problem मत बताइए, solution भी बोलिए. Embrace diversity. बहुत सारे अलग-अलग solutions निकलेंगे. But be specific to that solution. Listen to the people. Listen to that lady who says don't put a motor or pump. Listen to the farmer who says I can use this sewage and convert it to silk. Self-government is possible. समाज अपने आप बाहर उठा सकती है. Everything changes. It's a dynamic world. Things are changing very fast. Map power. Power decides where water and resources go. Collective ownership can work. Human beings are part of nature too. So design your lake for nature and for human beings. All institutions are can be constructed differently. There are no panaceas. There's no silver bullet. Complexity does not mean chaos. हम लोग काम करेंगे, जूझेंगे solution के साथ, तो कुछ ना कुछ तो निकल आएगा. Because this is the great journey of water, and we're all on the path of that. And so if we all join hands together, there is no way that Viksit Bharat can be stopped, right? So let's all do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that presentation. It was quite eye-opening. It was quite interesting. And definitely, I believe that has initiated a lot of thoughts in the minds of the students and also all the listeners. We'll keep the question answer sessions towards the end of this particular session. But we'll move on to the second speaker right now. It is now my honor to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Chitrareka Kabre. Professor Kabre, specialized in building engineering and management from SPA Delhi, has a doctorate in architecture from the University of Queensland, Australia. She brings with her more than 30 years of academic and professional experience in the fields of computer-aided architectural design, project management, and sustainable architecture. She has been pioneer in sustainable architecture education and research at eminent institutions such as Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, Manipal University, and many others. She is also the author of book Sustainable Building Design, Application Using Climatic Data in India, which is an important contribution to climate responsive and sustainable building design. We are really delighted to have her with us today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Chitrareka Kabre for the next lecture.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Without delaying, because as we have been given only 20 minutes, I like to share whatever I have to tell you people, and I'm very happy to be invited to SPA Vijayawada. I'm having a very good experience, academic and enriching environment since morning. So I'm going to talk about the integrating biophilic design for indoor environment quality. Actually, long back, maybe 4 years back, there was a news in our Society of Building Science educator that in US they are building a dormitory which will 90% of the rooms will not have any windows. That was called Munger Hall in California University, and lot of debate started that how it will happen. And with that debate and all, the project was it was stalled, that it will not happen because we can't live without windows. So we are part of the natural environment, and I have been doing research on regenerative architecture, and you see the picture on the two pictures, that the present state of affair on the right hand side, that we have, environmental degradation in terms of land, in terms of water, in terms of air, and what we are envisaging is the very pristine environment which we have destroyed over the years. So we are now seeking the solutions, and all of you being 21st century architects and engineers and planners, for you this is a very challenging task. So the abstract of my talk is that in an age characterized by extensive anthropogenic challenges, biophilic development presents a powerful framework for creating sustainable and harmonized environment. And I will be dealing into paradigm shift, emphasizing the integration of nature and natural elements into built environment to enhance both indoor environment quality and ecological integrity to ensure human well-being. And I'll be demonstrating some of the work which I have done with my students, as well as in my personal experience with green buildings and all. So just emphasizing what we have been discussing since morning, that if we look at the ancient built environment of yesteryears, it was very much embedded in nature, and it was using the natural resources without creating any pollution, and it was for the human well-being. So all the examples which we have across India, we find many of them. Sir has just shown us Baulis also. So they are very beautifully done water systems and very nature integrated. Recently I have been to this place Mayavati in Lohaghat, and this was the place where Swami Vivekananda envisaged that his last ages he will stay there, because you could see directly the Himalayan ranges from this place. And this was a cottage built by coffee estate owner that time in 1850. So I took the permission and went inside and saw the whole building. It was a small house but very well integrated with the nature, and you feel like as if we should live here. Very beautifully done place. Similarly, we have many of fort, palaces, residences. They are all built with these principles, and they are still cherished. And even some of the architects who came from overseas adopted to these ideas, and they have integrated this. So one of this museum which I saw in Kerala, you see that it is all embedded with the inspired by the traditional architecture. But what happened over the last 1 century? We have sky high buildings which are symbols of modernity and our progress, but they are so disassociated from the nature, from the environment, and this is we have entered into an era where we are relying on mechanical systems to make this building operational and comfortable for the human. With this, the result has been happening that we have degraded environment, because what we are doing is that we are taking best of the resources from the nature. On one side, we say it's a very linear throughput approach. We take all the natural resources, we use them, and what we give out is a waste. And we find that land, water, air are all polluted. And buildings are very important, because almost it is said that 40% of GHG emission happens from the building, 60% of waste is coming from the building, and water is being polluted by the building. So there are numerous environmental adverse effects of the building, and result is that today all we have biodiversity loss, we have all air pollution, we are not having resources now to run our HVAC systems, we do not have energy crisis, and all those things are happening. And over the years, we have seen lot of environmental disaster. So there have been spate of environmental disaster, and there have been some global initiative from the government level, international level, SDG 17 goals, and many of them touch upon the built environment. Now these SDG goals are having a target of 2030, and how many now 4 years are remaining, and just you can count 1460 days or less. So this is something which we have to look forward, and this is what is your professional or academic or practice scenario which you will be doing, is going towards the regenerative environment, because we have been trying over the 1.5 centuries with all the efforts to make high efficiency building, and still we are not able to able to save our environment. So we have to look at something which we can restore the environment, we can regenerate. And in the last lecture you have seen that how we should restore our water systems and all. Similarly, for buildings also, can we do have a restorative regenerative environment? And sometimes it was asked to me a few years back that is it real or is it just theoretical? I said no, it is doable. We can do it in every aspect of built environment, and we did lot of experiments and we found that yes, it is possible. It's only that we have to change our frame of mind and thinking. And all of you are aware that various efforts have been done, many manifestos have come, green rating systems have come, sustainability assessment methods have come. All of you are familiar with this LEED, BREEAM, Overview, Sphere and all. And in India also we have various codes. National Building Code of India has been updated. Again, new code will be coming probably this year. ISO has got their own framework. There are 14 indicators of sustainability, and there is voluntary interventions also. Green building rate in India, we have 6 building rating systems. And to go towards regenerative, all these efforts will not be sufficient. We have to make a paradigm shift, or you have to make a complete change of thinking, and we have to think of the circular, systems where we are not throwing out any waste to the environment. We are using resources and we are giving back pure air, pure water and pure land back. We are not polluting anything. So this is something which is the present scenario. We have to think it this way, as well as in the future if we have to sustain. So a lot of researchers have experimented with various ideas and all, and these were not theoretical. Many of the authors which you read here they actually implemented in their residences or in their building projects, and they have demonstrated that such ideas can be built. Like William McDonald built the Adam Joseph Lewis Center, where he demonstrated the C2C principle, cradle to grave or cradle to cradle systems can work better and it can save the environment. And for regenerative also, there have been various framework. Regen, Ecobalance, Perkin and Wills. Perkin and Wills is one of the very sensitive practicing firm in US, and they have made their own matrix for regenerative design. LEED, which is by USGBC, they have come up with their framework of regen, lenses. All these have been developed. They give you the various parameters and how do we fix the benchmark. So I'll talk about how this is done in the later part when we see some of the examples. So it is just that we have to think very holistically, integrated way. We have to think all the parameters together. It cannot work in silos, that somebody will look after only water, I will look after only air, or I'll look after only material. So it has to be thought of holistically, because every decision you take is integrated with various aspects. So biophilic and all these ideas have come up with the regenerative design, and it has a very big timeline from publication of Silent Spring in 1960s to present manifestos and all. And there is a shift in the professional practice also. In India also it is happening slowly. It will take little more time, but globally it is happening in a very fast pace, and we are going towards a regenerative and restorative environments. So you see, from the conventional practice we came to high efficiency practice, where the end goal was to ensure that we are highly efficient, but we are going now for the effective solution. So this is the paradigm shift which is happening in the design practice. So now biophilic design, I'll just thrust today on the biophilic design, because I think this needs to be thought of, and it contributes in many ways to our indoor environment quality, because we spend 90% of time inside. So we have to see that how our indoor environment can be taken care of by biophilic. So this is working with the potential of life. When you build or restore, you cannot merely do this in isolation, but must also repair the world around it and within it, so that the large world in this one place become more coherent and more whole, and that which you make takes its place in the web of nature as you make it. So we have to change our thinking. This is a graph which was published long back, and in this our perspective has to change, that we only think, in terms of my space only, my family. We are not thinking on the larger picture. We are not thinking about the whole world. So this is something which has to be brought in our thinking, then only we can address all the situation. So biophilic is just bios and phil. This is a combination of the two words, and this is the hypothesis which advocates that designing cities and prioritize human connection with the nature. So it is this shift from the Anthropocene epoch to biophilic development, and it is all related with the nature. So our history, if we look at, it's not very long. We just started having 6,000 years ago the invention of city happened, mass production was just 400, and electronic technology 200, and you imagine the kind of degradation we have done over just 1.5 century or 2 century. The whole environment is destroyed, and now we say that for our sustenance we may require many years because we are not having enough natural resources for our survival. And there has been enormous thought on biophilic development, and there has been many publications and books have come up on biophilic development. So these are some of the examples I have, but here the basic idea is that we have to go away from ego, that is what I want, this is something which I require, from we have to go eco. So when we think in this term, then we are thinking holistically, we are thinking inclusively. So this approach has to be changed in our all design thinking, and then only we think that we can survive, and this is the major shift we have to bring in. Now biophilic is having some 5 principles. It requires repeated and sustains engagement with nature, and this we experience in our day-to-day life. You will hang out in a place where you connect with the nature. These are pictures which I have taken over in NID Ahmedabad in the stilt area and all, and I find a lot of students hanging out there because it connects you with the nature, not only with the plants, also with the light, air, coolness, comfort and all. So these are something which we require in our design. And then biophilic design also focuses on human adaptation to the natural world, that over evolutionary time have advanced people's health, fitness and well-being. And it is also that we should have emotional attachment to particular settings, to particular place. And then it also promotes positive interaction between people and nature, that encourages an expanded sense of relationship and responsibility for the human and natural communities. And biophilic design encourages mutual reinforcing, interconnected and integrated architectural solution. This picture you see is from one of my colleagues' house, Peter Skinner and his wife Elizabeth, in Brisbane. They had a big tree in their plot, and they didn't want to pull it down because it was just coming right in the driveway, but they said that no, we'll not, we'll retain this tree, and they designed the whole house in such a way that it is integrated with the tree, and it looks very beautiful. The inside space and outside environment is very well preserved with this tree. And the integration of biophilic elements of water, vegetation, organic shapes, forms, information, richness, prospects and refuge, the patina of time, organized complexity, all contribute to the scene's powerful sense of place. And then there are many other framework of biophilic design which has come. So this is Terrapin's 14 pattern of biophilic design. And basically, if we look at that, there are three, categories we can make biophilic design. One is direct experience of nature, where you have light, air, water, plants, animals, weather, natural landscape, ecosystem, fire. An indirect experience of nature, images of nature, natural material, natural colors, simulating natural light and air, naturalistic shapes and forms, evoking nature, information richness, age, change and pattern of time, natural geometries, biomimicry. And the third category is experience of space and place, prospects and refuge, organized complexity, integration of parts and of whole, transitional spaces, mobility, wayfinding, cultural and ecological attachment to place. So I'll just show that some of the interventions we have done in the environmental indoor environmental quality. So this is, we are looking at working with the potential of nature. And Ian McGregor, who has written a book on design with nature in 1969, he says the problem of man and nature is not one of providing a decorative background for the human play or even ameliorating the grim city. It is the necessity of sustaining nature as a source of life, mellow, teacher, sanctum, challenge, and most of all, of rediscovering nature's corollary of the unknown in the self, the source of meaning. So, in regenerative design framework, which is a very, as I said, it is involving many elements. So, this is one of the framework we have been working with. It has got 7 categories and 30 KPIs. So, I've just highlighted the indoor air and the human health, which pertains to indoor environment quality. And when we are doing an integrated design where we are looking at the goal, objective, performance, design approach, decisions, systems, when we are trying to work out that how each will each decision in terms of design, how does it affects the performance, how does it fulfill our objective. So it's a very complex web. So I just highlighted the red box, the something which is related with the indoor environment quality. And primarily we are looking at the visual comfort, thermal comfort and indoor air quality in the indoor environment quality, which is involving these 4 and acoustics also. So I'll just show you that some of the actual experiment which we did, just then saying that okay fine, it leads to our mental well-being. So we all understand that yes, being with the nature gives us feeling of pleasantness. And also what we did that we took 3 office buildings which were very near to SPA Delhi. So I have just coded them ABC. So the plan which you see, the A has got the internal courtyards which are having nature, plants, you can see the rain and wind blowing and all. So this is one office where nature is very well integrated within the office environment. Second is very hardcore. It has just got the vertical core in the center and all the offices around it. And third one is again a similar kind of. So we used 2 scales. The NCQ scale is nature contact. So we use how much is the nature contact in this buildings, and PANAS is the positive and negative effect. There are 20 parameters. So we went and surveyed the people, and you can see the axis, the graph it shows the upper dots which are having a positive impact is from the building A. So this experiment proved that human health is positively benefited with the integration of nature. The second example we did at neighborhood level, where we took 2 neighborhood in Delhi. One was having a green, you can say the plantation along the road as well as parks and all. Another was very dense. So there also we use the people's perception that there is a rule called 330 and 300. one of the researcher has given. So we implemented this with QGIS, and we found that the neighborhood which has more plantation was better, and people aspire for that kind of neighborhood. The third important thing which I like to touch upon in elaborately is the indoor air quality and how it get affected with the outdoor air. So we know all our AQI index and everything are showing that our cities are not livable because the quality of air is not good. It's above the limit. So if we look at the indoor air quality, what are the contaminants? And they come from various sources. It can be from your paint, whatever tapestry you are using, etc. So from many sources. And the performance indicators for the air quality are particulate matter, CO2, carbon monoxide, VOC, and micro organisms, etc. And now, what are the strategies to purify indoor air quality? Actually, this research started when one of my students 2 years back asked me that, madam, what happens when the astronauts goes in the space? Because you do not have any oxygen supply there. Even if you carry some, it will get exhausted. So they must be having some purification system. Otherwise, they can't sustain in the space. So can we not, think similar way in our building? Because post-COVID, the indoor air was very important discussion. You should not use air conditioner because they are recycling the air, etc. So this became very important thing, and we looked at what are the options. So and this is another, adverse effect of poor indoor air quality, sick building syndrome and all. We looked at all the standards. What are the indoor air quality standard across the globe? WHO, NAC standard, OSHA standards and everything. And we looked at what are the air filtration technologies. So most of the times, standard talk about the mechanical filter, MERV filter, HEPA filter, etc. and all. So we looked at some MERV 13, MERV 14 and all. Those are the filters which are required, and if you want HEPA filter in those very clean areas, etc. Then we thought that are there no nature-based solutions? So we did a research and we found yes, there are nature-based solutions also. So we looked at the inventory. There are some 200 plant species which can, take care of the VOC content in the air. So we made an inventory of the nature-based solution, and then we just thought that let us take the critical area like hospitals and all. Can we, find that what kind of, if we use mechanical filters, it consumes energy, it has maintenance issue, etc. So if we can integrate nature-based solution with this mechanical systems, we can, save energy, we can get better efficiency. So we looked at many solutions. So some of the, this is, I just found there was a building in Hyderabad by Rahul Mehrotra who has made this biofacade and integrated nature in the building. So then there are other technologies which are, nature based filter, which are using the algae and all, and you can pass the air through that and it will purify, it will convert CO2 into oxygen. So we did all these experiments and looked at various combinations, and these were some of the filter prescriptions for hospital which was given. So what we did, we looked at both. We took some cases of mechanical filter, left side you see, and right side is the natural means of filter and their efficiency. It was very well published, but we wanted to test it also. So we took a hospital OPD section in Delhi, and we modeled the patient waiting area and the diagnosis area. So the problem here was, if we want to model CFD modeling, all the conventional software will not do the all the microorganism modeling, etc. That it can only do the airflow modeling. We looked at various options, But then I found one of the software which can do the modeling of the microorganisms in the air. So we modeled it, we learned this software, and then we tested it for the patient area, waiting area, as well as the doctor's chamber. And then we tried various combinations of nature-based filtration system and the mechanical systems. So you can see these are the various combinations, and the combined efficiency of the two systems is the green graph. So if we use nature-based solution, we get up to 95% efficiency by using minimum mechanical, filtration technology, which is cost saving, energy saving, less maintenance, and nature is, also making us, mentally well-being also is important. It is purifying the air also. So this is what we could, find with this simple experiment, and it really proved with the numbers also that it works very well. Though we know that it works because in the present scientific era, we have to prove everything to make our hypothesis right. So the conclusion part is the optimal solution may involve the use of combination of technologies to the extent the scope of application, in addition to development of new material. For example, we can even think of using nanotechnology, etc., and at the same time include nature, which serves for our physical, mental, and behavioral well-being also. So thank you very much. I have published these 3 books, and these are the seminars which we do at SPA New Delhi. So every year we do with some theme. So 2 years we did it with the regenerative design and development, and the last year we did it on climate responsive with the trans-solar engineering as our collaborator. And students do this actual research. They collect the data from the field, analyze it, and then come up with their term paper and all. So we will be publishing them in our space journal also. So if you would like to have access, we can give you access to these journals, which are also available on our website. So thank you very much for listening me. If I have exceeded time, kindly excuse me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for just not discussing on the theoretical aspects of biophilic design, but beyond that you have went and you have tried to explain its applications and also the results of some simulations. I believe that it has been enlightening for the students as well. Quickly, we'll move on to the third lecture in this particular session. I now have the privilege of introducing our next speaker, Dr. Anil Mehta. Dr. Mehta is a water engineer by qualification and currently serves as the principal of Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, Udaipur. He is a central team member of Paryvaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi and serves as the national co-head of Jal Upkram. He has been working for the protection and conservation of lakes, water bodies, and water resources for the last 20 years. His sustained commitment to environmental protection has earned him the Yashwantrao Kelkar National Award for the Protection of Urban Environment. Dr. Mehta has also contributed to several important national and international platforms. He is a member of the Expert Appraisal Committee, Industry 2.0, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. In addition, he is also the chief editor of the International Journal on Water, Jal Vimash. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anil Mehta. Sir, you are not audible as of now.
Rejoin, huh?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible. Now you are audible, sir.
So, unfortunately, my camera is not opening, but I will log in by 2 instruments. I'm also switching on my mobile. I hope it will be. So, I think two. So no issue. Let me begin if somehow the camera gets open. Otherwise, I will proceed by my presentation. I hope now my voice is clear to you. Is it?
Yes, sir. Your voice is clear, sir.
Yeah.
Will you be sharing some presentation, sir?
Yeah. So let me try.
Yes, sir.
I'm sharing the entire screen. Just wait. Just wait, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, is my presentation visible now?
No, sir. Not right now. It's not visible.
Not visible? Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Now it is visible. Now it is visible. Yes.
So there may be some lag, because of the internet connection.
No problem, sir. Yes.
And if there is break, I will switch on and move on to my camera, my mobile. मुझे लगता है कि ये लास्ट लेक्चर है और आज सुबह से जितनी बातें हुई है और अभी के 2 सेशन तो मैंने विश्वनाथ जी के और चित्ररेखा जी के सुने. मुझे लगता है कि जिस पर्सपेक्टिव के साथ you started with your day, and which is also the theme of your conference, that is the HARIT. मैं जरा उससे ऐसा कह सकते हैं कि nothing new, but what you have, heard since beginning and what you have seen in the presentations. एक तरह से मैं उसको समराइज ही कर रहा हूँ. तो कुछ इश्यूज जो प्लेट लगभग सभी ने किए कि चाहे वो बेंगलोर हो या पूरा वर्ल्ड हो, हम सभी लोग एक तरह से जो क्लाइमेट चेंज क्राइसिस से उससे जूझ रहे हैं. और अभी भी अखबारों में रिपोर्ट है कि टेम्परेचर लगातार बढ़ रहा है. अभी एक रिपोर्ट आया था, उसने कहा कि द लास्ट 11 years इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री they were the hottest, and if you look the last 3 years, they even exceeded what was decided, that we would not allow the earth temperature to rise beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade benchmark. So it has exceeded, ये भी हम जानते हैं कि what is the climate change crisis? It is all about the extremities. So कहीं रेनफॉल ज्यादा है तो कहीं एकदम कम है, कहीं बहुत टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है तो कहीं टेम्परेचर एकदम कम हो रहा है. Has my presentation moved to the next slide? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you hearing me?
No, sir. It's the same slide.
It's the same slide.
Yes. Now it has moved, sir. Now it has moved couple of slides.
Yeah. So I think it has moved now.
Now it is there, sir.
Anyway.
Now it went back to the first slide, actually.
Okay. So can you see this slide, global water bankruptcy?
No, sir. Yes, sir. That is the slide we are looking at.
Yeah. So this is the report which says that कि भाई अब तो वाटर स्ट्रेस की बात गई, अब तो हम पानी के फील्ड में बैंक्रप्सी की तरफ जा रहे हैं. ये भी एक रिपोर्ट है कि हम जितना नेचर को बचाने के लिए खर्च करते हैं उससे 3 गुना उस नेचर को खत्म करने के लिए काम करते हैं. आप सभी लोग टाउन प्लानिंग के आर्किटेक्चर के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, तो टाउन्स का और सिटीज का जो एरिया है, अगर मैं ठीक से याद कर रहा हूं तो इट इज जस्ट 2% ऑफ द अर्थ सरफेस, बट यू सी द एनर्जी कंजप्शन, इट इज मोर देन 70%. If you see the cities in terms of the greenhouse gases emission, it is again more than 70%. If you see the consumption, it is again more than 70%. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि with all this crisis, what could be the best approach? And I think the approach is the theme of your conference, that is the HARIT. So what can we do? How can we integrate this HARIT approach for the, not just for what you call the sustainability or the green or blue centric or eco centric environment friendly design, but वो फर्क क्या है जो हमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी और इटर्निटी में एक तरह से डिफरेंस करता है या अंडरलाइन करता है. हरित जो है वो जो आपने सुबह भी सुना और अभी भी सुना है कि ये एक इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच, एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच है. और उस होलिस्टिक अप्रोच में हम ये मानते हैं कि जिस तरह से ये पूरी दुनिया, हम कहते हैं कि ये हमारा अपना शरीर है, वो 5 महाभूतों से मिलके बना है, जो 5 एलिमेंट्स हम बोलते हैं, बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स इन्हें हम बोलते हैं. So not just the individual human beings or the human body, but the entire universe is made up of these 5 elements. इंसानों के लिए हम ये कहते हैं, जो गीता में भी कहा है कि उसमें माइंड, इंटेलेक्ट एंड ईगो, ये तीनों जुड़ जाते हैं. पर जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि हरित जिसको इंटीग्रेट करती है वो हमारे इकोलॉजिकल, सोशल, कल्चरल जितने भी डायमेंशन है उन सबको इंटीग्रेट करता है. इसीलिए जो डेवलपमेंट है वो डेवलपमेंट एक तरह से हम कह सकते हैं कि वो एक होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट होता है, दूसरे अर्थों में वो होली होता है, हार्मोनियस होता है और ह्यूमन होता है। मुझे लगता है कि जो पूरा होलिस्टिक अप्रोच है, इट इज बेस्ड ऑन व्हाट वी कॉल द म्यूचुअल हार्मोनी ऑफ द 5 बेसिक एलिमेंट्स। ये जब होता है तो मुझे लगता है कि जो हम अपने हरित अप्रोच में भी कहते हैं कि जिसको हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी कहते हैं या इटर्निटी कहते हैं, वो अपना आप अचीव हो जाती है। और ये सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो अप्रोच है ये इट इज इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी, एंड व्हेन आई से इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी, इट इज नॉट अबाउट इंक्लूजन ऑफ द वेरियस डिसिप्लिन्स, इट इज ऑल अबाउट द इंटरडिसिप्लिन। तो चाहे रिसोर्सेज का कंजप्शन हो, हमारा लाइफस्टाइल हो, हम किस तरह से एक डिसिप्लिन ला सकते हैं कि आवर हार्मोनी विद द नेचर एंड लॉन्ग टर्म रेजिलियंस विद द नेचर, ये कहीं ना कहीं डिस्टर्ब नहीं हो। इंटरकनेक्टेड में आपसे कहा कि हम ये मानते हैं कि जो पांचों महाभूत है वो इंटरकनेक्टेड है, बट नॉट जस्ट दैट, जो कुछ मेरे अंदर 5 महाभूत है वो सारी सृष्टि में भी हो, मैं जिस जगह पे हूँ, जिस टाउन में हूँ, जिस बिल्डिंग में हूँ, उससे भी कनेक्टेड है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है जो इंटरकनेक्टिव अप्रोच जिसे हम बोलते हैं, जो हरित का एक मेजर एलिमेंट है, वो ये कि हम एक तरह से सुधार करते हैं, एक कंटिन्यूअस इंट्रोस्पेक्शन, कि हम किस तरह से कहीं ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं जो इस नेचर को खराब कर रहा है। तो हमारे जितने भी एक्शंस हैं, जितने भी हमारे काम है, चाहे वो बिल्डिंग डिजाइन हो, चाहे टाउन प्लानिंग हो, चाहे एनी सोशियो इकोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट, वो कहीं ना किसी भी तरह से नेचर को हार्म करने वाला नहीं हो। अभी जो चित्ररेखा जी ने भी कहा और उससे पहले विश्वनाथ जी भी कह रहे थे कि इसके बहुत जरूरी है कि जो हमारा अप्रोच है, जिससे उन्होंने कहा बायोसेंट्रिक, तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें थोड़ा अपनी अप्रोच को बदलना पड़ेगा। मुझे लगता है कि जो एक्शंस है हमारे, जो हम कहते हैं कि होलिस्टिक एक्शंस, वो एक्शन का पार्ट ये है कि हमें केवल जो भी मैडम ने भी कहा कि हमें थोड़ा अपनी एंथ्रोपोसेंट्रिक अप्रोच से बायोसेंट्रिक या इकोसेंट्रिक अप्रोच की तरफ जाना पड़ेगा। हम केवल जिसको हम आजकल बात करते हैं इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ, तो हमारी सारी अप्रोच केवल इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ पे नहीं हो, बल्कि हमारी अप्रोच इकोलॉजिकल ग्रोथ के ऊपर हो। और केवल सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की बात करें तो केवल वेस्ट को रीजनरेट करेंगे, रीयूज करेंगे और कुछ इकोनॉमिक एडवांटेज लेंगे। The whole idea should be on this circular ecology. How can we revive, we can balance whether you call it the oxygen cycle or the hydrological cycle or the food cycle, anything, everything. I mean, most important is what we call circular ecology. और एक सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि हम कई बार अपनी जो आम बोलचाल की भाषा में बोलते हैं कि we should include all stakeholders as far as our relationship with the nature is concerned. जैसा मैडम ने भी कहा कि one approach is what we call the egocentric approach and the other approach is the ecocentric approach. Ecocentric approach and egocentric approach जो मैडम ने डायग्राम भी बताया था कि एक जगह होमोसेपियंस से मानते हैं कि ये पूरी जो दुनिया है, पूरी जो अर्थ है, वो सिर्फ हमारे लिए है, हम इन सबसे ऊपर है इस पिरामिड में। दूसरा अप्रोच हुआ कि आई एम ऑल्सो द पार्ट ऑफ दिस नेचर। इस नेचर के अंदर जितने दूसरे ऑर्गेनिजम्स हैं, उनके जितना अधिकार है और उनका जितना स्टेक है, उतना स्टेक मेरा भी है। और स्टेक का मतलब यहाँ पे कि हम ये नहीं कहें कि हम स्टेक होल्डर हैं, हम एक तरह से इस प्रकृति के हित धारक नहीं बल्कि हितकारक है। तो कितना हम पृथ्वी के साथ क्या कर सकते हैं, इस नेचर के साथ क्या कर सकते हैं कि ये इसका बैलेंस बना रहे। और वही जो अप्रोच है, वो अप्रोच आज सुबह भी शायद आपने सुना है कि जो अथर्ववेद के पृथ्वी सूक्त में लिखा है, माता भूमि पुत्रम पृथ्विया। सो दिस इज व्हाट यू कॉल इट द कांसेप्ट ऑफ किनशिप विद नेचर। हम इसके इस धरती के शासक नहीं है, हम तो इसके संतान है। और मुझे लगता है कि अगर आप पुराने सारे हमारे लिटरेचर को देखेंगे, स्क्रिप्चर्स को देखेंगे, तो धरती पर कोई भी काम करने से पहले, चाहे आप बिल्डिंग बनाए, चाहे आप माइन बनाए, चाहे आप एग्रीकल्चर करें, हम धरती को माता मान के उससे क्षमा याचना करके और फिर अपने काम को आगे बढ़ाते थे। हम हमेशा सोचते थे कि ये प्रार्थना करते हैं कि ये जो धरती माता है, आप हमें, क्योंकि हम जिएंगे तो आपके कारण से, पर आपको कोई कष्ट नहीं होना चाहिए। इसलिए आप देखिए सुबह उठ के भी हमारे यहाँ कई परंपराओं में धरती माता को प्रणाम करने की परंपरा। ये जो रिलेशनशिप है, इट गोज बियॉन्ड व्हाट वी कॉल द रिलेशन और नोमेनक्लेचर, जिसके अंदर कहते हैं कि ये अर्थ है प्लेनेट। एक अप्रोच हुआ प्लेनेट का, और एक अप्रोच हुआ कि हम धरती को अपनी माता मानते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि जितने भी हमारे एक्शंस हैं वो धरती को माता मानने के लिए, और इसीलिए जो अप्रोच होगी, जिससे लाइफ मिशन में भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा है कि हम ये अप्रोच अपनी जिंदगी में लाएं कि हम जो पीछे मैंने सूत्र भी बताया था, जो ईशोपनिषद का सूत्र है, जिसको हम बहुत अपनी भाषा में कहते हैं तेन तक्तेन गुंजिता। उसका मतलब ये हुआ कि इस धरती से हम जितना भी कुछ इस्तेमाल करें वो सिर्फ उतना ही करें जितना हमें आवश्यक है, वो त्याग की भावना के साथ करें। और जो हम अप्रोच हम काम में ले सकते हैं, जिसको सुबह शायद कहा भी गया होगा, व्हाट यू कॉल दी AMC, हम अवॉइड करें, जितना कुछ अवॉइड कर सकते हैं नेचर को हार्म करना हम मिनिमाइज करें और फिर हम कंजर्वेशन की तरफ जाए। और ये तभी होगा जब हमारा अप्रोच जो है अर्थ की तरफ वो एक एम्पैथेटिक अप्रोच होगा, वो एक सर्विस का अप्रोच होगा, जिसके अंदर ये होगा कि हम धरती को अपनी माता मानते हैं। लेकिन जो बार बार हम, जैसे अभी ग्रीन गेटिंग्स की भी बात हुई, तो एक फर्क जो मुझे समझना चाहिए कि क्या हरित इंग्लिश के ग्रीन का हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन में थोड़ा फर्क है, बिकॉज जो ग्रीन का पूरा अप्रोच है वो स्टिल इट इज एंथ्रोपोसेंट्रिक, इट इज स्टिल इगोसेंट्रिक, कि मुझे अगर बिल्डिंग के अंदर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चाहिए तो मैं उस इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को लाने के लिए सोलर पावर पे चला जाऊंगा, विंड एनर्जी पे चला जाऊंगा, पर हम ये बात नहीं करते कि हम इसको अपने कंजप्शन को कम करेंगे। बट हरित इज ऑल अबाउट मिनिमाइजिंग दिस कंजप्शन। तो जिसे हम कहते हैं कि एक तो धरती को एक्सप्लॉइट करना, एक व्हाट वी कॉल द मिल्किंग ऑफ मदर नेचर। एक तरफ हम कहते हैं कि हम खपत को कंपनसेट करेंगे बाय अदर मीन्स, बट सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है जो ग्रीन कहता है, जो हरित कहता है, वो कहता है कि हम बचत की तरफ जाएंगे। इस अर्थ के साथ हमारे रिलेशनशिप के प्रेशर को ड्रॉ करने के लिए नहीं हो, हम एक प्रेयर की फील के साथ अर्थ को देखें। और जिसे हम बार बार कहते हैं रिसोर्सेज, चाहे वो पानी हो चाहे हवा हो, इनके प्रति हमारा पर्सपेक्टिव बदले और उनको हम लाइफ सोर्स माने। तो एक तरफ तो हम वेल्थ क्रिएशन की बात करते हैं, लेकिन हरित अप्रोच में हम वैल्यू क्रिएशन की बात करते हैं, हम कोएग्जिस्टेंस की बात करते हैं, एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली वी डू नॉट टॉक अबाउट द कोमोडिफिकेशन ऑफ ऑल दिस 5 एलिमेंट्स, हम इनके हार्मोनिफिकेशन की बात करते हैं। वन इज मोर टेक्नोलॉजी सेंट्रिक, द अदर इज द लाइफस्टाइल सेंट्रिक। वन इज मोर अबाउट द कॉन्फ्लिक्ट सेंट्रिक, द हरित इज अबाउट द डायलॉग सेंट्रिक। लोगों को जोड़कर हम किस तरह से काम कर सकते हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि यही फर्क है कि जो हरित है वो इटर्निटी की बात करता है, एंड इटर्निटी गोज फार बियॉन्ड द सस्टेनेबिलिटी। अभी सुबह क्या अभी विश्वनाथ जी कह रहे थे कि वन वाटर वन हेल्थ, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा वन अर्थ वन फैमिली वन फ्यूचर। नाउ इसके अंदर हम सारी बातें डाल सकते हैं। तो हमें किस तरह के टाउन को बनाना है, किस तरह के डेवलपमेंट के मॉडल को लाना है, तो जो हम एम्फेसाइज करते हैं बार बार कि हमें कार्बन न्यूट्रल सिटी चाहते हैं, केमिकल न्यूट्रल हमारा लाइफस्टाइल चाहते हैं, हमारा जो वेस्ट है हम उसको रीयूज करें, रिसाइकिल करें, जैसे आपने सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी भी कहा, हम एनर्जी न्यूट्रल बने। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि सबसे बड़ी बात जो हरित का अप्रोच कहता है कि हम अपने जो ग्रीड है उसको कम करें, जो महात्मा गांधी भी कहते थे। एक दो बात और कहूंगा, जो लाइफ मिशन का मैंने आपको रेफरेंस दिया, मुझे लगता है कि लाइफ की जो सारी बात है वो हरित की बात है। वो भी ये कहता है कि हम एक माइंडलेस और डिस्ट्रक्टिव कंजप्शन जो करते हैं उसके बजाय हम माइंडफुल और डिलीबरेट कंजप्शन की तरफ जाएं। और वो मिशन लाइफ का स्टेटमेंट भी आप पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें यही कहा है कि जो हमारे इंडियन एनवायरमेंटल इथोस और जो हमारी विजडम है उसके साथ अगर हम चलेंगे तो जो हमारा रिलेशनशिप है विद मदर नेचर वो थोड़ा बदलेगा। एक दो बातें जो सुबह कही गई मैं उसको फिर से रिपीट करता हूँ कि जो हमारे टाउन है और सिटीज है जो सबसे ज्यादा ग्रीन हाउस गैस इमिशन के सोर्स हैं, एनर्जी कंजप्शन है, जहां पे जिनके कारण से बिकॉज ऑफ ऑल दिस पक्का एंड ग्रे कंस्ट्रक्शन जिस तरह से टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है, हीट स्ट्रेस बढ़ रहा है, तो वो शुड बी आवर अप्रोच। तो हरित अप्रोच इज बेसिकली नेचर सेंट्रिक वाटर सेंट्रिक अप्रोच। और वो कहती है कि हम किसी भी स्मार्ट सिटी की बात करें विद हरित अप्रोच तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात इस एक्रोनिम को अगर थोड़ा खोल के देखूं तो लोगों को साफ पानी मिले। अप्रोच कुड बी दी नेचर बेस्ड अप्रोच, जो सुबह विश्वनाथ जी कह रहे थे अभी के पहले वाले सेशन में। और किस तरह से हम टोपोग्राफी को, बेंगलोर का उन्होंने एग्जाम्पल दिया और जगह का एग्जाम्पल दिया कि हम अगर अपने वाटरशेड को खराब कर देते हैं तो किस तरह से सब कुछ बदल जाता है। तो हमारे माउंटेन्स एंड हिल्स को प्रोटेक्ट करें। The third letter of the SMART is A, which is how can we maintain the aquifers, how can we conserve the aquifers. The R is about conserving and maintaining and enhancing, rejuvenating the rivers and lakes. The most important part is what this is the T. हम किस तरह से जो ट्रेडिशन था, जो कल्चर था, जो उन्होंने कहा कि मीरगंती है या उन्होंने और कहा था जो मनुवादी है, ऐसे जो बहुत परंपराएं हैं जो नेचर को इंटीग्रेट करके जीवन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, ऐसे सारे ट्रेडिशंस को, ऐसे सारे कल्चर को हम किस तरह से मॉडर्न जो डेवलपमेंट जिसे आप मॉडर्न कहते हैं उसके साथ इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हो। इस पर्सपेक्टिव के साथ चलेंगे, वो हरित पर्सपेक्टिव है। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि जो हरित है ये इको स्मार्ट है। चाहे वो मेटेरियल्स के कॉन्सेप्ट में हो तो वो इको मेटेरियल की बात करेंगे, कंस्ट्रक्शन है तो इको कंस्ट्रक्शन होगा, जो अप्रोच है वो इको अप्रोच होगा। तो लास्ट 2 स्लाइड्स आप लोग काफी देर से सुन रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि जो हरित का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है वो ये है कि हम इस मदर अर्थ को एक रेस्पेक्ट की तरह देखें। हम बात करते हैं कि हम रीयूज, रिसाइकिल, रिड्यूस, रिचार्ज, रिकवर, रेस्टोर, वो सारी बातें करते हैं, बट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज रेस्पेक्ट। एंड इस रेस्पेक्ट के अंदर जो आर है वो ये कहता है कि जो मैंने आपसे पहले भी कहा कि लॉन्ग टर्म रेजिलियंस, ये सिर्फ इकोलॉजिकल ग्रोथ की बात जब आप करते हैं तो वो एक इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ अपने आप आती है। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है जो शायद विश्वनाथ जी ने भी कहा कि जो सोशल पार्ट है, लोग हैं, कल्चर है, संस्कृति है, ट्रेडिशन है, उनको कैसे इंटीग्रेट करें। उन्होंने भी कहा, मैं भी उसको रिपीट कर रहा हूँ कि एक स्थान को उनके एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बाउंड्री की तरह देखेंगे, एक तालुका, एक तहसील की तरह देखेंगे, या उसे एक सोशो इकोलॉजिकल जोन मानेंगे, उसके साथ इंटीग्रेट करेंगे कल्चर को, लोगों को, और फिर वहाँ के एनवायरमेंट को देखते हुए, वहाँ क्लाइमेट को देखते हुए, हमारी एंशिएंट विजडम, हमारी एंशिएंट साइंस और जो जितने मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजिकल टूल्स है, इनको साथ लेकर अगर हम काम करते हैं तो मुझे लगता है जिसको हम कहते हैं जैसे इटर्निटी या एनलाइटनमेंट, उसको हम अचीव कर सकते हैं। और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट इसका ये होता है कि जो हमारे शहरों का प्लानिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट है, जिसको हम कई बार कहते हैं ब्लू ग्रीन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच, और वो ब्लू ग्रीन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच इसलिए जरूरी है कि अगर हम उसको वाटरशेड की तरह देखें, चाहे हम एक वार्ड को डिजाइन करें, चाहे हम एक कॉलोनी को डिजाइन करें, चाहे अपने घर को डिजाइन करें, तो उसमें बहुत जरूरी है कि हम उस इको सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ या वाटर सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ अपनी बात करें। और मैं इस बात को इसी के साथ मुझे लगता है कि मुझे खत्म करना चाहिए, जो मैं आम भाषा में लोगों से कहता हूँ कि जहां बावड़ी है, या बावड़ी का मतलब है जहां वाटर सोर्स है, ट्रेडिशनल वाटर सोर्स है, जहां ग्रीन है, जहां पे आपने नेचर को एलिमेंट को इंटीग्रेट किया है, बहुत सारा लिटरेचर कहता है, लोगों को अपना फील है कि टेम्परेचर में 2 डिग्री से 4 डिग्री डाउन हो जाता है, और जब 2 से 4 डिग्री डाउन होता है तो फिर आप उसके साथ जो जुड़ी हुई चीजें हैं, किस तरह से वेलबींग से लेके एनर्जी के ऊपर जो प्रेशर आता है, उनको हम कम कर सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये आप सुबह से आपने बहुत बातें सुनी है, और किस तरह से हम इसको इंटीग्रेट करके अपने हरित को अपने साथ रख के वो क्या अप्रोच हो सकती है जिससे हमारे टाउन्स, हमारे सिटीज, हमारे घर और हमारे जितने भी डेवलपमेंट के प्रोसेसेस हैं, उसके अंदर हम इस अर्थ को अच्छा करा सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि मेरे लिए इतना काफी है। मैं अपने और इससे ताकि मैं एक बार आपसे
थैंक यू सर।
मुझे लगता है कि लॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम के कारण से मैं आपको साफ इस तरह से नहीं कर पाया, लेकिन the most important part is that it's a sort of paradigm shift, our approach from being green, rhetoric on green, to the lifestyle based HARIT approach, and not just limiting ourselves to what we call goal based approach of SDGs to the action based approach of HARIT। हमारी अपनी लाइफ में, हमारी डेली लाइफ स्टाइल में और हमारे डेवलपमेंट के सारे प्रोसेसेस में हाउ कैन वी इंटीग्रेट दिस HARIT narrative, HARIT approach and that perspective, so that हम सब at our own individual level to सब जगह हमारे प्रोफेशनल और पब्लिक लाइफ में हम हमारी मदर अर्थ को अच्छा बना सके। और लास्ट बात ये कि इस बार का जो 22 अप्रैल है, विच इज अर्थ डे, मुझे खुशी की बात है कि पूरी दुनिया इस बार उससे मदर अर्थ डे कह रही है। वो वहां पे प्लेनेट शब्द का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, आवर पावर आवर प्लेनेट। मुझे लगता है जो हम भारत में कहते हैं कि पृथ्वी हमारी शक्ति है क्योंकि हमारी माँ है। मुझे लगता है आज के लिए इतना काफी है। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining all the way from your place and giving your time to speak to us. Thank you so much for just not telling us the ideas, but how do we practically integrate HARIT into our daily life. Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of 3 very interesting lectures. We very briefly, very quickly open a couple of questions, a possibility of couple of questions as a question answer session. Yes. Okay. Otherwise, if you can write the questions and give, maybe we'll be able to give the answers later as well. Since we have the paucity of time, so I'll move forward. It's my pleasure to conclude this session and possibly summarize this session. As we conclude this enriching session on traditional knowledge and sustainability, I would like to briefly reflect on the key messages from the 3 lectures. Shri S. Vishwanath ji reminded us that water is not just an engineering project. Through a very interesting terminology, the idea of social hydrology showed how water is deeply connected with society, livelihoods, animals, agriculture, and community life. His message was very clear: Samaj, not bazaar. Should shape access to water was especially very powerful, sir. The examples of furrow irrigation, sewage, and silk saris beautifully showed that what we call waste can become wealth when seen with wisdom. He also reminded us that conservation is not merely preserving old structures but bringing back their soul through community-led watershed restoration and rainwater harvesting. Followed by Professor Chitrareka Kabre took us into built environment and highlighted the importance of biophilic design for indoor environmental quality and mental well-being. She helped us understand the shift from a anthropocentric to a bicentric view and from degenerative to regenerative systems and the need for it. Her emphasis on closed loop systems and holistic design was very important. Sustainability cannot happen in silos. That is what she has told. We need to move from an ego approach to an eco-centric approach or an eco approach. Followed by, we had a very interesting session by Dr. Mehta, who brought the discussion to a broader ethical and philosophical level. He reminded us that sustainability must be interdisciplinary, intercorrective, and interconnected also. Drawing from the indigenous Indian knowledge systems, he emphasized that the solution is not only a shift in technology, but also a reduction in consumption and a rethinking of value creation. His message of one family, one earth, one future gave a fitting closure to the session. Taken together, the lectures remind us that traditional knowledge is not outdated knowledge, it's a living wisdom. It can guide water scarcity, it can guide regenerative design, community participation, mental well-being, and responsible consumption. The challenge before us is not only to appreciate this wisdom or as told by Vishwanath sir, just not pointing out the problem but come out with the solutions, but bringing it to the planning, design, policy, and everyday practice. I sincerely thank all the 3 speakers for their insightful contributions and thank the organizers and the participants for making these sessions meaningful. Let us carry forward the spirit of today's discussion, that is to learn from the past, act responsible in the present, and build a more sustainable future. Thank you.
धन्यवाद भैया आप सबको.
Over to you, Nilanjana. The sessions will be continued, not this. We have to call.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kriti Srivastava. I will be your host for this session. Perhaps we have reached at the most intriguing session of the day. We have spent the day discussing structures, water, and climate. But now we turn towards the more inward focus towards it. As the saying goes, we shape our buildings thereafter, they shape us. This session, Environmental Psychology and Sustainable Development, explores the profound relationship between the human spirit and the spaces we inhabit. We will delve into how the psychology of space influences sustainable behavior and community well-being. To lead this intellectual exchange, I now invite our moderator, Dr. Jayesh M. Bhagwat, Assistant Professor in Department of Planning, SPA Vijayawada, to take the stage and steer the conversation forward. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to you all. In this session, we will discuss about environmental psychology and sustainable development. The panelists for this session are Professor Dr. Shanmuga Priya, Dr. Faiz Ahmed, and Architect Habeeb Khan. We will start with Professor Dr. Shanmuga Priya. She is a PhD from the United States. She had completed her master's in landscape architecture from CEPT University, and she has a vast experience in the field of landscape architecture. I request Shanmuga Priya ma'am to come and deliver her talk on the topic from traditional from tradition to transformation, reintegrating traditional water system for sustainable urban future. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon, one and all. Even before I start talking about this topic, I just want to show some images to you. Most of us would have seen these images almost every monsoon in news channels. Maybe few of us might have experienced this as well. So flooding in cities. And if you look at major suburban areas, you can see that many of them inundated. And these are major arterial roads in cities. And again, you can see that it is inundated. These are not due to extreme rainfall events, just a short spell of rainwater. It leaves many of these streets underwater. So this might give an idea that, okay, there is so much water, so there may not be an issue of water supply. What happens in summer? So this is one of the situation where in dry seasons, many people wait for tanker lorries to supply water. And this is not only the case of informal settlements where people depend on water tankers. Even in people in other neighborhoods, they wait inside their house for these tanker lorries to come and fill their overhead tanks. So we have these scenarios, contradicting scenarios, flooding in one season and drought and water scarcity in another season. And Chennai is not alone. If you look at many of the studies and projections, many cities in India is under water stress, and whenever the risk is categorized, most of the Indian cities are either comes under severe risk or high risk areas. So addressing these water related issues are critical priority for Indian cities, and as we have seen, flooding is an issue, water scarcity is an issue, and in addition, even groundwater pollution and groundwater depletion are other issues. In fact, they aggravate the other two problems. And so in this scenario, what insights can we get from India's traditional water management system? That is the focus of this session. So I will briefly look at, explain the AD systems of Tamil Nadu and two of the academic work done by MArch landscape architecture students that look at the underlying traditional water system to develop solutions for contemporary challenges for the cities. So this session is about environmental psychology. The environmental psychology literature, it says that human actions transform and reorganize ecological systems, and environments in turn shape how humans behave, how they perceive, how they use the natural resources, and how they value the natural resources. And any sustainable system can be developed only when this reciprocal relationship between these two are understood, between people and nature. So traditional settlements and traditional resource management systems in India have developed this ecological understanding based on the long-term observation of natural resources. So this knowledge is embedded in everyday practices in India and also in social systems. And that is what enabled the resource conservation and sustainable use of natural resources over many generations. So we will look at this AD systems of Tamil Nadu as a social ecological system, and some of this has actually, the previous session also we looked at it, but I just want to look at every component of it. And we are all aware that every ecoregion of India has its own traditional water management system. We can see that it's listed here, and I'm focusing on the AD systems of Tamil Nadu. The same concept you can find in other ecoregions of India. They are known by different names such as Kuls or Keres, as was told in the last session, and in Tamil Nadu it's known as Eri, and Andhra Pradesh it is Cheruvu. So why did they develop this system? As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, if you see here, I hope. So you have Western Ghats and most of the southwest monsoon, because Tamil Nadu is in the leeward side, it does not receive southwest monsoon. So it receives water through northeast monsoon for a very brief time. So it is important to catch all the water and store it for later use. Otherwise, it will go to the sea and it will not be used. It will not be usable. And another thing is you have this Western Ghats, but most of the other areas are comparatively plain. So in response to these conditions, this ARI system was developed. You can see these ARIs and they are all interlinked. So what are these ARIs? They are also known as tanks or lakes. So what are these ARIs? These are actually crescent shaped embankments. So in plain land, when you construct such crescent shaped embankment, that collects the run of water from the surrounding area and it stores, and it allows the water to infiltrate and also store it, allow the storage of water, and when it is required, it is released through channels to agricultural areas. So typically in ARI system, these bunds are very important. And along the bunds, what vegetation goes, that is also very important. You might see even now in many cases along the ARIs, these kind of palm trees, the root system of which holds these bunds stronger. And these ARIs are not just individual elements, they are all interlinked, they are connected systems. So overflow from one ARI goes into the other. So they are all interconnected systems. So when such system is linked to a river, it is known as system ARI. When there are no such rivers, then it's known as non-system ARIs. And all these water bodies are not just known as ARIs. As you can see here, there are different names, local names: Kanmai, Karanai, Tangal, Urani, Kulam, Kuttai. Why these different names? They actually convey the functions of these water bodies. For example, Kanmai irrigates, supplies irrigation water, whereas Tangal, the name indicates that the water overflow from another ARI is stored here. So what? Because when people residing in this area, when they come to know that Tangal is filled, that means they know that that year precipitation is very good. Based on that, they decided on what crops to grow. Similarly, Urani is for drinking water. So the water source and the supplying channels or the surrounding land use was carefully monitored. And Kuttai is for animals. Not only these water bodies, as we have seen, these linking channels are very important in this ARI system. Even their name suggests its function. This is very important because while planning or designing, now all water bodies are considered as uniform, and all linear water bodies decide, no, only the conveyance part is considered. Whereas here, if you see, the name Kalwa indicates that it supplies water from river, whereas Vaikal supplies to irrigation for irrigation purposes, whereas Marukal, either it takes excess rainfall or it takes water from irrigation land. So that means the way they treat each of these water bodies are different, or linking channels are different. Just the name conveys, because currently we tend to call everything as water channel and lakes or tanks. So now it's clear that ARI system has network of interconnected tanks, and they have multiple functions. They store water, they distribute water, they recharge groundwater, they help in flood regulation. But these are just not basic water infrastructure. They are integrated landscape systems. For example, if there is a source of drinking water supply, a water body was supplying drinking water, then there were rules and regulations in terms of how people can access these water bodies and also the surrounding land use. In many cases, if you see, the runoff, wherever the runoff comes to this drinking water source, then the land use there is regulated. Sometimes it's demarcated as sacred groves. And so the land use there is carefully monitored so that the drinking water is not polluted. So we looked at the components of water tank systems and the uses that people derive from it. But these are embedded within the social system. That means there were social institutions that carefully controlled, monitored and protected these kind of social institutions date back to many centuries, even 10 centuries and 11 centuries ago. We had literature that talks about many of these maintenance and other committees that were formed to maintain these. So, for example, collective community practices maintain this. One such maintenance thing is known as Kudi Maramattu, where every user comes and maintains annually. And as in the previous session we saw, there were water sharing mechanisms. They were known as Neer Kartis or water guides. They ensured that water was shared. And even seasonal usage pattern changed. For example, where the Kanmai or the irrigating water body was dry in certain seasons, the silt there was very rich. So some crops were grown even there. This was traditionally. And so this kind of system ensured continuous human engagement here. And okay, this is the Neer Cart is working. And tanks were also venues for festivals and communities gatherings. So even today, if we visit certain areas, you can see temples near the lakes, and the names of the water body or the temple is associated. Or even in some case, even the name of the village itself is named after the water body, such as Periyakulam and other areas. So this it's clear that the traditional system was developed in response to natural processes, and it incorporated the social systems also into its maintenance and daily practices. But today we have these issues. Can these traditional systems help us in addressing these issues? When we look for solutions for these problems, we look for examples at global level, successful examples. So concepts such as green infrastructure is looked at, where green infrastructure is a network of natural and semi-natural areas which actually provide hydrological functions and processes also. So regional scale, city scale and site scale, at different scales, these elements can be incorporated using elements such as bioswales, bioretention areas, infiltration trenches and detention ponds. So when we look at successful examples that incorporate these concepts, one global successful example is considered as ABC Waters by Singapore. It is Active, Beautiful and Clean Waters Program, Singapore. It differs from other Western examples because Singapore was dependent on other cities for its freshwater supply, so they wanted to improve that also. So if you conceptually look at this ABC program, it talks about source, pathway and receptor. That means catch the water at the source, look at the conveyance, ensure that it is continued, and then finally look at the source where water reaches. And we can very easily relate the same concept to the traditional system. So in terms of catching it at the source and then conveying through the conveyance measures. Not only at the city scale, even other measures such as look at water quality, other successful global examples, we can actually relate to our traditional system. For example, in Denver in US, there the reservoirs water quality was degrading. So they came up with the solution of forest to faucet. Why? Because there the forest fire was an issue. So the runoff water carried those ashes into the reservoirs. So as a result, the water quality was going down. So they came up with forest to faucet. That means controlling the area or taking care of the area from which where the runoff comes to the drinking water source. And we can definitely relate that to our traditional system of sacred groves maintaining the runoff water for drinking water supply. So this just to give you an overview of how our traditional systems, which were developed based on local conditions, can inform us and finding solutions for current challenges. So I am going to very briefly look at two works, academic work carried out by a MArch landscape architecture student. So this particular site is in Chennai. She actually started with lakefront development, but after looking at the condition, she realized that the student realized that it is not just you cannot look at a lake in isolation. So she studied the interlinkages. So this was the lake that she selected for study. So you can see that how the land use has changed. All these were agricultural lands in 2003, and in 2022 it is converted into residential area. And how does that, what happens in their areas during monsoon. I don't have to write the year here because every year this is what happens. You can see that residential areas are inundated, roads are almost like canals. In all kinds of neighborhood, this is the condition. But in dry seasons, if you see the water, the drainage channels, you can see these are the conditions where solid waste is dumped. So she looked at the entire micro watershed. So this was the lake that was in focus, but this was all linked. Overflow from other lakes went into this Sembakam lake. So first step was to understand what was there originally. So this is the village survey map that was basically prepared in 1938. So these were the original linkages. There was a small mountain, and the water from there, it came to one of these lakes, and then from the overflow went into other lakes. But currently, after all these changes, what happened to those linkages? Most of them disappeared. Some of them are just roads that carry the water from one tank to another tank. And even the other connections were recently developed after 2015 floods. Otherwise, before that, whatever is shown in red, only those linkages were maintained, all the others disappeared. So the student carried out an in-depth study of all the conditions of the linkages, documented everything, understood the connections between all the lakes. And this is before development, this is after development. It was overlaid to understand the difference where it can be again reconnected. Based on all this understanding, two issues were major. One is the tank capacity reduced, and earlier agricultural land allowed water infiltration, whereas now it's residential areas and runoff is higher, and these linking channels did not have enough capacity to convey the water. That is the reason for flooding. So different proposals were given. Instead of just piped conveyance element where people did not see it and where the capacity was not sufficient, other elements were proposed that was actually open, and people were aware that these carried certain functions. It's important for them to protect these linking channels so that their neighborhood is not flooded during the monsoon season. So such details were developed based on the nature of the roads and existing facilities. And then finally she designed the lakefront, providing opportunities for people to spend time and arrange activities and things like that. One thing I just want to highlight is it didn't just stop as an academic work, because after completing this, when the students started working, Chennai Corporation announced a competition for lake redesign. She, through the firm wherever she was working, she applied, and for this particular lake, her firm's was the winning entry. So the academic work just didn't stop like that, it is actually getting implemented. The next example, I'll just quickly go through. This is a much smaller city, Thiruvannamalai. Many of you might have heard. This has developed around a famous historically important temple known as Arunachaleshwara temple, and it's the foothill of this Arunachala hill. So this again, you can see that that city has grown, and similar to the previous process, the original village map was traced and the original linkages were identified. And most of the cases, the issues where the lakes were partially encroached, or in many cases the linkages where solid waste was dumped and encroachment was there. As a result, either in some areas channels completely disappeared, or in some places the channels were disconnected. So a further analysis led to dividing the entire town into 3 zones, or and in terms of water bodies, dividing them into 4 zones. 4th is the water body that is totally degraded, whereas these 3 zones shows that the one it is already urbanized, the linkages are missing, and the areas that are urbanizing now, it is fragmented, whereas where it is located in the outskirts, they are still undergoing, there are threats. For example, missing channels, the reason is encroachment and invasive species, and guidelines were proposed in terms of based on the historical studies, identifying the linkages and reclaiming it. And in terms of disconnected channel, similar work can be carried out, ensuring that the continuous flow is maintained. Because in new infrastructure development, whenever the road is expanded or new road is constructed, the existing water flow was disregarded. In many cases, a simple culvert can solve the issue, but the study showed that such things were also not implemented in case of Tiruvannamalai. So such proposals were given. So I just want to conclude saying that in terms of integrating the traditional systems, we are aware to some extent about the importance of traditional system, but in many cases, traditional system is only areas or lakes are considered, whereas the linking channels are ignored. So that is very important to, it is important to align the stormwater management strategies with the traditional water systems. And this is just a conceptual diagram showing that the traditional systems, its hydraulic functions, and in the current scenario, what happens with the urbanization and what mitigation measures can be taken. For example, in terms of lakes and ponds, increasing the storage capacity is important, whereas linking channel, it has to be maintained. So even if we look at modern concepts such as blue-green infrastructure, we can very clearly see that there are parallels to that. So we can integrate the traditional systems into the modern other concepts as well. So I just want to conclude saying that cities and landscape functions as palimpsests. That means they have layers of historical intervention and spatial practices. And in the context of water system, these layers represent or store vast body of accumulated knowledge, ecological, hydrological, and cultural knowledge. So when we understand this, they can provide valuable insights for developing sustainable, climate responsive, and context appropriate solutions to contemporary urban water management challenges. Thank you. Any questions or no? Thank you.
Any questions are there? Yes. Okay. So thank you, ma'am, for sensitizing us about urban flooding and the traditional water supply system, especially in Tamil Nadu. You took cases of Singapore and Denver, and also the academic work of Chennai and Thiruvannamalai were very nice, and they were about landscaping and integrating the traditional water supply system into our urban fabric. So thank you, ma'am. With this, I would like to go to Dr. Faiz Ahmed, who is the assistant professor at the Department of Architecture, SPA Vijayawada. He is master's from France and then PhD from Anna University. His areas of specialization include geospatial analysis, urban climate, energy modeling. And Dr. Faiz Ahmed is going to speak on the topic heat, housing and human behavior, lessons from urban and post-disaster context. Over to you, Faiz, sir.
Good evening. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Ramesh sir and Jayesh and other organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. I'll be talking on heat, housing and human behavior. So there are three words that I have put up. I'll just quickly highlight how do we understand these three words, and I'll also take you through one of the case studies. How do we apply this in real time, and what is the context in which these things can be put in practice. So the entire discussion will be on three things: heat, housing and human behavior. Heat or heat waves. Do we need heat or do we don't need heat? Before we start, can we have some noise from first years? First years are here. First year BR. Second year BR. Nobody is here.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just very briefly try to understand what is heat and how do we understand heat, and then we'll try to understand this in the context. India is among the nations with highest risk of heat waves worldwide, and we have been experiencing it, right? And we have just stepped into the summers, and we know how things are going as of now, and we have seen in the previous times as well. And heat or heat waves are the most dangerous climate risks that we are facing now, and this has become an annual event, and it has been a severe event in the last few decades. If you see from the literatures, and if you see if you divide the entire country, and we are somewhere here, and we can see the heat wave conditions are more prominent in the humid regions and also in semi-arid regions. Okay, tropical zones, for example, especially the western belts, not so severely affected. But if you see on the eastern coast, where we have plenty of such events, and this has been recorded throughout the studies. And if you see specifically, these strategies has to be contextual. The heat has to be understood in a contextual manner, and solution also has to be developed in a contextual manner. We cannot have a blanket solutions pan India, and it has to be put into the context, and we need solutions in specific to the context. So that's the point that I would like to highlight here. For example, let's say there are different indexes. From the morning, many presenters has also highlighted that there are different ways in which we can understand heat. Heat index and climate index, climate vulnerability index is one of the indexes that we commonly use. For example, let's say if you use heat index, Andhra Pradesh and West Bengal are in extreme danger conditions as per the data set. But if you use the other index, let's say climate vulnerability index, we are just fine. Okay, so although these indexes capture certain aspects of vulnerability, but it has to be looked into the context and then appropriately used. One thing, for example, let's say if you use climate vulnerability index, these are the hotspots. These are the regions which requires more attention. But if you use the same different index, heat index, especially the Andhra Pradesh is one of the areas where we need more attention. Okay, so what do you mean? What this highlights is, although we have different ways of understanding the indexes, it has to be contextualized, and then see what parameters goes in and how we address that aspect. Okay, one thing that I would like to read. India could become one of the first places in the world that experiences heat waves that exceeds survivability limits, and this could occur early in the next decades as well, which means we have not experienced wet bulb temperature more than 32 degrees Celsius, and if we go in the same current trend, we may experience wet bulb temperature more than 32 degrees Celsius, which is not good for us. So there have been a lot of work has been done. What is the impact these kind of projections have on the working conditions in India? Some of it I've just put up here, and we are not keeping quiet. A lot of work has been done pan India, and we have heat action plans across the initiatives taken by the government of India and also the local governments, and we have tried to incorporate these things in the into actions. So those actions include forecasting and many other things. We are interested in how do we do that in long term, how urban planning can work, how materials can help in this aspect, and how latest technologies, greening, and other aspects can be integrated is where we are trying to work on. I have put up this graph here. This is Vijayawada, and we have this is a raw temperature data from 1980s to 2025, and you can see that there is very minimal increase. You have 28 degrees Celsius in 1980s, and you can see there is an increase of about 0.8 degrees Celsius in 2025. Actually, see, if you see in absolute number, there is not a significant increase. What is increased here is the extended summers that we have. The anomalies in the summers are more frequent, which means we have more summer days than we used to have in previous time. And this is not an isolated case. Maybe if you take back more, we may have some such events that has occurred in the historically as well. What is alarming is these kind of events are happening in a continuous manner. Okay, so which also highlights that we need to look at this problem in a more detailed way. To understand this in a little more detailed way, what I put up here is this is 12 months weather data. We have January to December, and this is for Vijayawada again, just to put it in context. And we have some temperature range 20 to 24, 24 to 28, and so on. And we have a study done in India. We commonly adapt this IMAC model. IMAC model for residential buildings, which says that anything above 32 degrees Celsius is not conducive for comfort condition. In a very simple way, if I have to say, there are certain formulas. I don't want to go into details, but we can understand that 32 is the upper limit, beyond which, above which it's not comfortable. Okay, so if you remove that 32, if you apply that here, we have only comfortable range of temperatures during January, February, and these many number of days and hours only. Okay, so in January we have about 20 days plus comfortable hours. And you can say in November, December, we have about 25 and 20 odd plus days of comfortable hours. And if you see in rest of the time, even in February, we have temperature range between 32 and 36 degrees Celsius for about 18 days. And in March, of course, 30 days. In April, May, June, July, we have all the ambient temperature more than 32 degrees Celsius, which is quite alarming, or which is quite alarming in the sense which is not comfortable one. It needs to be addressed. So especially if you see further, if you apply the concept of heat wave, we get more than 40 plus degrees Celsius during the month of April, May, and June for about 10-12 days, which is even more severe that we can observe here. Okay, and if you apply for the coastal regions, this gets more severe. Anything more than 37 degrees is considered to be heat wave condition. So heat has to be understood in a different way. Heat has to be understood in a more detailed way so that we can come out with specific interventions on that. So what is the heat and how do we understand heat? We use a word called thermal stress. Thermal stress is the inability to tolerate the stress imposed by the combination of the temperature and humidity. And we have several indexes. For example, let's say when somebody says, I feel warm, what do you mean by warm? And what is the temperature range it says? And then theoretically, we have other indexes as well. For example, let's say UTCI is one of the commonly used indexes to understand heat stress. And in Indian case, we have this heat wave alerts system integrated in the heat action plan, which talks about red alert and orange alert and yellow alert on a similar context. And for example, let's say if you apply that in Vijayawada's case, these many hours of discomfort hours are there. Okay, so that is about heat. So heat is one part that we have to understand in a detailed manner, and it is not it has an impact on everything that we do in practice. Okay, the second part is housing. How do we understand housing? And I'd like to take you through one of the case studies, one of the projects that we are working on. It's called Resilience in Transition. It's one of the funded projects by ICSSR. We are trying to understand how heat is perceived in tsunami houses in Tamil Nadu case. So we have this is the case in Kadalur, and we have identified we have studied 3 different tsunami sites, and this is the overall methodology that we followed. And this is one of the neighborhoods, which about 500 houses in this, and the second layout again of about 500 houses, and again the third houses, which are about 500 houses. And we adopted a different technique called first physical documentation, like we do it typically. First, we should know what is the material usage, what is the size of the dwelling, how much openings are there. There was a discussion about ventilation, light availability, material choices, all that. So we have documented that, and then the activity mapping as well. Normally, design is one where we have to look at the activities has to correspond to the functions. Okay, so that also has to be understood. Without that, the design solutions may not be an appropriate one. Then, of course, qualitative survey has to be taken. We have a lot of models, simulations models. I'll show some of the results. In addition to that, we should also know how people perceive heat qualitatively. That also makes a lot of difference. What is the simulated results or observed results versus perceived heat? So there are some techniques we try to do that, and then we left some instruments in these houses to understand what is the variability in heat when it comes to using these instruments. And for example, just without going into details, we also left one of our weather stations in the neighborhood to just to understand how whether there is a variation in the actual data versus weather data. And if you can see here, this is the weather data, the blue line, and we have IMD data, which we can see that the IMD data is slightly lower, and the actual temperature profiles are slightly higher. And similarly, like this, we left the measuring instruments in several houses to understand whether this similar patterns can be observed. What you can see here is you have this gray line, which is the weather data, and these yellow, orange, and green lines are the indoor temperature. In all these cases, you can see that the indoor temperature, the readings are higher than the outdoor temperature, ambient temperature reading. Okay, and this has been case. And when we apply this in other cases, when you apply the comfort standards, we can also find that the comfort bands are way outside the prescribed one. And these are some results, visuals, weather stations, and this is the existing condition of these houses as of now. One of the key thing that we should also understand is, that was also highlighted in the other sessions. These houses are given to them. People are not involved. They are just top down and then given to them. And if people are not involved in their decision making, this could be the results. Okay, and we found some similar such results in almost about 800 houses that we have surveyed there. And how do we take it from here? Okay, do we leave it like this, and what is the way forward from here? And the way forward from here is, how do we adapt this, and what kind of retrofitting strategies can be incorporated, and what is the way forward from here on? So we did an assessment, we did further studies on how these changes have been made and what people have done it. Okay, before we suggest something, we should understand how they have modified, what kind of modification they have done to bring comfort to them. Okay, so those ideas were mapped, and then we tried to bring in some solutions to that. The second case I would like to highlight here is, this was done recently in January. We did this exercise, and we did a similar exercise in Vijayawada in one of the low income housing settlements in 2020, where also we found a similar thing. You see two things here. You have a gray band and you have a red band. The gray band is the outdoor temperature, and the red bands are indoor temperature. This is also a simulated a result of the dwelling units of low income housing settlement. So which means there is a typical thing that is happening in these kind of low income housing settlements, where the ventilations are maybe on design, on paper we have windows. You can see all the checklist. Windows are there, the shading elements are there, the appropriate sizings are there. The way they have adapted is when you go and visit, it's all closed, no setbacks. Okay, the windows are shut and so on. So this has a bearing on how the indoor conditions are, and ultimately it will have an impact on how impact on the health of the dwellers there. So building becomes one of the main factor, or building becomes one of the main element where we can have some control on, and if it is designed well, it will have a bearing on the health of the dwellers. I'll highlight one more aspect. Since there was a lot of discussion about material, I just added this slide during the lunch time so that the students can have an understanding in a better way. We have two buildings here. One, the building with full glass, and you have another building with a typical apartment building. This is a typical fully glazed building, you can say. What happens in this case? You can see here, this is a residential building, and you have a green line. The indoor temperature raises and it goes to about 32 degrees Celsius in the evenings, about 7 p.m. Whereas in the glass building, you can see here, the indoor temperature goes to a maximum of about 34 degrees Celsius in the morning 11 hours itself. Okay, and it remains there and it goes up. So you can see how much impact it is going to create on the systems, how much energy guzzling will happen because of the kind of choice material that we have taken. Last point, how do we do adaptation, or what is the human behavior component into it? And I found instead of giving new ideas, a lot of work has been already done. In fact, the theme itself suggests that it's a regeneration work. So if you look at the some of the guidelines that we have in hand, Ramesh sir also pointed out, we have NBC, we have Griha, we have ECBC norms, and so on and so forth. So if you also see, there are a lot of work that has been documented, well documented. If we just start applying and practicing in a more detailed or in a more better way, we'll have more meaningful outcome. So for example, let's say we have something called National Disaster Management Plan, where they have highlighted that excessive heat can have an impact on health, it can have an impact on physical, mental, and well-beings, and so on, and it can have an impact on, of course, medical expenses, energy, and so on. And they have given some suggestions as well, depending on climate, what kind of strategies can be adapted so that the impact of these heat conditions can be minimized. These are some ideas. It's already there in the guidelines. How do we conclude? Comfort is often treated as a technical problem. However, comfort is also should be seen as psychological and behavioral problem. It requires we have to integrate human perception into sustainability discourse in order to do so. So I have put up this in three aspects. One is physical condition, understanding heat, material, and urban form. The second one is perception. How do we understand comfort, stress, familiarity with the context? And the third one is the adaptation or coping mechanism that we have. We need to shift from more energy centric to human centric or people centric design in our approach. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Faiz. Sir brought us the perspective of heat, and the trends globally about heat are severe. Heat waves are becoming more and more severe. The human behavior and comfort with respect to heat wave is very important perspective of day-to-day human life globally. the housing design solution, impact of heat on humans, indoor temperature, and what can be the adaptive measures with respect to design, what can be the modifications with respect to design, and what kind of measures, adaptive measures we can take in order to mitigate heat. These were certain highlights of Sir's talk. Thank you, sir, for your address. Now I move to the third speaker of this session, Architect Habeeb Khan. Sir, I hope you can hear us.
Yes, I can.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sir is a graduate from VNIT and postgraduate from USA. Sir is recipient of Orange City Achievement Award 2009 and INTBAU Award 2018. He was the president of Council of Architecture and presently he is the chairperson of the BoG of SPA Delhi and MNIT Jaipur. With this brief introduction, I request Architect Habeeb Khan, sir, to kindly deliver his address on fundamentals of environment psychology. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Good evening, all of you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir, we can hear you clearly.
All right. Thank you so much for the invitation. Unfortunately, I could not make it to Vijayawada, in spite of my great desire to be there amongst all of you, due to some ill health. Gopal Aryaji, National Convenor of Paryvaran Sanrakshan Gatividhi. Amogh Gupta ji, Chairperson SPA Vijayawada. Charan ji, Chairperson SPA Bhopal. Ramesh Srikonda ji, Director SPA Vijayawada. All the faculty present, delegates, my fellow speakers, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be amongst all of you to share my thoughts. Unfortunately, I cannot sit for a long time, so I requested that I speak in the end. Although my talk is going to be very brief, it's based on philosophy and basic concept of environmental psychology. मैं चाह रहा था कि मैं आपको कुछ फंडामेंटल्स बताऊं जो मैं सोचता हूं, जो मैं समझता हूं, और इसका मुझे ऐसा where I feel that we need to have our fundamentals very clear. The issues that was discussed by the earlier two speakers in this session arose because we have lost certain sensitivity and certain touch with our earth, with our nature, with our divinity. And now that the problem has aggravated to such a level that we need its solution, and the solutions are varying. Solutions differ from problem to problem, of course. But when it comes to environment, when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to a futuristic development on our planet Earth, we need to really think actually where we are going, what we are doing, what is our thought process, what is our approach, and what is the future roadmap that we all will have as architects and planners. And we create between architects and planners 48% of the built mass and the built environment that happens in this world, and the carbon footprint that happens due to our intervention is one of the largest, and so we need to be really aware of what we are doing in today's world, and what is our thought process, what is our approach, and what is the level of sensitivity that we all have towards our nature. What I understand from environmental psychology is that it is basically a study of surroundings and how they influence our thoughts, how they influence our emotions, and how they influence our behavior and behavioral patterns. So that is what I understand is environmental psychology. And today's science, technology, and the development that we have are reaffirming that our ancient Bharatiya philosophy believed that humans are an intrinsic part of nature and we are deeply interconnected. and that there is a strong psychological connect between human beings, our existence, and nature and our divinity. The भारतीयता की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, जो कि हजारों साल पहले से हमने इस बात को जाना और समझा और अपने सिविलाइजेशन में इसको इनकॉर्पोरेट किया हुआ है, वो आज की साइंस हमें बता रही है कि देयर इज अ स्ट्रॉन्ग डिपेंडेंस. The elements that constitute this earth and this universe are also the same elements that constitute a human being. So these are things which will not go into detail. In the last HARIT conference in Bhopal, I had discussed about Bharat and Bharatiyata, that there are 4 pillars. The second pillars that I'll just repeat for the audience benefit. The first is that truth is one, God is one. The second is that entire existence on this earth or in this universe is a part of the same Atma, the Paramatma that we call, and that we need to celebrate the diversity of that existence. The third was that our aim is to merge into that Atma through birth, rebirth, karma and dharma. And the fourth was that every path that you take to reach your Paramatma is correct, nothing is wrong. So I'll dwell on the second point because that dwells specifically on today's topic of environment, sustainability and environmental psychology. Every existence on earth is one. कबीर दास ने भी यही कहा है कि कबीरा कुआं एक है, पानी भरे अनेक. कबीरा कुआं एक है, पानी भरे अनेक, भांडे ही में भेद है, पानी सब में एक. So Pani is that Paramatma, the soul that we all talk of. So if we understand this concept very well, if we understand and realize that every existence on this earth, whether they are human beings, whether it is Jad, Chetan, Pakshi, Janwar, Jhad, tree, every existence on this earth is a part of the same Atma, is part of the same Paramatma, we will be able to evoke that sensitivity that if you are harming a tree, or if you're harming your mother earth, or if you're harming anything else, is your harm, because they are a part of you and you are a part of them. So this second thumb of dharma, second thumb of Bharat and the concept of Bharatiyata, जिसे हम सनातन कहते हैं, जिसे हम eternal कहते हैं, ना अनादि ना अनंत, is based on your sensitivity to your fellow existence. Fellow existence means trees, forest, pani, jal, vayu, everything that happens in this universe is a part of you and you are a part of it. So this is a very critical thought process. If we are able to imbibe this in the psychology of we all, society, nations, researcher, everyone, then probably we'll be able to have a more sensitive approach towards our existence and our fellows' existence. Now, if you see nature in our सभ्यता, हमारी civilization में nature का बड़ा important part रहा है. Nature is revered in every possible form. हम सूर्य नमस्कार करते हैं, सूर्य की पूजा करते हैं, चंद्रमा की पूजा करते हैं. हम trees, हमारे जितने झाड़ होते हैं, जितने मतलब banyan tree होता है, people tree होता है, उसके आगे धागा बांधते हैं, उसकी रक्षा करते हैं, वो हमारी रक्षा करता है. जो हमारे concepts हैं हमारी सभ्यता के, हमारे ट्रेडिशन के, हमारे कल्चर के, उसी तरह से हम धरती को भी रेवर करते हैं. धरती यानी अर्थ, धरती माता, हम अर्थ को अपनी माँ समान मानते हैं और हम अपनी माँ पे इतने जुल्म करते हैं, इतनी ज्यादतियां करते हैं बिना सोचे समझे, बिकॉज दैट सेंसिटिविटी दैट आई वाज टॉकिंग ऑफ, द सेकंड स्तंभ ऑफ आवर भारत सनातनता हैज डिसअपीयर्ड फ्रॉम आवर माइंड्स. एंड fundamental concept of environmental sensitivity comes from our ancient text. अगर आप विष्णु पुराण का एक मैं आपको श्लोक पढ़ के सुनाऊंगा, आप उस पर ध्यान दीजिए कि हमारी क्या लेवल ऑफ सेंसिटिविटी थी और हम कहाँ पे आज आ गए हैं. हम जब सुबह सुबह उठते हैं, बिस्तर से उठते हैं, जमीन पे पैर रखते हैं, तो हम हमारा एक श्लोक है जिसको हम रिसाइट करते हैं कि समुद्र वसने देवी पर्वते स्तन मंडले विष्णु पत्नी नमस्तुभ्यम पाद स्पर्शम शमश्व में, which means that this earth, is such a beautiful lady with oceans as her dress, as her clothing, and the breast are the mountains, and the description of that beautiful lady, which is our Mother Earth, and who is the consort of Vishnu, who is the sustainer of life on this earth. I apologize because I am touching you with my feet. कि मैं अपने पैरों से आपको स्पर्श कर रहा हूं, इसके लिए मैं क्षमा चाहता हूं. ये हम पहला श्लोक पढ़ते हैं जब हम नींद से उठते हैं और जब जमीन को टच करते हैं अपने पैरों से. तो ये जो सेंसिटिविटी थी हमारी, this sensitivity has disappeared from our society and from our culture. You know, हम अपने बच्चों को, when a child is growing, जिस तरह से पढ़ा, जिस तरह से हमने हम जब बच्चे थे और हम जब बड़े हुए, तो जिस तरह से हमने देखा, सीखा, you know, कि जो रिलेशनशिप जो नेचर के साथ में, एवरीथिंग दैट हैपेंस विद नेचर इज एक्चुअली is imbibed in our growing up as a child, and that in today's world, because of various reasons, we have forgotten that sensitivity, we have forgotten that relationship. अपना यानी आप देखिए, मतलब गंगा मैया, माँ नर्मदे, है ना, एंड ये धरती इज माता, एंड ये हम सब भूल गए. आजकल हम जमीन को स्क्वायर फीट में, स्क्वायर मीटर्स में नापते हैं, पानी को, रिवर्स को हम स्क्वायर क्यूबिक लीटर्स, क्यूबिक मीटर्स में नापते हैं. सो ये क्या मतलब, why have we objectified nature? And when we have objectified nature, there is a disconnect. The alignment with nature has gone missing because we have objectified these revered natural elements, and that is the problem, and that is the issue, and that is leading to all the ills and fatalities that is happening because of the disconnect that has happened in our society. I feel that जो सनातन धर्म का जो भारत और सनातन का जो एडजेक्टिव और जो रिलेशनशिप है, भारत की जो फिलॉसफी है, person who is staying constantly in a state of enlightenment is gone. We are no longer enlightened with our existence, and that is why Sanatan का जो concept है, जिसका ना अनादि है, जिसका ना अनंत है, is in danger because we ourselves are responsible for not making it anadi and anant, because we have forgotten that connect between eternal thought process and between the existence. We have become very selfish. We are self-centered. हमारा घर, हमारी माँ, बहन, बीवी, बच्चे, that's it. बाहर में क्या हो रहा है, सोसाइटी में क्या हो रहा है, we are not bothered, we are least worried. And नेचर में क्या हो रहा है, ठीक है यार, हम तो प्लास्टिक का बैग यूज नहीं कर रहे हैं, सामने वाला कुछ भी कर ले, मतलब, So the idea is कि we need to change our mindset. We don't need technology to save environment. Technology is a very, very small part to save the environment. To have a thought process, a mind which is which is sensitive enough to understand the basic issues. We don't need technology to save it. We need humility to transform our mindsets and take those mindsets and the thought processes to our ancient thought processes, ancient knowledge systems, where all this was a part of our existence, was a part of our growing up, was a part of our culture. And unfortunately, we have become masters of environment. We need to be partners with environment, and that is a concept. That's a difference that we all should understand. We are not masters of this earth. We are a small part of this earth. We have to be partnering with earth because earth has sustained us. Earth has given birth, and we will be again going back to this earth after our physical body dies. So we have to be partners with this environment, and let us not walk in dominance on this earth. Let us not walk in absolute superiority with dominance in our minds, so that जो हम जुल्म ज़्यादती कर रहे हैं जी, the devastation that we are causing should not be the one, because we are dominant in our mind. We feel that human is the most intelligent species. I think we are the most dumbest species alive in this universe and on this earth. And let us exist in gratitude to our existence on this earth, gratitude to our Paramatma, to our divinity that is brought in, and gratitude to our fellow existence on this earth. And when we do that, let us understand the importance of the Vishnu Puran ka shlok मैंने आपको बताया. It's not a relic, it's not a history, it's not a culture, it's not a Sanskrit shloka itself. But basically, it is a roadmap of the future. कि आप पहला काम जो करते हो अपनी आंखें खोलने के बाद, जब आप पृथ्वी से क्षमा मांगते हो, अगर आपके अंदर में ये सेंसिटिविटी जागेगी, तो हमको ना कोई सस्टेनेबिलिटी की कॉन्फ्रेंस करनी पड़ेगी, ना हमको पर्यावरण संरक्षण गतिविधि करनी पड़ेगी, ना हमको कुछ करना पड़ेगा. We will all live in harmony and in existence wherein we all will be happy, and we still can do it. Earth and the universe and the nature has great power to level up and spring back from the devastations that the human race has caused on this earth. So if we are able to change this mindset of ours, we will have a greener and a better and a more humble existence on this earth. And that is what I wanted to tell you, wherein the environmental psychology is basically fundamental this. And everything else that is happening is a byproduct, because we have forgotten this basic fundamental thought process, is what I wanted to tell you and share my thoughts with you. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I wish this could have been in the first half or in the earlier part, because this was supposed to be a springboard of, the discussions that would happen subsequently. But unfortunately, things didn't happen that way. So, Gopal Arya ji, thank you so much. Charan ji दिख रहे हैं बैठे हुए, आपको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. And सबका भी thank you so much for inviting me. And it's my misfortune that I couldn't be there with you in spite of Ramesh ji का बहुत बार invitation था कि आप आइए, एक बार तो आइए, but I could not make it. But definitely Ramesh ji, I'll be there next time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sensitizing the young minds on the basics of environment psychology. You explained about the pillars of Bharatiyata through the process of Harit, importance of nature, and how we used to worship nature, and today in what state the nature is. The disconnect with the nature is the cause of all the problems which we have on this planet Earth, and how behavioral changes and humility is required in order to protect the Mother Earth. These are certain things which you elaborated. Now I hand over the mic to Professor Dr. Charan.
अमित जी नमस्कार.
नमस्कार सर जी, नमस्कार.
आप यहाँ आए नहीं फिजिकली, और आपने कहा ये इस बात की मुझे क्षमा करें, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पे हर काम का कोई न कोई वापस प्राय है कैसे किया जा सकता है, तो इसका भी आप प्रायश्चित कर सकते हो, तो अगले फंक्शन में 2 बार आके कर सकते हो. दूसरा आपके डायरेक्टर
अगला फंक्शन तो मेरा ही फंक्शन है, मैं तो पूरे 2 दिन रहूंगा.
और दूसरा आपके डायरेक्टर साहब ने घोषणा की है, इसलिए आपको उस बात का अपने डायरेक्टर साहब ने मिलकर ही की है, तो उस बात की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for the expert? Any of the experts, do we have any questions? We can take it, otherwise, okay. So, thank you, Professor Dr. Shanmuga Priya ma'am, about telling us about the traditional water supply system in Tamil Nadu. Then we have Dr. Faiz, who spoke about heat waves and housing, and what kind of adaptive mechanisms and measures we should have in order to, which are design based, which can help to promote and combat heat waves in India and globally. And then we had a very insightful and sensitizing talk by architect Habeeb Khan sir. Thank you all the session speakers for this session. And now I would like to hand over to our comparer.
What a thought-provoking way to end our technical deliberations for today. It is clear that if our environments don't support our psychological well-being, they cannot truly be considered sustainable. Thank you to our panelists for such an insightful session for today. Now, we will now have a short felicitation ceremony for our guest as a token of our appreciation for them.
I kindly invite Dr. Ramesh Srikonda onto the dais to felicitate our panelists. I also invite Dr. Arpan Paul Singh, the moderator of our session 2. And I also invite our panelists, Dr. S. Vishwanath and Professor Dr. Chitrarekha Kavre.
I would also like to invite HD Charan sir on the dais, please, sir. Can we have you on stage?
Uh, uh, I kindly request our professor, our Dr. Ramesh Srikonda and HD Charan sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Chitrarekha Kabra ma'am. Now I again ask them to felicitate the moderator of a session to Dr. Arpan Paul Singh.
Thank you, sir and ma'am, for doing the honors. I now request the dignitaries on stage to place their seats in the front row. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Now, I would like to have Dr. Amogh Kumar Gupta, sir, on BoG Chairperson and SP Vijayawada to be on stage. Sir, now I would like to have again Dr. Sir Ramesh Srikonda, Director of SP Vijayawada, to be on stage to do the honors for the eminent panelist for session 3, Environmental Psychology and Sustainable Development. I would like to request Professor Dr. Shanmuga Priya ma'am to be on stage and Dr. Faz Ahmed sir to come to the stage. I would also like to invite our moderator for this session, Dr. Jayeshkumar Bhagwat sir. I would request Director sir to felicitate Dr. Shanupriya ma'am. Can we have? I would like to request sir to felicitate Dr. Faz Ahmed sir. And to felicitate our moderator for the session 3, Dr. Jayeshkumar Bhagwat. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. I now request the dignitaries on stage to please take their seat. This concludes the day 1 of our conference. And distinguished, this concludes the first day of the HARIT 2026 National Conference. We have journeyed from climate responsiveness to the traditional wisdom and finally to the psychology of design. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning for another day of innovation and insight. Please join us back in the auditorium tomorrow. Tomorrow, the venue is the conference hall. We'd like to have you on 10:15 sharp, the session 4 for healthy built environments. Wishing you all a wonderful evening. Thank you all for the vibrant participation. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. And tea and refreshments are there in the exhibition hall. Thank you, everyone.